What would you be doing if you had not decided to pursue your career as a competitive PUBG player?
I'm just in the overseas country, so I think I would have continued my study right now.
I think I would be in abroad right now.
I would be studying somewhere abroad.
I think I would be in competitive PC games, stuff like Valorant and stuff.
Obviously, study. Normal person.
Clearing my bags.
I'm a musician. Play an instrument, it's known as rabab.
I would be a singer.
Hello everyone, my name is Oshin Sharma and you guys are watching PUBG Mobile Pro League. And well, when we talk about the Super Weekends and the finals, it is a war. And talking about that war, the real soldiers know how to fight it. Alongside me is Mafia Ninja and he seems pretty excited about it. So let's ask him, how are you feeling right now, Mafia Ninja?
I'm feeling very good at this moment. So we're pretty confident about the finals. That's it.
Well, I have to ask this question. There were times when it was second, third, fourth, and obviously, Zeus being at the top in the Super Weekends. So what are your strategies to be number one this time?
Our strategies for the finals is pretty much like we have to play our own game at the end of the day. We don't care about which teams we're gonna face in the finals. We just have to believe in ourselves and prove everyone wrong this time, and win the finals, because we missed out on the finals by some points last time and we want to end up as the champions this time.
Well, you know what, we saw a few clashes happening here and there. If we talk about the drop locations, specifically Miramar, right? When Zeus was out there, DRS was out there. So is this gonna be some change in the drop location, or is that thing gonna happen?
I can't say it for now, but you're gonna see it in the finals with what strategy we come.
You guys are hiding something good. I like that. I love that. So, I'm open to all those surprises for sure. But there's one question, you guys were there in PMGC as well. A1 Esports was there. Skylight Gaming, then ASL was there as well. So, what do you think the changes have been after PMGC moving on to PMPL right now in the mentality?
Before we went to PMGC, we were known as one of the most aggressive teams from Nepal. But with experience, we pretty much balanced out the aggressiveness, and and with the addition of Mongolian teams, right? The lobby has become very different, and it has become real tough for us. So, however, we are managing and adapting to this lobby. So in the finals, we're pretty much ready to face all the challenges the lobby can come at us.
Let's talk about this thing as well, right? When we talk about the aggressiveness, because obviously Super Weekends was 3 Super Weekends out there, but now it's just a 4-day affair, the finals. So are you guys gonna plan something for those 4 days, or you guys will just go with the flow of the games?
So for the first 2 days, we'll basically play our own game and see other teams' strategies for the finals, and we'll try to catch them out on the rotations and stuff. So yes, we'll start slow, but we'll end with a boom, I guess.
Well, that's really nice. But is there any message that you guys would want to give to your fans, your supporters, your family, and everyone in the community?
So for everyone watching us, please do support us in this PMPL finals, because we'll be representing the whole of Nepal this time, and surely this time we're gonna win this PMPL, and we're gonna make all of you proud, and keep believing in DRS. Thank you.
Well, hopefully the real soldiers are going to be the ones that are standing on top of the competition. So I just wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors, and I'll see you around. Hello everyone, my name is Oshin Sharma and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Finals. Well, the interview sessions are upon us, and right now we have High Voltage Extreme with us. So, Extreme, first of all, welcome, and how are you feeling?
Thank you for inviting me.
I'm feeling very excited to play in the finals.
Well, talking about you and your teammates, I mean, with the likes of Assassin, who was in the top kill leaders, I mean, is there any strategy that you would like to change for the finals, or are you gonna play as the same way?
Well, this league stage has been a learning phase for us. Since I joined SV just a week before the PMPL started, and we will learn from our mistakes and come back stronger in the finals.
Well, that's nice, that's nice. But you know, talking about the games, some games go good, some games go bad. So what are the strategies that you plan after a bad game? Like, how does it go down? What's the team discussions?
Well, we sit around and then watch the game, and then we pinpoint everyone's mistake and then learn from that.
And also when we talk about your region, right, the teams with the likes of DRS, Carnage, T2, I mean, these teams are there up for contestation. So how do you plan to, you know, tackle those teams?
So we'll just play our own game, come up with new strategies, and then try to avoid fights, go for placement points, and take fights when necessary.
That's nice, that's nice, that's nice. But you know, when we talk about things like rotations or something like gunfights, what is it that you think your team can improve in? Because there's the thing, some teams have good gunfights, but they lack in rotation. So what is that one thing that you think your team can improve in?
Well, our gunfight is pretty good, I think. And then we need to build up our coordination a bit more. Since I'm new, and in the future days, I assure that our coordination will get much more stronger.
What are your plans for the finals? Like, where do you see yourself in the finals?
We are aiming for top 5 spot in the finals, and hopefully we'll make it.
That's really nice, that's really nice. But like, is there any message to your fans that you would like to give?
I would like to thank all the fans for supporting us, and through your support we are getting stronger, and keep supporting us.
Well, I just wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors, and maybe the name will be out there, High Voltage, and it will be rocking itself up with the High Voltage in the finals. So all the best for that. Hello everyone, my name is Oshin Sharma and you guys are watching PUBG Mobile Pro League, and right now we are with the interview sessions out here. And if we talk about a team that just started off its domination, not in just this PMPL, not in the PMCOs, but before that as well, we are going to be talking about PN Crew. And the team and the players have been incredible. We're going to be talking to Ayush right now. So Ayush, how are you feeling?
Good, how are you?
I'm really good, thanks. My first question to you is going to be, you know, the competition in Super Weekends versus the finals. How do you see the change in the pace of the competition?
In the Super Weekends, there were like 45 or 48 games. Many games.
45,
So like every teams, they were experimenting, new rotations, gunpowder, checking their gun powers, everything. But like in the finals, it will be too difficult for the teams, and it will be more serious than the Super Weekends.
So are we going to see something different from you as well, like you guys? Because like maybe you guys might be experimenting in the Super Weekend?
Like you'll be seeing us different. Yeah, for sure we'll be competing more hard, because like in the Super Weekends and then in the league stage we were experimenting many things, many rotations, shuffling of the players in our rosters. You'll see in the finals.
So talking about your team and the players, what is it that one thing that you would like to tell us that separates you from the rest of the competition?
Our team from the rest of the players, like we think it's like we've more focus on the rotations rather than the gunfights. If we take the gunfights, it will be like 75% sure if we are gonna win or not. So if there's 75% of chance, we'll wipe the squads. So we'll take the fights rather than the other teams. Other teams, they will go for a gunfight, or they will just go on a rotation, or they'll play aggressive or passive. We are like not too much aggressive, not too passive. We'll take the fights whenever we need, and we won.
So when we talk about the competition in the top 5 out there, I mean talking about the teams like Zeus, DRS in the Super Weekends. So what are you guys preparing for in order to just, you know, dominate over those teams in the finals?
Like we have been playing with the DRS and all the Nepali teams and the Pakistanis, but Zeus was new for us, and we looked how they were playing and we know their gameplay as well. They dominated in the Super Weekends, but in the finals, we'll be giving them tough competitions. and other teams. We're not afraid. We'll smash everyone whoever comes in our way. Don't worry.
Do you feel like it's going to be any pressure for your team just to, go into the finals? Because obviously the pressure might just be there. I mean, prize pool is on the line, obviously the qualification. So do you feel the pressure?
Yes, because of the recent games, we have been feeling a little bit down on the morale, and as well as the games were not so good. But in the finals, we are prepared. Our mindsets, everyone is so fresh. So we'll be calm and we'll play and we'll give our best.
So what can we expect from PN crew in the finals? Like, is there any message that you would want to give to your fans?
Keep supporting us. Believe in PN. Like, we know how to come back, right? So we'll come back and dominate everyone. We'll give our best. That's what we grind for. We came this far because of our grind, and we'll show everyone. That's what I would like to say to my friends and our supporters.
Well, I just wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors, and maybe, just maybe, in the finals we are going to see that new PN that you were talking about. So all the best. If you have a skin of your choice being introduced to the game, what would be the cost of that skin, and what would you want to name your skin?
Introduce any skin now?
Oh, bhai.
I mean, it's a weird type of question. That is a tricky question. I would choose an M4 skin, and I will name it as. I will have to think about it, I guess.
Skin का नाम Turulap. It's not true. Turulap is set. Turulap set. Nice.
Which will represent my country. And
but the cost will not be that much, because I would love everyone is using that.
Cost that much because everyone should afford it.
Nice. If you could purchase a piece of land from PUBG, which piece of land would that be?
Definitely Paradise Resort.
I would like to purchase our drop location, which is Fairytale. It's my own choice.
If you had an option to combine any two maps of PUBG Mobile, which maps would you want to combine and why?
First of all, I like to go with Erangel and Sanhok.
Erangel and Sanhok.
Erangel and Sanhok. Sanhok is too small to rotate.
Sanhok does not consume much time.
If you were to live in a place in Miramar forever, which place will you choose and why?
I choose Hacienda del Patron. There is a golden mirador, and I love that.
I will choose Elazer. There is a garage, there is a petrol pump, and there are two basically water tanks. So in that place, because in Miramar it's the desert and you need those water tanks.
In Miramar, I like Pecado the most, because Pecado has some big buildings, as you know. Probably the best place for Miramar.
Imagine if you are teleported inside the game on any map of your choice, which is the area where you would want to go on a long drive?
So मेरे को बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि हमारा स्पॉन आइलैंड, जहाँ पर हम हमेशा घूमते रहना, प्लेन के ऊपर चढ़ना, क्रैश प्लेन के ऊपर चढ़ना, कंटेनर के ऊपर चढ़ना, पानी में स्विम करना.
I would definitely choose San Martin. There are long roads, even different kinds of buildings, and it's a kind of place where you think, where it looks like you can explore different things.
So hard questions.
How many seconds are there in an hour?
60 into 60. 36,000? No.
Meanwhile, in our universe.
60.
Quick math.
Okay, 60 into 60, 3,600.
3,600.
I think 200.
What?
1 hour later.
36,000, I guess.
Are you sure about that?
6220.
How did you reach to that number?
3600.
And into 60 seconds. 36,000.
60 into 60 is?
36,000. I have to calculate.
कैलकुलेट करना पड़ेगा.
3,600.
How many seconds? 16 to 60, 3600.
Hello everyone, my name is Oshin Sharma and we are in PMPL final interview session right now, and alongside me we have Rated out here from the team T2K, which is trained to kill, and Rated is a top rated player out there. So Rated, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and yeah, I'm very happy that we got a good position at the league stage, so I'm good, I'm happy.
Yeah, talking about that, right? When we talk about the league and the finals, what are the changes that you would want to tell me that your team might implement?
There will be change of our communication because we are lacking in our communication in league stage, and I think in final, I hope we'll be perfect and we will rock it in the final.
I mean, it's just one thing, right? When we talk about the finals, right, there are some teams in league as well who have beaten you, but then there are some teams that you have beaten. So let's talk about the finals and the strategies of those teams versus yours.
I think in the finals, like in the league, there was so many games and they play slow at first. They go slow and they reach at the top. But in the final, like if we get like 1-2 chicken in the first 2 games, then that will boost your confidence, and I think they can win it. So first 2 games are very important in the finals because less game and it's very valuable.
Let's talk about the teams like DRS, teams like Carnage, teams like Zeus, right? The ones that were in the top 3, just coming out here and there. And your team was also just, a really good contender out there, just moving ups and downs in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th position. So, like, how do you feel about those teams in the final competition?
I feel so great to have Zeus in our region because they are like top class teams. They almost won PMGC, and I'm so glad we have them. And I think Zeus in our region makes us feel that we are so weak. We need to go very hard. We need to practice hard. That motivates us a lot, and I hope in the PMGC, like next coming global champion, we will be like tough competitor for them. That Zeus made us.
But do you feel like there is going to be any pressure on the minds of the players of T2K in the finals?
Pressure, kind of, because so many people are hoping that we are also one of the best team, and that fans pressure, I think.
So is there any message that you would want to give to those people?
Thank you so much for following, supporting us in our hard time. One thing for our supporters and fans that please support us on our hard time also, not in the happy time. Because if you are a fan, try to support us on our hard time as well. Appreciate it, because that if you do bad things, if you say bad about when we are having a hard time, that demotivates us a lot.
Well, I just wish you guys all the best for all the future endeavors, and maybe we'll see you dominating again in the finals. So all the best for that.
Every day is a fight. Every moment is a race against the best. Beat the clock. Be on top of your abilities before the rest. Every face-off will be bigger than the last one. Every knock will count. Time will stand still in the wake of the storm. And that's why the sun never sets on this battleground. This is where champions will gather to etch their names on the highway to glory. Welcome to the Coliseum. Welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League Season 3.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. The champions certainly did etch their names into the top 16, and here we have the top 16s that of course are going to be the teams participating in the finals for South Asia, and it is of course a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host Blotto, joining us on the analyst desk for the finale. It is once again going to be none other than these two dynamic duos, the personalities that you ought to know by now. It is of course Odin Sharma and Ice Johnny.
Well, whatever started did start, but hey, it's down to a very big end right now. The festival, it's about to end, but then again, there will be some teams that might just move forward with everything that they have to give out here.
Exactly. We are going to set our foot on the beginning towards the end of these South Asia finals, and well, it's a 4-day ordeal. We are starting with day 1. It is going to be super exciting.
It most certainly is going to be, because again, when you talk about the finality itself, we are looking at, of course, 4 days, but every single day there are going to be a lot more games that are going to be played, and that, of course, does bring in that much more opportunity for these teams to showcase that wonderful dominance that they've been able to do so till now. But move that conversation along. It is going to be an affair where, indeed, as we discussed, 16 teams are participating, but where are they working towards? What is it that they are going to be reaching down towards? Yes, 16 teams are here, but the journey does not end at the South Asia finals, because as you move on along, you move towards the regional championship. It is, of course, what I'm talking about. The perfect opportunity that these teams will have. Only few teams. That's going to be combined 9 teams. The top 9 that will move on into that perfect PMPL South Asia Championship finals after this.
Exactly, but we do see 2 teams from PMC or Wildcard are going to be joining up out there as well. We can see, you know, 2S Academy and obviously Apes. They're going to be out here, but think about the Championship finals, South Asia Championship finals. I mean, that's going to be even huge.
Exactly. We have Skylight Gaming that have qualified because they were the winners of PMPL South Asia Season 2. They are playing these finals as well. They have a slot invited to the championship finals. Along with that, there are going to be 4 teams that are going to be joining us from the PMC of Hong Kong, Taiwan and Macau. So we will know the names that will be moving forward from here, but there's going to be, as we like to say, the X factors coming in from outside. I mean, Skylight Gaming, the teams are going to be used to them, but what about R3D Academy? What about the teams from Hong Kong, Taiwan, Macau? What about Apes? It is going to be interesting.
You can't, you know, just rely on these things as well, because right now there are some teams that have the momentum for themselves. They are learning the teams as they are playing against the team, so that also creates a big impact.
Absolutely does. But talking about big impact, we are talking about the prize pool, the massive prize pool that's been set up during the finals itself. It is just for the finals, where you've got $150,000 on the line, but combine this effort together with the journey that is going on along, you've got $300,000. That is the massive prize pool for PMPL South Asia.
So we've been talking about it, right? We've been talking about the prize pool, but now finally the players do get the opportunity to work towards those prize money distributions. First position $10,000, second position $6,500, third position $5,000, and so on. 16th position you get $1,000, and one individual, the individual who's going to be the MVP of the finals, will be receiving $1,000 as well.
Exactly. I mean, talking about the previous skill leaders that there have been, I mean, Godless was there at the top position, 122 kills, and it was Icy again from the same team, 130, then Zeol with 100. So these 3 players were the only players that reached the triple-digit markers. Might change, might not change, obviously, because it's going to be a fresh start. So with a new mentality, you might, some teams, I mean, not some, 15 teams might have cracked the code. So
exactly, but you talk about the rivalry. I mean, till now we've spoken about rivalry between teams and players, right? Now we're talking about rivalry between the team's players itself when it comes to those skill leaders that, of course, Ocean was mentioning. We're looking at Z3us Esports dominating against each other themselves, and that is where things are going to take a very interesting curve, because after all, that kill does always give you that 1 point, along with which you get a chicken dinner. You move in and take in leaps and bounds into that perfect storyboard.
Exactly, but talking about the point system right now, right? First position gets you 15 points, second gets you 12, third gets you 10, fourth gets you 8, 5 gets you 6, sixth position gets you 4 points, seventh position gets you 2, 8 to 12 gets you 1, 13 to 16 gets you none, but the only points that you can, you know, just go out there are going to be the kill points if you're in 13 to 16, so you might just have to look out for that. I mean, we have seen teams on the final day, if you guys remember, Z3us just going out with the kill points and kill points and kill points.
That is how the, as Lakshya you like to call the overall leaderboard, the storyboard, right? That is how they write the story.
Exactly.
With the blood of their opponents.
Now, with a clean slate, the journey is going to get that much more interesting for the storyboard. But with that, of course, let's get introduced with the 16 teams that have made it from the 20 that participated. We've got the final 16 that are going to be starting off their journey. And in that, as Ocean did mention, we've got Z3us Esports right off the bat.
Well, if we just, you know, talk about Z3us as of now, Seal was there.
Yes.
So talking about Seal, like they are from the same area.
And they just played 1 week.
15 games.
Yeah, 15 games, 197 points.
That
Wow.
is the highest point number that a team got in one super weekend.
Wow.
197. After that, it was obviously other teams that got, but Carnage, Carnage didn't end up onto the 4th position by the end of that. They had 378 points. Talking about StalwartFlex, right? If you talk about a player, Crypto was there with 89 kills, being the 4th top fragger, 19,700 plus damage. So these teams, these players, they know their business, and right now, by and obviously they know what goods, bads, uglies and the crazies they have been doing.
Exactly, and moving forward, we have DRS 1952, PN Crew and Deadeyes Guys. Deadeyes Guys, the team that you mentioned, the team on the 2nd position in terms of points gotten in a super weekend. And then DRS, have had a shaky performance. 1 week we see them play like gods, and the 2nd week they are sort of sitting in the middle of the table. 3rd week they come in, they have a few good games. So consistency is going to be important over here in these finals. Can't take the risk of being either out of the top 9 or I would say competing for the prize win. 1952, we still have to see that chicken dinner.
Oh yes, that is just that one team that does not have that chicken dinner as of now, but that story might change. That story might change because again, they've got 4 days to be able to bring in that grind that they've showcased till now. But move that conversation towards a team that we had been wanting to see a chicken dinner from. It is right here with A1 Esports.
Well, A1, they obviously had a really good game with their one chicken dinner that they just, earned out there. But talking about the other performances, Air4, you remember those back-to-back good chicken dinners starting off from Miramar. So if there's a good Miramar in their favor, they would like to make the day in their favor. Skylight, the team was enjoying every chicken dinner that they have. And this time, I don't know why I feel like this team might just focus more on the rotations around the circle, because that is the only thing that, team goes good with the gunfights. Only the rotations around the circle is sometimes, and that too in the final circles when you're left all alone, 1 or 2 players, sometimes becomes a challenge.
Maybe, but talk about challenges. The one team that rose to the challenge this time on a totally different level, I have to say, is going to be Venom Legends.
Yes.
Things were not going good for this team when they started out in week 1, but they recovered really nicely. Week 2, week 3, really good performances from them. Joining them in this last set of teams, we have R3D, T2K and High Voltage. High Voltage, I am a little bit curious about how they're going to perform in these finals, because towards the end of the league stages, we did see a fall off in their performance.
The best part was, if you talk about High Voltage, right? Assassin was a lead player out there. Think about it, 87 kills, 18,000 plus, almost 19,000 damage, plus the only player with the highest survival time of 19 minutes plus. So the markers matter at this moment.
Exactly. He was sticking true to his name. That is Assassin, of course, and he was able to deliver that sort of performance. But as the weeks went on along the journey, the storyboard kind of showcased a different pace coming in from High Voltage. But all of that has been brought down to nil. All of that has been brought down to 0, because now they start off their grind, start off their journey with a completely different mindset, hopefully though. But with that conversation, let's talk about a team that is R3D, a team that almost were able to get themselves in, but just a few points short.
Well, R3D was out there. If you talk about the points that they actually accumulated, right? They were at the 16th position. Talk about Anubius, Virus, Joker, Edgar. So every player shined in one game or the other. It shows in their performances out here. Survival time has been decent. They have gathered good damage for themselves. But hey, that was a 45-game affair, right? This is going to be just a 4-day affair. You gotta just bring everything out here. But talk about the way. Once they have the time, they like to create their opportunities, and they have done that multiple times. So yeah, R3D, this was a game that was theirs. They knew they had all the players surviving. So once they have that, they like to create the game in their favor. And if they get it in the first game or the second game today, they're not going to lose it. They never will.
Exactly. This is a team that is based, they play around momentum, right? If they're having good momentum during the day, the performances, we have seen what they can do. If you remember the R3D that we saw in week 1, Super Weekend 1, that was impressive. Week 3, they tried to their level best to recover. The chicken dinner did come in Super Week 3 as well. But again, the most consistent we have seen them was in week 1, and I said this on the last day of the league stage as well. I hope that's the same team that we see in front of us right now.
Exactly. if you're closing off the Super Weekends with that sort of an energetic performance, you have to be able to deliver that into your favor, and hopefully they will be able to do so. But move that conversation towards a team that we've just been rooting for, 1952, a team that has not been able to get that chicken dinner, but yet so close.
So about 1952, it was a thing, right? We remember increased performances out there multiple times. getting 45 kills in obviously the league stages for himself in 10,000 plus damage. Only thing, if you look out here, only thing this team has to work on right now, obviously it's a fresh start, is the survival time. Whilst the other teams are moving forward for a 19-minute, 18-minute marker, this team is out there at 16-minute. I mean, talking about the number 16 and 19, it's not that big of a deal, but talk about the seconds that the other teams have survived as compared to yours, right? If you're surviving, you're getting the points. Maybe not the kill points, but the placement points. Either way, it matters.
But I have to say this about 1952. I believe that the reset that is going to occur as far as the scoreboard is concerned works out in this team's favor, because earlier on, week 1, week 2, not good performances from 1952. Week 2, we did see the recovery in their performance. I mean, they were getting more points, they were being more consistent, but week 3 is where they actually really shined really brightly amongst the stars that we have, the star lineups, and that can work out in their favor, as you said, if they are able to carry the momentum, that is.
I mean, a lot of teams shined really brightly on the week 3, right? And those are the teams that the people were not expecting as such, because like everyone was like, yeah, top 5 is looking really good, 6th and 7th teams are looking really good, something like that. But those teams came up, that just means, you know, they are here to dominate again.
Boy, talk about domination. I mean, lads, we know when it comes to domination, the word itself has now in the past 3 weeks been, of course, dominated by these teams joining us from Mongolia, and that is going to be Z3us Esports that I'm talking about. Again, you bring that conversation towards the top of the storyboard, top of that leaderboard. It was Z3us Esports taking a perfect game every single time almost.
That's what I was talking about. 122 kills, 113 kills, 100 kills and 32 kills, right? So Leo was also there, right? So we combine all these players. First Super Weekend, 150 points. Second Super Weekend, 151 points. And third Super Weekend, it's 146 points, getting them to a 447 points of a total for themselves. That just means, right, they were ahead of the competition. They were already thinking out there, and look at the survival times and the damage stats. That just differentiate them from the competition as of now. They need to carry it forward. I mean, that's what it is. And the last day, whenever they saw someone, they just went for the fire.
Exactly. I mean, this team looks pretty deadly. Even towards the end, towards week 3, we see the sub sort of playing in a lot more. Leo was playing a lot more matches, and that's when I think things sort of change with Z3us, depending on who is playing, who is the 4th man, Ably or Leo. But they are really deadly. Once again, an average of, what, 5 kills in every single game, even if they are getting out early. The worst we have seen them is when 1952 actually took them out. They were not expecting it, and that was sort of perfect. So you have to fight Z3us with the same level of aggression that they sort of output. You can't be scared. The moment you back off even a little bit, they are going to put more pressure and they are going to break you down.
Exactly. Talk about Z3us, right? They have a different play style, as you just, see as compared to lobby. They always focus, I mean, most of the teams sometimes like to focus on rotations, then take the fights when they are in the circle, like talk about the 4th or 5th circle, right?
Not Z3us,
this team goes in the circle whilst taking fights, and that's their way to focus on the rotations. You look at it out there. They are looting all the areas, just moving up forward. When they see someone, they just take him down, and then they move inside the circle. That's their way.
And they play the edge quite perfectly, I might say. I mean, the level of gatekeeping that we have seen from their end is impressive. You can't stop them in their tracks as well. Once the circle sort of goes towards a new shift and they are going to try to move in, you can't stop them. Because the moment you fire a shot, these guys are going to be like, oh, we left someone behind. How did we do that? We have to finish them and then move on.
Exactly. I mean, lads, just to kind of summarize that, right? You're talking about comfort level in game, in lobby. And when it comes to Z3us Esports, the comfort level is always having that gun in your hand and dominating no matter who is in your crosshairs. But that is, again, a conversation that can be moved on towards another team that is going to be the Real Soldiers, a team that, as Johnny did mention, had a bit of an up and down sort of a performance, but certainly did dominate when it came down to the matches.
If you talk about DRS, right, they got 392 points. They were close to T2K as compared to Z3us. Like, they were at the second position because Z3us was at 447. T2K was also at 392. But they would like to change that from the new start. Right now, they have seen Z3us's gameplay, they have seen T2K's gameplay, they have seen Carnage's game. Like, they know what the other teams are doing as compared to them, and they would like to just, bring everything in their favor. Talk about Galjan, right? 85 kills. Obviously, he was just against the likes of Steel Shot, Assassin out there. And talk about DRS. They focus much more on the gunfights whenever they get the gunfights, and they don't shy away from them. That's the best part of this team. They always get those points for themselves, and right now, that's needed.
Exactly. This team is a team built of veterans, some of the best players the region has to offer. So as far as the fighting abilities are questioned, I don't think no one wants to test them on that. But the thing that takes DRS down is sometimes they stay they extend the fights way longer than it's necessary to do, and that is something that I think the team has worked upon during those last few weeks.
This thing is good when it's like, you know, first, second and third circle.
Exactly.
Once it's the fourth or fifth circle, and if you're outside the circle, then it sometimes, you know, bites you in the ways you would not want it, right? Because sometimes the fights are happening, because most of the fights we know start happening around like fifth circle or something when the other teams are rotating, or sometimes you have to move forward. So those things is what I would say they'll be looking forward to that.
Absolutely, lads, because again, when you talk about pros, I mean, of course, we've got the entire lobby full of pros, but in that, we've got another interesting turn of events where we are going to be looking at all these pros being the pro, being the number one, wearing this special set of course, outfit, and this is going to be fabulous. I mean, the colors, the domination, it's all going to bring up that aggression from these teams.
Wow. That looks amazing.
Oh yes.
Talk about aggression. It speaks aggression. Look at the player, you know, just holding that arm onto the back inside. I mean, you're looking out there, but you look at that person because he has a sniper. He does not want to be seen. He just wants to be you know, heard around with that boom headshot.
The graphic takes care of everything, right? You've got a smoke being set up as well. You've got the back end being sorted, and that's
synergistic
the kind
gameplay.
of play you need. That's the kind of dynamic play you need when it comes to a team. But with that, let's get our conversation started. Let's get the story started when it comes to the PMPL South Asia Finals. It is time to move on to the schedule where we did discuss we are going to be adding on one more game when it comes to these finals.
Exactly, so schedule has changed a little bit. As you said, instead of 5, we're going to have 6 matches, but it is all, once again, going to start off on Erangel, followed by Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, and then Erangel again. So we're going to have those aggressive performances, and as Ocean was mentioning with F4, being good on Miramar. Not just them, R3D has had good performances on this map as well. So they get that one opportunity. They need to make sure that they are building up to that opportunity before you reach Miramar. So Erangel is going to be important. Sanhok is going to be important as well.
True. Exactly.
Today's day is going to be really crucial for all 16 teams, because what team is going to be able to, you know, get themselves that pump, that boost onto that storyboard is going to be able to dominate in the next few days as well. Hopefully, maybe, but that is going to be the question.
We have seen this during the Super Weekends, I mean, during the league stages. You get the lead in week 1 just like Zeus did. They were sitting on the second position inside of the top 3. And then they were almost unbeatable during the future weeks. I mean, they've had bad days as well, but no one was able to catch up to them. Why? Because they had a good lead.
Ocean, one final question before we move on into the game, mate. Now, finally, we've got Z3us Esports, yes, but along with Z3us Esports, we also have Seal stepping into the lobby. There is a rivalry that's been going on forever between these
If you're just, you know, looking forward to everything, Skylight Gaming is the defending champions as well.
All right, well, all right, enough said, enough said. No more questions being asked. Let's move on into the game itself. It is finally time to step into game number 1 of the PMPL South Asia Final Season 3. It is time to move on to the Erangel boys, and it is, of course, XP and Play taking us through this game.
Thank you again for that blotter. Thank you, Johnny, as well as Ocean right there. You're looking very shiny, very sharply dressed as well. And of course, you know, speaking of everyone, hopefully everyone is feeling healthy at home as well. It looks like we're all ready to jump on in. Speaking of being in the pink of health, XP, you're looking pretty...
Pretty? I'm looking pretty. I thought I'd rock the bow tie today, just, you know, because I do actually like them. But anyway,
it's a special occasion.
Let's not keep it about me. I know you want to talk about me all the time, but something's happening because the portals above are going to open, and for the very first time in the finals, take it away.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 about to go live as we jump into the first game of the finals here of PMPL South Asia Season 3. And once more, it's going to start off the way it always does. It is going to be an Erangel. It is going to be towards Severny. And it's going to be heading all the way towards Primorsk. And now, XP, listen, we know how these teams like to play. We know where they like to drop towards, but now it is the finals. Are we going to be seeing any switcheroos?
A lot on stake for all these teams. Of course, only 9 are going to go forward to the regional finals. Now, the analyst desk kind of did brush up on one point. Z3us Esports is finally going to be playing, and well, I want to see what they do against Zeus. But as of right now, R3D, as usual, are going to be heading towards Kameshki, the place they like calling home. And I'm not going to expect any changes in the drop spots, except I'm wondering, or I'm rather curious as to what's going to happen at Georgia Paul, because again, Z3us Esports like heading to Georgia Paul from time and time out. Z3us Esports like heading there as well, and we might just see some early clashes play.
That'll be interesting. Zeus obviously being the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse during the group stages and the super weekends. And you know what? it kind of felt like in the final week they were just playing just to kill people. Now, are they going to switch it up? Are they going to be showing a bit of restraint here in the grand finals?
You know, talking about restraint, I mean, we did see Icy with some amazing plays, you know, sneaking around his prey and making sure he decimates and wipes out his opponents. However, oh well. There's the first curveball play, as a circle is going to be different. They're like, you know what, it is the finals, it is a special occasion, let's make it interesting. It is going to be up north, and quite a bit is going to be in water, so teams like PN Crew should expect heavy teams coming in at Severny. That could be problematic, but looks like Magnet has spotted the enemy. StalwartFlex, oh, that was a good shot.
That was a very good shot, but close, but no cigar. Now, Tawfik is nearby as well. He's going to land, and Magnet has conveyed information that StalwartFlex, a couple of members, have trapaced their way past him, and it looks like they're going to be fine right now. So, yeah, early shots being fired, but no real damage being dealt. There we go, StalwartFlex. As we all know, they like to head towards, they're going to be heading towards a military base. Circle be damned. They are going to be going where they like to call home.
Yes, sir, of course. I'm going to say it again. There are certain things that... Wait. Oh, I thought that was an enemy coming by. Well, there are things that are certain in life, of course. Blade, would you like to recall what it is? What's one?
Death, taxes, and StalwartFlex heading to the military island. Even if they're like even if they're playing Sanhok, I wonder. I wonder if they land on Sanhok or Miramar and they're like, hey, where's the military island?
Even if the plane path was from Zarki to Kameshki, they would still drive down to the military island. But now, have a look at the circle. Of course, we did see that earlier. Now, we were talking about Seal Esports and Z3us Esports. So, only a little body of water is going to be dividing the two teams, as Seal Esports are going to be up north and Z3us are spread out down below.
We do have a little bit of a story here, don't we? Like Seal Esports, they played
15 games play.
They played 15 games. Almost everyone else here have played 45. Some have played 30, but yeah, minimum of 30 games to qualify here. Seal played only the first Super Weekend, had over 190 points. They did not qualify for the second and the third Super Weekend. They fell flat, coming bottom last during the league stage in Group 2 and Group 3. Now, the big question mark here is they've had like 4 or 5 days off to kind of ponder, think about how they want to approach this. One thing we know is they do have the skill set. They do have the players. Sure, some people might say maybe the zone favored them a little bit in week 1, but still, 190 points in 3 days of play is still 190 points. The question here is, which Seal are we going to be seeing in the server today? Is it going to be week 1 Seal or week 2 and week 3?
Well, I mean, just taking a trip down memory lane, if you do want to talk about week 1, Z3us Esports were kind of overshadowed by Seal Esports' performance, and ever since, it's been a switcheroo, because Z3us have just been running away with the show, and I do want to see whether that's going to be the case here today as well, but I do believe if there is one team that can give them a run for their money, it's going to be the gentlemen on our screens. Now, the question is, are they mentally prepared? Because, again, you know, it would have been nerve-wracking a little bit, the fact that, you know, we might make it, we might not make it, but they are here, and, well, it's time to put your best foot forward.
Yeah, I mean, it has been the highest of highs and the lowest of lows over the past 3 weeks here for the side of Seal Esports, but, you know, they do manage to qualify by the skin of their teeth, and, yeah, I want to see them perform. I want to see them try and challenge Z3us Esports, who, so far, I won't lie, look, Carnage have been fantastic, Deadeyes Guys have been phenomenal, DRS Gaming, these Nepali teams have been looking so bloody good. We've had even StalwartFlex, A1 Esports, everyone stepping up, almost every team we're playing here today deserve to be here. Everyone has shown what they can deliver. However, Z3us, they just seem to be a cut above the rest.
I mean, yeah, you know, every single team has had their time in the sun, but it kind of looks like the sun is owned by Z3us Esports at this point, and it did kind of seem like they were taking a lot of chances in the last week. Of course, when you are head and shoulders above everyone else in the overall rankings, you can kind of switch things up. But right now, it does look like Deadeyes Guys are going to anticipate the circle going a bit up north as they move north of Razok, the place that they love dropping by. And again, since there's no competition, all they're going to have to do is wait for the enemy to come towards them. And it does seem like DRS could be heading in that direction. Now, PN Crew, we did kind of mention that, you know, Severny is where they drop and loot up, but have a look at this. They are moving out to that high mountain just west of Severny, which, let me tell you one thing, Blay, is the right call, because as I said earlier, Severny, it is a small city, but it's got a lot of concrete walls to hide behind, and expect a tremendous amount of teams heading in that direction sooner or later.
Well, of course, we do have on our screen 7C, who are going to be actually heading out of the play zone, which is interesting. They're going to be heading right outside of the play zone and going to be maybe looting up a few of these compounds around here. That's an interesting decision from 7C. One would imagine they would be pushing in deeper into the play zone, but it seems like they have some plan in mind.
Well, there you have it. It did kind of look like Deadeyes Guys' first shots are going to be fired on the members from DRS Gaming. Now, you know, when you're coming west from Yasnaya, there are only one of two routes you can take, and you don't want to go south of the river because if everyone's been doing their homework, they know that Deadeyes Guys land at Rozhok. They know high voltage likes to land at the school and the apartments nearby. So it's a smart decision. And again, Severny is going to be a hotbed of action. And mind you, R3D Esports are still in the circle towards the east, all the way at Stolber. And, you know, I'm looking at my map right now, Blaine. 7C Esports, I kind of have an idea what they might want to try and do, but it could be problematic. If they go along the western coast of Erangel, they're not only going to hit Z3us Esports head-on, but if they also go up against Seal Esports, ooh, it might just be a tough day at work.
Yeah, we do have Carnage here now. They might... Okay, they thought the coast was clear. It is indeed clear, but they are very, very close to PN Crew's position, who, like you pointed out, they have opted to loot up early towards Severny and head west. And now Skylight Gaming, we've seen this happen in the past. We saw this last week, XP. They went up against Z3us Esports for this, on this particular mountain, and it did not go right for them.
And it was the gentleman on our screens right now who kind of got that first knock and pushed up. But again, like you say, when you commit at the king, you better not miss. And a few shots did not find their mark, as a result of which Z3us didn't just decimate one team, but multiple teams on that mountain that people call it Everest, but we like calling it Olympus.
And rightfully so. Z3us do heading that direction. However, it looks like it's a bit of a stalemate towards the South Georgia area right now, and there's a bit of a stalemate over here as well. Looking at the next play zone, again, Severny is going to be pretty much smack center as Mafia Ninja taking it slow, taking it passive. They're pushing very deep, and they don't need to budge right now.
That was, I mean, I did kind of call it, but again, Godless is going to show that trigger discipline, so that kind of answers your question right now. They're not going to be firing willy-nilly, but looks like shots have been fired, and Memo is going to come under attack.
He is indeed, and there we go, Icy. An M16 in hand. He's going to get the right angle. Burst fires, control burst. Is he going to find a final mark? Yes, he will. And there's going to be Icy getting the knock onto Memo. Now Fear and Turulov as Godless. He's taking a bit of damage from Fear, and Fear might be pushing up here for the fight, trying to take down Godless. But if he pushes on up, Icy's there with his mini, looking to provide covering fire, and Zeol coming into the assist his teammate as well. I like how Godless has just dropped on down, and he's now forcing out the player who was on the hunt to rethink his approach, and Zeol is right next to him. So Fear could be in a bit of a pickle. That nade could be... No, it's not going to find him, but it was very close indeed.
But now it looks like Fair is going to be on the defensive as Venom Legends are going to come in play as well. Turulov taking shots from both ends. And this kind of concerns me right now because this fight is taking place outside the circle as Steel Shot goes down. But one of these teams need to move out ASAP.
They need to indeed. And Z3us Esports taking a fight, taking a battle with two teams simultaneously. Venom Legends and 7C. This four-man squad of assassins looking to take everyone down. So, well, Zeol though, a reply knock coming in from Turulov. He's got a bit of cover to work with. Now, Wally in the meantime is going up against Skylight Gaming. That's Seal duking it out with Skylight Gaming towards North Georgia. But we can get back to it later on because right now this is interesting here. Godless is priming that nade. Oh, the timing could be perfect, and it is indeed. Godless will nuke Fear down to his knees. The res comes on in for Zeol as well, and 7C one by one. They are starting to falter. Icy taking a knock, and I do believe the finish as well onto Frypan. And they are just winning every single knock. Void coming in as well. He could be spotted out. He's taking a bit of damage, and Icy spots him out, goes for the spray. The res should come in here. They have a little bit of cover, but the blue zone pushing in means it's going to be very tricky indeed for Venom Legends.
I like the fact, I was going to mention this, that Rig and Turulov, they have that opportunity now to kind of evacuate this city because Venom Legends kind of just helped them out, but now Venom Legends could be in a world of trouble themselves. We did see Void go and get the revive, and you know what, the first aid would be administered in time. However, I wonder if Z3us Esports are going to wait out in the blue, and ooh, I barely missed that. Rafith is so close, he is not making any sounds.
Well, now he does. He unleashes a hail of bullets, but oh, the moment he takes a shot, 3 guns look in his direction, and Rafat, he's taking damage to the blue. He's so very low. Molotov tossed in towards the door.
Beautiful.
The perfect Molotov there. Rafat will be knocked down, and that is going to be it. Zeol, is he going to be going in for the finish? It is unnecessary. It's a confirmed kill. There we go. Abel's Molotov and the bullets from Zeol doing the work, and with that, it has been a slaughter towards South Georgia Pole, and of course, Z3us Esports going to be coming out on top. All 4 players still alive.
I mean, this is something that we did kind of expect, so to speak, and I kind of thought that maybe, you know, they might take a game or two to just warm themselves up, but it looks like the warm-up session has already concluded, and these boys are going to be firing on all cylinders. Now, I am having a look at my circle, as it does look like C- from 1952 takes out a member. Have a look at 7C. They are coming back to where they should have been at the beginning. Now, remember, they went left of Everest on your screens, and I called it. The moment they went out of the circle, I was like, this is not looking good.
That's not a right call. And now Zeus chasing down 1952's Tawfik, and they're going to be charging with StalwartFlex, A1 Esports, Skylight Gaming, and Seal. Oh boy, this is going to get messy indeed. The zone is shrinking in the next few seconds we're going to be figuring out, or we're going to be seeing which path these teams have to take. Seal Esports on his screens. So far, all 4 players still alive and a kill to their name.
I believe we're going to go towards Severny. You say it might be wrong, but
there we go.
It is going to be a northern shift, and PN Crew right in the thick and thin of all the action, as Wally is going to be just outside the compound where StalwartFlex are right now.
Can we take a look at this zone very quickly? Very quickly. Can you take a look at the map? Look at Zeus. They actually opted to go through the Georgie Bridge, which is very surprising considering it's Z3us Esports.
I mean, again, see, I kind of feel that they're a very tactically adept team. So that is the right call over here. You want to make sure that you miss out all those fights, but it looks like StalwartFlex are going to be pushing up on Wally's position, and that grenade just took him down.
Did he time that? Like, it seemed like the nade was just lobbed in half an hour back, and now Ankle tapping away, not quite able to land the shots onto reviews. Now, Wally is bleeding out, and it looks like his days are numbered. So even though he gets a knock, the finish won't take place. And that is going to be StalwartFlex keeping all 4 players alive. And it looks like Wally will be the first casualty for his team.
Now, you got to be careful over here, because Seal Esports, little do they know, now they probably think that they're the northernmost team as far as Georgia Paul is concerned. Zeus could be coming in from behind, which could be detrimental to their plans of making it to the regional finals. However, PN Crew picking a fight with T2K.
I'm surprised how T2K managed to... oh, they didn't waste any time. They just rammed their vehicle straight into the water, and they're going to be playing the beach. Now, that could either come and bite them in the butt later on, or it could give them a very good angle to work with, but Utsarga gets spotted out.
However, the fact that PN Crew are currently shooting down from this position, you can't see it on our screens. There you go, there you go. You have a look at Season. Not Season, I beg your pardon. Legend is a bit further out near the beach itself, so he can actually get a few angles in on T2K, and you know, we might just see a little bit of shooting fish in a barrel situation over here. But he's got to be careful, because once he lets those shots loose, he's potentially giving away his position, Blake.
T2K, very, very proactive with trying to push themselves into the water. Now, bear in mind, they have 3 players left alive. Rated and Utsarga are towards the beach, but they still have G.I. Jane floating around behind PN Crew. So they need to be wary of the Dergo. G.I. Jane way further away from the rest of his teammates.
I do like the fact that smokes are going to be deployed. In fact, you know, making sure that they have cover all around. But Deadeyes Guys, ooh, Shifu, sir, you are definitely optimistic. As he goes right between the people, and Anubis is going to get knocked down.
How? The guy just, it's almost a drive-by. Hungry Box getting shot at by Edgar. And there we go, Hungry Box finally dropped. But it is going to be by Aussie from High Voltage. And the finish doesn't quite take place, though. So I believe Deadeyes Guys, yeah, the knock is there, but the rest should be coming in, as they will confirm the kill onto the 1 member of R3D. Now, Deadeyes Guys are in a bit of the meat in this chicken sandwich here. High Voltage on the right side, R3D on the left-hand side. But Deadeyes Guys, they are a top 5 team from the Super Weekend, so they know what they're doing here. As the new zone is going to be on your screens in the next couple of seconds.
Oh, there you have it. And again, PN Crew are going to be one lucky bunch. But have a look at Z3us Esports. They are sticking to the periphery of the circle this time, Blade. They're not going to be randomly going to the center, shooting willy-nilly and getting knocked out. But someone who is going to get knocked out is Magnet, as he finds a few bullets from Uzum's M4.
Good return fire coming in from C minor on entry. They have got Uzum very, very low indeed, as High Voltage going in for the rotation. T2K in the grass has been spotted out, as Carnage are unleashing on towards StalwartFlex in the meantime. Now, High Voltage, They had a very good angle onto Deadeyes Guys, but them going in for this play means they're going to be pretty much, well, not sitting ducks, moving ducks. Well, Extreme will have to go prone for the time being, but it looks like this rotation is going to work out for High Voltage. As I say that, it is going to be an explosion, and Cooney on the ground. DRS unloading onto High Voltage. It was the right rotation from High Voltage, but little did they know they were going to be moving in to DRS's position, and now you only have 2 members standing. The rest needs to come in ASAP for Cooney.
It should be coming in any second now, as F4 are going to move in the fray as well. Khan, in fact, going right towards High Voltage's position. However, he's got to be careful because DRS could put him down on the ground onto his knees, of course, as Ozim gets another knock. Now, something surprising over here. Z3us Esports are finally putting the aggro up a little bit as they want to basically take over PN Crew's position, as Voltrox is going to get himself shot by a Jane.
Well, it is going to be 9boy, actually, I do believe, who steals the knock away from Jane. Amongst all the chaos, I don't think F4 is still aware of GI Jane's position. Wolverine down on his knees. StalwartFlex will be the first team to be eliminated. That is a bit of a surprise for me. Explosions galore. Khan, barely on a sliver of HP, will be spotted out from the distance by Gyalzen as he's looking to finish him off. Wolverine will be finished off. F4 Khan on his knees, as he's pointed out. An assassin spotted out by Gyalzen. A bit of a headshot angle. And things are looking very picklish for a number of teams here, DRS included. Now, the good thing with DRS is even though Gyalzen is outside of the play zone, 2 of his teammates are inside of the play zone. So DRS, even though they're split in pairs of 2, are in a pretty good spot at the moment.
Again, it's something that the other teams would not expect, as F4, like I said, is going to get eliminated. They're kind of not in the best of positions. Now, Mafia Ninja is going to try and move up on this hill, as Cooney and Assassin are going to try their best to make sure that doesn't happen. But elsewhere, Carnage Esports are going to be opening up on PN Crew, who look like they're in trouble. Again, I like the fact that the teams are splitting up, babe, because even PN Crew are split. 2 of their members are going to be by the beach, while 2 of them are pretty much right next to Z3us Esports, as Dante is going to get spotted out. The DP-28 rattling off those bullets as it usually does. And Jane still in this position. Now, the thing is, when he wants to move out, it could get a little tricky, as he has been spotted.
He has been spotted and pinned down, but looking at the number of teams right now, it's going to be very hard to have attention on just the one player. Rig with a nice little turn on the vehicle there, but he will be spotted out. They run under bullets right before they get the knock, but the Blue's going to be moving on in. He needs to heal himself now, or the zone is going to be taking out Rig, and there you have it. He will be finished off by the zone in the end, and with that 7C will be no more. 13 teams remain, 39 players still left alive in the server, and DRS, well, Nima is healing himself, but A1 might be going in for the push and the kill.
Now, this is when Jane from D2K can actually make a move, because A1 Esports are going to be engaged with High Voltage, and there you have it. 6ix9ine is going to keep an eye out. Ooh, that's a bit tricky. When you have a buggy over there, it should have been a little bit of an option to take it. However, this is obviously going to cost T2K one of their mem.
He did get the 1 kill, so I guess it's kind of, you know, even Stevens. So they still have those 2 players alive towards the beach, but now they have to move on in as well. Meanwhile, DRS...
Plus, you know what they say, right? 3's a crowd.
2's company, 3's a crowd. Something a few people should be more aware of. A1, they're going to be going for the last push. The problem is they have to contend with DRS and High Voltage waiting for them, and DRS are going to use that opportunity to try and leg it, and that vehicle, that UAZ, is taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately for 9boy, not quite able to convert it into an explosion, and now it is going to be a desperate push by A1. They have 3 kills to have all 4 players alive, and they are going to be getting shot at by a multitude of teams, as High Voltage will also ride the lightning out of the server.
I love that. I love that, as they are going to be exiting this first game. Now, A1 Esports do have a couple of options. They can head along that, but wait a second, because it looks like Z3us Esports are finally opening up once again, as teams are going to be clashing. Bullets are going to be flying, bodies are going to be dropping, and that might be a devastating nade for that little makeshift fortification, and that one's going to find its mark, and Z3us Esports look like they're in trouble.
They are, but they reply back with a nade of their own. It's a little too deep, though. Heaven X is doing fantastic work as Zeus now. They need to get 2 reses in. Icy laying down some smoke cover, but they are pinned down, and they're looking like they are kind of done for. The second nade as well. Oh, this could be massive here. It is a tactical nuke, a double tactical nuke being deployed. Another one from Heaven. He's going to find almost every single one, and they're going to get wiped out by Heaven. It is a nuclear assault by Heaven X, and he wipes out Z3us Esports single-handedly.
I mean, there were a lot of flaws with that play by Z3us Esports over there. Of course, we all know they are competitive players and they can get the job done, but we come back to that in a second, as it looks like Z3us Esports are now going to be laying down the pressure on 1952. Funny how fire still burns in so much water.
Gasoline burns on water.
Ah, there you go, but it should be on the surface because, well...
Listen, let's not. It's a video game, all right? It's still a video game. Now, with one team out of the equation, with Z3us getting wiped out by one man, that means it is the opportunity of the other Mongolian team to step up and deliver. Seal, they have all three players alive. They're in a fantastic position on the edge, as well as DRS. These three members still alive. They are wreaking havoc. As A1 goes up against Skylight, and Jax is going to finish off Skylight Gaming. Despite their heroics, despite the fact that Skylight Gaming wiped out Z3us Esports, they will in turn meet their maker.
You know, I did like their idea. However, the fortification that they kind of made were a bit too cramped, and that is what led them to their downfall, as Sinister is going to get spotted by SnipYT. Of course, opting for a DP28 instead of a bolt action as per his name. But look at A1 Esports right now, Blade, leading the charge as far as kills go. 6 to their name already, and just as I say that, another one bites the dust.
Oh man, looking at the next zone, it is actually favoring Deadeyes Guys, but they are in the water. And look at that. Deadeyes Guys have just opted to head straight into the water. Look at T2K.
We did kind of see that earlier, but DRS are looking good because they have the only high ground in the circles as of right now, but a massive push could be coming in by PN Crew. Now, oh, that was a bit drastic as SnipYT is going to get taken down. His revive is going to come in, but again, they are fighting against the clock right now, Blade, because in about 10 seconds, the blue zone is going to move and they are going to have to skedaddle. Have a look at this fortification.
This is great for now, but the next zone could screw them over because it's open terrain, actually. It's completely open terrain.
I do completely agree with you. That is why they do have their vehicles, which I would there you have it. They are going to position them a bit further up. What I would do right now is, you see that little slope just before the road? I would go and park the cars right there to make sure, in case I need a fortification, I can always move up.
Look at Zake. Look at Zake. He's just pushing in. He's just pushing in on his vehicle, and he is going to just take the fight to PN Crew. He's had enough. Z3us Esports, they seem to be alive. It looks like the phones are recharged and plugged on in. They're here to play, baby. As Zake is going to get the knock onto Ayush with an AKM, pushing up further towards PN Crew's position. He spots out a second player as well. Second knock coming in for Zake. He's looking for the finish. He's looking for the wipe. And PN Crew, they are in a world of pain. Zake holding that forward button and just pushing up, unaware that there is a T2K player right beneath him, but he doesn't care. He is on a warpath.
Oh my god, this man is relentless. He is not looking to stop right now, and I think Rated could be spotted out as well. He wants to wipe out PN Crew once and for all here.
Seal Baron as well, taking a fight to T2K. He's going to get another knock, in T2K, I believe, are down to just one member in the water. That's Rated, sir, hasn't been spotted out here, as Zake, he is unleashing hell upon both the teams here. That is Deadeyes Guys and PN Crew. The nade a little too deep though, and Zake, he is going to continue to harass, to bully, to abuse PN Crew. That was a smoke, thankfully, for PN Crew. But Sunation Legend, they were in such a great position earlier on, XP, but right now, they are caught between a rock and a very, very hard place, as Baron will be finished off by Suyok, looking for the second knock as well, and they reply back, and Seal will be eliminated by PN Crew.
7th position, 7 kills, but they did make a statement. The aggression is going to be all theirs. Now the circle is going to be changing in about a few seconds. The question is, are DRS going to be happy with this fortification that they have made? However, the fact that they have those vehicles is something that's going to help them. Now, T2K, we did kind of see them out of the water. They're going to be knocked out, as well as DE are going to come under fire from PN Crew, but I like the fact that they are retaliating. But now, as we wait with bated breath, is this going to be DRS's zone play? Oh,
no,
it
it's
isn't.
not. No, it's not. Now they have to make a move. Now they're going to be exposed, and all everyone has to do is bide the time.
However, they're the only team with vehicles as of now.
Which can also make you a moving target, though, right? As PN Crew, they are unloading on the Deadeyes Guys. I don't know how this two-man crew of PN have been alive for so very long. They have taken out Hungry Box. That means for Deadeyes Guys, for PN Crew, they have 2 players left alive, as well as for A1 Esports. Carnage is alive just with 1 member, that's SnipYT. And for DRS, they have all 3 members alive and kicking. But the problem is, as we pointed out, XP, now they need to leave their fortifications and make a move. And before they do so, they try to whittle away their opponents. Suyok's going to be spotted and finished off. And Deadeyes Guys are left with only Shifusa.
Now, these smoke grenades are going to be deployed as Deadeyes Guys Shifusa. I was going to talk about him right now. He does have that angle on PN Crew, and looks like Legend could be in a world of trouble, but he has been spotted by Sandesh. Lovely idea for him to come forward. Now, they do have a little bit of cover over there as far as that drop goes, but A1 Esports, now this is risky. You are giving your cues out, and looks like from afar, Nima takes Jax off, and wait a second.
How does he die? How does he not die? I don't even know. And it's going to be Sandesh who's going to wipe them out. He wipes out both the teams. And now it's DRS going up against P and Crew. Sandesh and Legend up against AJ, Nima and Mafia Ninja. AJ's going to get the knock and the finish. It's all on Sandesh. He's got the crate for cover, but he is being hounded from multiple directions. A triangle of doom settling down upon him, getting shot at from 3 directions simultaneously, and he will not stay alive for much more longer. DRS Gaming are going to win the first chicken dinner of the finals here in PMPL Season 3.
The real soldiers getting it done, and looks like, again, the tactical prowess was on display. The fact that they had their vehicles till the end, it did come in handy, but again, you know, all that commotion, all the back and forth that was going on, all the third party was what eventually led to the downfall for a lot of teams. But again, lovely way to start off these finals play. I'm enjoying myself right now.
I'm ready. I'm already feeling my voice kind of giving out here. It's just been the first game. We have 6 games taking place here today. It's going to be double Erangels, double Sanhok, double Miramar. Coming up next, I do believe, is the analyst desk.
It is going to be the analyst desk. So what we're going to do is take a quick little break. You know it's going to be a quick one. And you all stick around for some more action. We'll be back after this.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the finals that we're in. First game coming to an end, and that was just the start to the day, an aggressive start to that, of course, where teams have just been dominating in all of this. It is, of course, a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Brother. Let's move on to, of course, Johnny, and of course, it is going to be Ocean Sharma. Dude, we were just discussing, is the game up to mark? What do you think?
I think it's way past the mark that we expected. That's what I have to say.
Exactly. We're talking about the MVP. It's Sandesh from PN Crew. 5 kills, 495 damage, 25 plus minutes of survival time, and 229 healing ton. While talking about the area, right? They had that open area, the shore side for themselves. So the final airdrop, yes, it was there, but it could not help them against the number of players that were out there. We're talking about his contribution right now. We talk about it. 22.6% of assists done. But talk about that as well with the damage stats. It has been looking really good.
Yeah, it does look really good, and so did the performance of the entire team of PN Crew. I mean, just taking the shoreline quite earlier on and holding on to that position till the very end. Well, till the very end until they got taken out over there. But, I mean, an amazing performance nonetheless. And as you were saying, I mean, was the game up to the mark that we expect? I mean, and I said, it's way past it. This was an explosive match, quite literally for a few teams.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, just to kind of summarize that thought as well, right? I mean, PN Crew, yes, they were looking really confident and they had that control, but Zaki coming in from Z3us Esports, he almost dominated them. Almost. That was top-notch play coming in from Zaki, of course. With that, let's move on and have a look at the top players coming in from this game.
Well, talk about the top players right now. That's going to be Shifu sir as well. I mean, if you're using a Vector and an M16 for your final fights, I mean, Shifusa was looking really good. AJ was out there, and Saki, well, we talk about the man, 512 damage coming out with 22 plus minutes of survival time. But boy, oh boy, if I were to talk about this, right, teams from Nepal seems like they are determined to be on the top of the leaderboards right from the get-go.
I mean, and that is something that they have to do if they want to be ahead of the competition. And because, I mean, the competition is definitely going to be tough. We saw how this game started. With Z3us Esports, I mean, getting the first pick, but the first blood came in for Z3us Esports as they were just holding on to that Georgia Pool city and not allowing teams to pass through.
Let's not talk about it, right? Because you know how it just went down, right? One team comes in, they start taking fight. There's another team, they're like, all right, let's leave this for a while, we'll take fight from them.
What a game. What a wonderful game this was. With that, let's have a look at the match summary coming in from the first game. That is going to be bringing up some interesting stats where, of course, you talk about the highest damage. It is.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, Heaven has the highest kills, right? 5 kills. 4 came
of
from
them.
one grenade that was
Yeah.
tossed towards the players of Z3us Esports.
Oh yes.
Well, that just, totally shifted the momentum from one team to the other, right? You remember how, if you talk about Skylight Gaming, I mean, they are the defending champions, so again, they just have to do something out of the box to take a team that was looking really dominant. Yes. Why not just
But
use grenades in the perfect place?
Again, right, when you talk about the perfect play coming in from this team, there were only 2 lads alive. As they moved and made that rotation, it was A1 Esports who caught them off guard and brought them down. So again, you bring it down towards the regions itself. As you just clearly stated, it is the Mobile region taking a big domination in this game.
Exactly, and that is something that we were expecting, right? Because a lot of teams during the closing weeks of the Super Weekends, during the closing week of the league stages, they were building up that momentum. We saw a shift in the play style as well. And as every single interview we had, everyone was like, all right, we are prepping. Finally, the prep is being showcased.
And it is done, and this is the time where we move on along and have a look at the storyboard from this first game. That is, of course, going to bring up the match ranking, where we know who got the chicken dinner, but how were the kills distributed?
Well, I mean, we have had talks with our fellow casters as well, talking about casters from a Nepali region, right? That's where Ansh is. He taught me a few lines here and there, so I would just like to use that. So, sorry if I'm wrong, but DRS Zerai Ramro Kilo, that's what I have learned as of now. So 9 kills coming up from this team, 24 points out there. PN Crew has been looking really good with this one as well, but if we just, move up forward, A1 Esports, they are picking up their pace again. I mean, no doubt about that.
Again, right off the bat, A1 Esports deliver a sort of performance that we expect from them. Equal placement points, equal kills right there. But as we move forward, Z3us Esports, the way they started this match up, I mean, that Georgia Pool City hold was impressive. But then again, this is what we always say about them. They have to know when to stop being aggressive inside the match. They were continuously pushing teams. They decided to push Carnage Esports. They stopped them. Out of nowhere comes Skylight Gaming. 2 nades tossed in towards Z3us Esports. That's it. That's the team's exit.
Well, whenever you bring up these sort of stats, of course, it is the rotations that certainly at times work in teams' favor, and at times and moments they do not. So let's take a look at, of course, the zone analysis, which will summarize it all.
We already just, thought of it, right? It's going to be a show circle, obviously just moving on to the sides of Severny, and that's where, once it's moving out there, so teams have lesser area to move forward. You remember 7C took a fight at George Bull, and then they obviously started moving on to the Rozok side, because they knew the circle was not obviously, favoring them. But look at this shift. So it does not look like a harsh shift, but it was a drastic shift, as many teams had to look forward to. They stay in water, or they stay on the shorelines. That's where T2K was, PN Crew was. Look at PN Crew. I mean, one player already went out there just to look around the shorelines area, but DRS, they had a very good area for themselves. Had a minute cover where they parked their vehicles, just stayed there, took all the fights, and then once it was time to move, they moved in. They had a good area in the open road and took the fights.
Yeah, and taking the shoreline, as you said earlier on in the game, did provide them the advantage. Was this shift that they had to sort of fight their way out of, and they did in fact make it to the very edge, but it does get a little chaotic where you have A1 Esports, Carnage, Sniper Whitey, he was also trying to close in. But in those final situations, numbers advantage is something that is very, very important.
Always is. Whenever you talk about those final moments, those final fights in the final circle, the more players alive in your team, the better chances you will probably have. But at times, we've also seen that one-man squad could very well bring you guys down, and that is the domination that this entire lobby brings to the table. With that, let's move on with these wonderful moments that these lads just spoke about to the opponents.
It started off with Zeus only, and then we were like, again? When it just, happened. But look at the way they were just, moving forward with the fights. And then there, I guess we're going to see the moment in which the vehicle was taken. Alright, no, that's not it. But this grenade, I mean, it was timed to be in a right timing at the wrong place. I mean, the player did go down first.
So here's the thing, Wally knew he was going to get taken out, but he was like, how can I trade myself out? Because his teammates weren't there, he was overextended. His teammates were trying to provide the cover fire, but still the distance was like, I believe, 150 meters or something.
True. This is where, it was just, happening. But out of, every fight, I would just say the final fights was something that just were out of a stretch. Because if you look forward to the, after this, but if you look forward to the fights that were happening, right? So many open area. It's not like you'll be getting cover of the houses or something, because it's just open. Yeah, there are ridges, there are areas, but all around that, you have to look at your field of view is the open areas. That's where you're taking all the fights.
Exactly, and in those open areas, the more noise you make, the more you try and take this fight. This was quite unfortunate. A few seconds earlier, Jax was sitting on the back of that buggy. He got taken down. Then the slam-in happens. Carnage, this player, just picks him up. PN crew sort of coming from the red. They pick the player from Carnage, I believe it was Sniper, and then DRS were like, all right, time to end things right here. This is done.
Well, absolutely, mates. But with that, when we look at the damage histograph this time around, this is the start that we wanted. Yes, there are a few teams there that we would have wanted to see a lot more kills coming into their favor. But it is just
you want me to say it?
No, I know it. But again, 3 teams with no kills. But yeah, go on. From Zeus.
Again, if you survived Zeus, you got decent number of kills.
That happened. It shows with the damage as well.
Yeah.
Starting from 1347 to 1612. I mean, DE had the second highest damage numbers out the 1610. That was just 2 damage points shying away from DRS. But you know, in this one, I love one thing now. Once you're getting kills for yourself, you're getting kills for the teams as your team as well.
Yes.
But you know, the MVP of the finals, that money's on the line as well. But if you remember, there was one thing we talked about: kill leaders previously. Godless was there, IC, Zol, Crypto, Steel Shot Assassin. Those players were there. DRS was the one with the second highest points for themselves. But you don't see one player. That just means all 4 players play synergistically in their best ways. That's the reason. From there to here, I would say DRS is one team that is the most consistent right now.
Well, they are the real soldiers. There's no two ways about it, right? They are going to be bringing that sort of a synergistic play when it comes to the games. And of course, we've seen and they have showcased that as well when it comes to all the games that, of course, have taken place till now. But now is the finals. Now is the moment that there are going to be some weird strats, some crazy strats that are going to be brought on board, and that will be showcased by these games. With that, let's move on with the schedule and have a look at where are we going to be landing on to next when it comes to the map.
Well, the next destination in this journey is going to be the map of Sanhok, where, I mean...
The moist one.
The moist one, yes. But despite the moistness of the map, it can get pretty deadly as well at the same time. I mean, contrary to what you might expect, I mean, this is not a place where you go for vacation. Even though it has the Paradise Resort.
Yeah, that's what, you don't focus on Paradise as much as you focus on boot camp for yourself, right? Just to showcase your talent.
Talk about focusing boot camp. Who is going to challenge Zeus now?
Well, you know, Z3us Esports, they have a lot of rivalry going on when it comes to the lobby.
Yeah, but now the reset has happened, right? Now they don't have points. If they get taken out, they lose out on points.
Yeah, that's true, right? But out here in the map chance, we see high voltage. We see 7C, the team that went down with no points in the previous game. R3D's out here, DE's out here. And I would love to see this, right? When we talk about consistency, this has been the case. Last time, if you remember the PMPL finals previously, it was Skylight Gaming ASL then. Obviously got 3 second winners and they consistently, you know, had those points for themselves. If we talk about DRS right now, if they go consistently, they might have the points good for. If a team from the lower side comes back, maybe Zeus, maybe 7C might just go good.
And I look at it in a way as a revenge story. Last time DRS barely missed out on the trophy.
Well, the rivalries have just picked up pace on day number 1 itself, and that is what is going to make it that much more entertaining. With that, let's move on to our duo that are calling themselves the Panda Bros. Yes, am I correct? Finally got it done. Alright, it is of course going to be Necro and Pain Fixes to take you through the second game.
Thank you, sir. And yes, the Panda brothers are back in town, and here we are with the finals and the second match yet to go live as we head on into Sanhok. Well, it's been a Nepali domination in the first game, but do you think teams like Zeus, maybe the Pakistani teams, the Bangladeshi teams, can they make a comeback over here?
StalwartFlex, we do know. We don't need to extend on that topic. StalwartFlex is one of the best teams in Pakistan region. We do know they have the caliber to put the best show on the table as well. But Zeus last time got kind of caught off guard in open ground in those rotations. Skylight Gaming was there to just bombard them down. That was quite unfortunate.
Indeed, it was unfortunate. But you know, even the desk was talking about the boot camp region, right? Considering the fact that Future Station is not playing, it's up for grabs. We have seen the lads from Skylight Gaming go over there. Might as well witness another fight. Zeus coming in, both these teams go head up against each other. You never know, because Zeus apparently has not just been going against one squad, but 2. And somehow they tend to survive even that. So I don't know really what is going to stop Zeus at this particular moment.
Well, to be honest, only time would answer our questions. I mean, Skylight Gaming took them down, you know. They were the one who took the giant mammoth down finally. But Zeus, again, in the map of Sanhok, I really want to see, first of all, where they are going to be dropping. Because their main spot is Quarry. We have seen in the past as well them dropping Quarry. But somewhere down the line, they kind of switch it up to Boot Camp or even Paradise Resort just to, you know, punish the team. So I really want to see if they're going to be doing that again or not.
Finally, ladies and gentlemen, here we are with our second flight path trajectory going all the way from Mongnai to its Camp Alpha. Taking a look at this, it's sort of going towards northern side, but I think teams are not going to have any sort of trouble getting down below south. But like you mentioned, you know, Team Zeus, I really want to see where they take that plunge, because we do know for a fact that they have to play it a bit safe. And by the looks of it, no, safety, we don't know that.
I mean, Zeus is of course a savage team, to be honest. They don't really like to, you know, they don't really care about safety, as you did mention. And it seems like they're approaching the area of boot camp where Skylight Gaming do like to go. But this time it seems like they have changed their course and decided to drop kind of, you know, separate from players of Zeus. And now they have the entire area of boot camp for themselves. And take a look at the circle fixes.
Well, completely going towards the Paradise Resort, and it's really difficult to predict where it is going to end, because we've not seen those hardcore Paradise Resort circles, right? We have seen it shifting towards the eastern side, sometimes even going towards the northern side. I mean, to the area where Team Venom Legends are. So it's going to be really, really tricky as to what is going to happen. But seems like Carnage have taken over the quarry area, so new drops coming in, and we've seen that they've been having those trouble around the southern sides in rotating. So yeah, I kind of like quarry for them.
Quarry, I mean, of course, you know, great place. But again, Skylight Gaming, as we were talking about, they like to go towards the bootcamp area, but this time seems like they have quite separated themselves out. And take a look at R3D as well. Quite separated out. We're seeing a lot of teams, you know, getting separated, prioritizing loot more, which does make sense. If you're just going to be dropping inside one compound, the all four players, then loot will be a thing that would your team would be lacking in. But then later on, if you're going to be dropping, kind of separating out from each other, you will of course have a lot of loot secured for yourself. Take a look at F4 as well, quite next to the players of Seal.
Yep, and Seal off to a really good start as well, you know, getting those kills for themselves and sitting at the 6th spot. I think it was 7 kills that they garnered, and you know, considering how they've been performing in those past few weeks, I think that's a really, really good climb and a really good start for these lads. But Team High Voltage, we certainly have been missing out from them, just getting that 1 point in the first game.
Well, I mean, you know, unfortunate situations do happen for all these teams. And High Voltage, I mean, we do know it's a team that is one of the best, especially in tactics.
Yeah.
They have one of the best tactics inside each and every single fight. They calculate each and every single moment as well.
All right.
And High Voltage is, of course, a team that we have our eyes out for as well. But PN Crew was the team that secured themselves the 2nd spot in the previous game. And again, if they're going to be able to be consistent in the first day, then that means the pace is already up.
No. Right now, we've got Predators. Zeus, they might just be in a bit of a trouble, because by the looks of it, PN Crew, they are heading towards where Zeus are. Now, if Zeus are in the dark about their location, if they do not anticipate them coming from the water bodies, they are going to be in a whole world of trouble if 2 of the players get taken down. Now, that has been the problem with Zeus, you know. Every single fight, if they know it's coming right at them, they take it in a beautiful fashion. But if they are caught off guard, if they are way too much in the open, they instantly grab the pants. So they have to be careful regarding this. And considering how PN Crew are making those movements, I do not think they have seen it coming.
Up to now, regardless, I mean, the entire squad of Zeus is not really aware of the positioning of the players of PN Crew. Again, PN Crew are not really exposing themselves that much, so Zeus doesn't have to worry about them a lot, because they're already way too far away. They're already on the 2nd mountain. That means the distance between these 2 teams is quite a lot. But Icy, again, is there, kind of separated out from the rest of the pack, and seems like he's just going to be proning out. Maybe he has sensed the presence of the players of PN Crew.
Maybe. I mean, they are being vigilant. That's a good thing. Icy just watching the backlines, making sure no one is going to hunt them down. And I do believe he has spotted a few players. I think Ayush has been spotted out, but can he hear Killer's position? Can he hear Killer making those moves over there? And Zeus, well, I see he is way too far from his pack, but he's certainly prone down. Now this can be devastating. This can be actually murderous. If Killer sort of ignores Icy's presence over there, it can be disastrous for PN Crew, who are already sitting on the 2nd spot after that beautiful first game that they had.
Killer seems quite unaware of Icy's position. Icy has definitely heard the presence of Killer YT, so he will have his sights locked on that rock. But it seems like Killer YT making a good decision to back off. Doesn't want to challenge the fight all by himself in the lone sub. But a little exposure of his body is going to be enough. A little glimpse is going to be enough for Icy to take him down.
I really like what Ayush is doing, going over towards the warehouse and checking whether Team Zeus are over there or not. PN Crew really not making those hasty moves. Something that we would absolutely expect from a team having such a beautiful caliber. But Zeol, having understood that they've got a squad just right behind them, they are ready for a battle. But talking about taking fights, we've got the first airdrop, and that has to be the AWM.
Well, I mean, XP is definitely happy. I'm pretty sure he has a smile on his face right now. And PN Crew, well, seems like they do not want to engage in the fight anymore. Kind of disengaging the fight as Killer YT has decided to back off as well with the team. Now, this decision might be good. Only time would tell, because in the fight, you never know what could have been the things for them. You know, maybe PN Crew would have come out on top in the fight, taking out Zeus, but the chances are pretty slim.
Indeed, but you know, right now, hunters are about to get hunted. PN Crew did come from the backlines, now Ayush in the waters. Now Team Zeus, they are ready for it. Zeol, if he spots that body, he is going to take it down. He is definitely going to put that hurt. But PN Crew backing off, not really risking those fights right from the very start. And rather, getting back to the other side. And talking about how they have to rotate now, they need to re-strategize as Ayush is all out in the open, but Zeol has been spotted as well.
Finally, Zeol has been spotted out. PN Crew taking a little bit shots onto him. Not a lot of shots being connected as well. Ayush barely making it back in the ridge, proning out in the nick of time. Icy again trying to put hurt on Icy. Doesn't see on Ayush. It doesn't seem like any bullets will be connecting though. As for now, pretty a passive stare-down competition. PN Crew, they do know there's Zeus right in front of them, so they're just going to be locking their sights onto them. The target has been acquired. It's only a matter of seconds when they decide to take shots. And Killer missing all of those because it's way too far away, and it certainly is not easy.
Indeed, it is not. And that's, of course, the pressure coming in from the finals. These lads know limited number of games. It's now or never. They have to shine. They need to qualify for the regional finals. And can they do it? That's the big question. Well, PN Crew has had an amazing start, but the same cannot be said for Zeus. But they're not really far behind, still on the 9th spot. It's still just that one game gone. But, you know, engaging in those fights right from the very start sort of sets you down because, you know, you never know. You might get third party. Then Carnage Esports are right beside them. The moment they hear some gunshots, they are definitely going to be chiming in, wanting a piece of the cake over there. But Team High Voltage, this time with a different sort of rotation, going in for the waterways, have opted for a boat, as we can see it. But at the same time, Deadeyes being at the shorelines, if they spot them down, that boat is sinking.
That boat is definitely sinking. High Voltage, again, a team, as I did mention, their rotation is more kind of like readable all the time. They aren't doing the same thing in the map of Sanhok over and over again. If a team decides to counter them, if a team is going to be spotting them out, then it's pretty much the game done for High Voltage because you need to change your strategies, especially inside game when you're going to be having everything on the line, especially when it's the PMPL finals. High Voltage, I mean, if it's working for them, then they should probably use it as well. But for now, Extreme seems pretty safe inside the circle as well. But Deadeyes, they do have their sights locked on the waterways. They probably know as well that High Voltage might be passing them through.
Now taking a look at the map, we do have Venom Legends and R3D right beside each other. Any single moment the fight can begin. Almost at the center of the circle. As the circle has started to shrink in, we will have a slight idea as to where the second zone is going to get formed at. But R3D, well, they've not really had a good time, you know, during those past Super Weekends, just barely qualifying inside the finals. But this is a clean slate. We start from here. And from the first game, having secured just that 1 point, this is the moment where they need to start redeeming themselves, as we do see the players of 7C spotting out 1952, traversing around with a bug, exchanging a few bullets. And, well, one of their players is definitely low, but not down yet.
1952 again. They found themselves quite a tricky spot, but they made it out alive. That's the biggest thing over here. 7C, the last game wasn't really in their favor. They really want to do good inside this game. This is where it comes down to. Because if they're not going to be able to perform in this game as well, then I'm pretty sure the confidence level will be reduced by a lot. StalwartFlex is one of the teams that we have our eyes out on as well. And until now, they seem at least decent. They have themselves a pretty decent positioning inside the circle as well, but they need to watch out from a team like Skylight Gaming that is there in the left lines.
They will have to. That they indeed. But right now, Crypto, one of the players, you know, the talk of the town, in fact, the talk of the entire country, the entire region, as to how good this player has been performing in this PMPL. But in the finals, everything sort of changes. The pressure is, you know, you just can't measure it in an SI unit. But yeah, the surmountable pressure that is, of course, going to be on these lads. They need to stand up for it, as we do see Steel Shot getting a knock onto it. Suyok from Deadeyes and Void will be there to clean it up.
Quite an unfortunate start for Deadeyes already, as Venom Legends have opened the things up. They're the first team that has gotten the first blood inside the game. As Venom Legends continuing the domination. It seems like they want to find other players of Deadeyes, but up till now, Deadeyes are playing it out pretty safe. They're pretty hurt as well as Waru Sir and Shifu Sir. And Venom Legends Steel Shot, again a man who took a little bit of shots in that gunfight. Rafat seems like he has engaged in the fight as well, but take a look at the players of StalwartFlex aggressing in straight inside the compound of Avon Esports. And 6ix9ine Boy is not moving a single muscle. This is where StalwartFlex just might go south, and yes, it will be happening. Reviews has been taken down as well. Avon Esports eating out the entire squad of StalwartFlex alive.
It's globbering time for 6ix9ine Boy as he takes down 2 over there, and StalwartFlex, the numbers have reduced to just that one player. Uzum being completely unaware of A1 Esports' presence over there, making those mistakes. StalwartFlex in a whole world of trouble, and Sinister will of course secure all these kills as Gyalzin from the backlines will of course be taking down Uzum, and there we have the first team to get eliminated, StalwartFlex.
Quite an unfortunate start for StalwartFlex. Got eaten alive by the squad of Avon Esports. The way 6ix9ine Boy positioned himself, the way he did not move a single muscle until StalwartFlex decided to step inside the compound. And they found themselves in those open spots. This is where 6ix9ine Boy decided to strike, but take a look at the airdrop as well. It's going to be the MK14. And now, there might be another fight panning out as we take a look at 1952 taking that kind of right side rotations all the way from the bay, and this is where Seal is there as well, and this is where they might get caught off guard.
They might, yes. They've been making a lot of noise, you know, traversing around with those buggies, and well, Seal is definitely one of those teams that is gonna punish you for pulling something like this. Now, looking at this current roster, you know, with Baron and Wally back, I think things are fine now, and well, Seal is here to rule, redeeming their lost glory from the Super Weekend. And after a really good start, I mean, I enjoyed how Seal was performing. They looked so phenomenal with their plays, you know, going after those kills. This is the Seal that we know of. This is the Seal that we absolutely adore and love. But Magnet in a very precarious position, caught off guard over there. How is he going to get out from there?
I want to see the old Seal again, Steve Fixes. I want to see their domination again. The way these guys are playing, are they going to be able to perform? I mean, yeah, again, we saw them play in the league stages as well, but they weren't really able to do up to date. They weren't really able to, you know, do that good. But the question is, are they going to be performing inside the finals, though? 1952, a team that is quite next to Seal, and it seems like they have spotted him out. 1952 have spotted the players of Seal out. It's only a matter of seconds when any of them just find the opening that they're looking for. Baron does have a little bit of flank angle for himself. He's kind of separated out from the rest of the pack, and this is where a little bit of shots being taken on the players of F4, and it doesn't seem like F4 are having the start of their life, and they're already down to that one last man standing.
Indeed, now Wolverine has to do something. He needs to survive for all those points. But 1952, are they going to let that happen? But either ways, all these teams have to make it inside the circle with just 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be really far-fetched for all these teams. And considering the fact that all the teams, the other teams, the remainder of the teams have made it inside the zone, you know, there are a few ones, you know, who tend to, you know, sit around the circle, just wait for them coming in and then just go out lashing at them and just wipe them away, annihilating everybody. But now, 952, they are going after Magnet. They need to get that res back on, considering Seal has made a movement. So I think it's possible. And it's still the third circle, so you can take a bit of the zone damage and then get in. But in the meanwhile, the players of Seal are also getting caught off guard.
This is quite unfortunate. A lot of teams are getting caught off guard while they're trying to make the rotation inside the circle. 1952, again, a team that is not really inside the circle. They will need to move inside the circle as fast as possible. If you're going to be opting out for those late game rotations, then this is where the trouble might start, because Seal, TDK are already guarding the entire zone lines, and they're not going to let anyone cross in without getting hurt.
Now Seal has a different objective. Somehow survive. Ankle already being taken out. But here we have the players of 7C pushing on towards DRS. Now we've got to see if Nima is ready for it. Yes, he is, as the door has been opened, as Fear is going to take a bit of a bullets. But Nima taking down one, but failing to take down the other. But Gyalzin comes in from the flank lines, as we do have AJ from a different angle, absolutely obliterating the players of 7C. This is where Gyalzin needs to get in. But where is the last player of 7C?
7C last player's position is quite anonymous. DRS, incredible fight. The way these guys challenged the fight. Nima, of course, did the job by taking one man down and getting the second man almost knocked out. And then this is where Gyalzin found his right moment to strike. And he managed to take down two players with him. AJ is knocked out as well. Nima will be getting the res onto him. And now Deadeyes again quite in those nearby lines. But there are so many teams trying to move inside the center of the circle. And when you want to move inside the center of the circle, this is where the real hell breaks loose.
Indeed. I really loved how 7C approached that compound, though. Just opening it up, they're not really going directly inside, but letting it kind of stay there. And, well, he was just ready over there. Nima just sprayed down. And, you know, that was also a really good strat coming out from these lads. You know, Gyalzin and AJ forming those flank angles. That was amazing. So DRS is a team that has come with a plan, and they know how to defend their compounds.
Exactly. The fact that 7C knew there's someone inside the shack, they opened the door, they did not go in instantly.
Yeah.
He opened the door, then he backed off because he sensed someone inside the little shack. But now take a look at the circle shift, favoring the lads from Deadeyes, High Voltage, and Venom Legends, you know, kind of in there. Half of the squad is in there, half of the not. And Wally again instilling the pressure on the players of 1952. Entry has already been down. 1952 are just down to those two last men surviving. Entry, it's only a matter of a second when the kill will be confirmed, and yes, it will be Seal. This is what we like to see. The domination from these lads is back again.
Indeed, 2 kills already for these lads, and they don't seem to stop at anything at all over here. As 1952's Magnet, he is prepared for this. He knows the players of Seal are going to come. 3 players marching right at him. Can Magnet take down a player or two? If he does that, that's it. That's all he needs, as Baron has been spotted out in the open, but overextending a bit. Magnet has been taken down, but it's C Minor who is also going to provide that quintessential cover fire, as Seal now right out in the open. The whole world of trouble does have that rock to use as a cover, but how long are they going to survive over there? One good grenade and they are pretty much done.
They are pretty much done. And now Seal again, as you did mention, they are just down behind that one rock. Now it seems like they're going to be aggressing against the players of 1952, but another fight panning out. It's going to be Venom Legends going up head-to-head against the players of R3D. White has been taken down. Virus has been traded out instantly by Frypan. The res will be there from the side of Venom Legends, but no, it's going to be the answer. Frypan retaliates back in fashion. What an incredible response time on this man.
Indeed, now he's going to go for the first aid and for the revive right after, as the remainder of the players of R3D are caught in a bit of a pickle, as Edgar is going to be taken down almost by the players of Zeus. But no, he's still putting up a fight. Daze does take down Jol over there, but Icy is going to get that knock and steal shot with the beautiful nade, wiping both these players of R3D. As Venom Legends, they are racking up quite a lot of kills for themselves, spotting the players of PN Crew as well.
That's going to be R3D getting eliminated out the game. Again, so many fights happening as the circle is shrinking down. Deadeyes as well. Seems like they're going to be finding themselves the opening that they were looking for on their enemy lines. Rafflet has been taken down. White taking a little bit of shots from his front lines. They need to get the res back on the Rafflet, but he's kind of separated out from the rest of the pack. This is where Deadeyes want to confirm their kill.
Alright, so I really like how T2K, they are making those movements, right? Going on towards the northern side. And I really like it, you know, because considering the fact that going in from the eastern towards the north, now T2K have a really good chance. There's no one behind them. They've got that tunnel vision. They can focus it on towards the players of high voltage. But look at Team Zeus. They are also trying to get in, but considering the fact that we've got the players of Venom Legends right beside them, it's going to be a rather daunting task for them to enter inside the circle. But we know Zeus. They have pulled off miracles in the past, and they can do it today as well.
Exactly. Zeus is, of course, a team that likes to make their own paths. It doesn't matter which team is crossing their ways. It doesn't matter which team is blocking their ways. But for now, it seems like Venom Legends are putting a fight against the players of Zeus. But Godless, again, is a man whose reaction time is out of this world. Just a glimpse is going to be enough, and Void will have to pay the price for exposing his body a little too much. Zeus taking a little bit of damage from that nade lobbed in from the side of Frypan. And here comes the nade from Godless. This nade might be so damaging. The res is there. This nade might be really damaging. Fixes this thing going to be connecting. No, it's going to be the answer.
Yep, Godless is just not a man. He is a mean machine, a monster that is designed to just kill people here and there. As Icy, he is pressing in on towards the players of Venom Legends, spotting out a few over there. But no, Void has been taken down. Icy doing the damage. And there you go, Zeus obliterating Venom Legends.
Did you see the way he jumped on the rock and then jumped and killed him? What a stylish kill by the players of Zeus. And of course, Icy is going to be the man to do that, as a lot of fights are happening. TDK, take a look at the aggressive step being taken from the side of blah, blah, blah. Almost getting caught off guard in those open ground. Assassin as well, taking a lot of shots from the back lines. But TDK, it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopped anytime soon. Assassin, you need to watch your back out, but what an incredible turn down.
Wow! What a beautiful knock as the fight still goes on, as T2K, they're still trying to enter in, as they have finally managed to take down the players of high voltage. This is what was needed from these lads. They knew there was just that one team, but hold on, we are not done yet, as Zeus this time set their eyes on towards the players of Deadeyes.
And Deadeyes again, it seems like they are not really in a spot that they want to have. For now, Zeus are not really looking comfortable in the spot they have initially gone for themselves. Godless almost getting caught off guard with those bullets. Hungry Boss taking a lot of shots from his backlines. TDK is going to be the one to put a lot of pressure onto them. It seems like Godless again will be getting the res onto his teammates. So this is where Zeus squad will be back in style, or will be back in action. But Belly has been finished by the play zone, unfortunately. He got caught off guard there. But A1 Esports Dante, he has sensed the players of TDK lobbing in a little bit of nade, and this is just a massive barrage coming in.
A1 Esports off to a really good game again, this time securing 6 kills already without any particular casualties, and Jax still not stopping, however, has managed another knock onto with Shiggle. This can be A1 Esports' game, but now in front of them stand a lot of teams. 7 teams alive, 17 players still kicking it off. Who is going to be the winner? Anything can happen, as the hell has already broken loose.
Take a look at the circle shift as well. It's just out in the open, and this is where hell is going to break loose. As soon as these teams will want to make it inside the circle, they won't really find themselves the comfortable compound or the comfortable cover that they're looking for. Zeus again still inside the game, making it out alive up till now. Icy is going to be the man to crawl back in inside the circle, and it seems like A1 Esports does have their sights locked on the players of TDK.
Indeed, right now A1 Esports, they've got those cover from the rocks, and they have got a really good commanding position. But this is where T2K, they might just be the ones taking them down, but anything can possibly happen still on the lower grounds, on the lower ridges. They are taking quite a lot of fights, and maybe A1 Esports might just be pursuing a lot more than that they can have. But Wally from the backlines, knocking down 2 players of Carnage. This is devastating.
Wally almost griefed the game of Carnage. He managed to secure 2 kills for himself, or knock 2 players for himself. But yes, Jiggle will finally be taking out the players of A1 Esports. Sinister is still outside the circle. It will be making it inside right now. Icy is barely alive as well. He doesn't really have his HP bar favoring him, but he will need to find himself a comfortable spot. But talking about comfortable spot, take a look at the circle shift. It's favoring Zeus, Icy, and Hungry Box.
Indeed. Now, we do know Hungry Box is capable of bigger things. He is one of those players that tends to stay alive till the end and can pull off miraculous plays, and he does have that survival instinct also backing him up. But Dante taking a knock onto towards T2K's Jane, as T2K having that lower ground, facing that trouble. Can they get inside the zone, considering the fact that A1 Esports are not going to let them? Oh my goodness, I see a beautiful knock and a kill confirmed.
The silent man strikes, and this is where IC has found himself, has found his moment to strike in the fight, and the brawl between Carnage players and A1 Esports continues as these two teams, it doesn't seem like they're going to be stopped anytime soon. 6ix9ine Boy's out in the open, and this is where Probeen might take him down. 9boy making it back on safety, barely in the nick of time. Probeen does know if he's going to be overstepping himself. This is where the game might be done. An incredible jumping shot coming in from the side of A1 Esports.
6ix9ine has gone mad.
Oh, this Molotov!
Bonkers, but this Molotov is going to seal the deal for A1 Esports as they have been taken down, as Hungry Box still clinging on, getting knocks here and there, as his position might have been compromised by the players of T2K, as blah 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 is definitely going to toss up that wonderful grenade. Is it going to be the cause of his demise? Yes sir, it is.
These are the last two teams standing, and I really want to see which one would come out on top. I mean, the odds are favoring the players from TDK, at least for now, as it's just down to these two last members of Carnage. TDK does have that man advantage going in their favor. And TDK, it seems like up till now, they are just going to be proning inside the grass. They're playing it out as safe as possible. They do know their opponent is a strong team as well. Carnage again lobbing in the nades behind that rock. Is he going to be making it? Blah, blah, blah. Taking a little damage, but not enough to take him down.
This chicken dinner looks really difficult for the players of Carnage. They will have to fight for it. Just having that single rock cover, now already being Manish, player taken out of the picture. This is GG's as T2K. What an amazing play for the lads from Nepal again. Racking up another chicken dinner. The Nepali fans are going to be elated, and I loved it. I loved the moment when the T2K players were taking that rotation from the northern side. I knew they have gotten in the bag, and they sealed it the moment they took down high voltage.
They sealed it, as you were mentioning, the Nepali domination, and we are certainly seeing it. But now I really want to point out the teams from Pakistan. F4 and StalwartFlex, they didn't really have the start of their life, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be unsettled.
Yes, we've still got started, and we still have a lot more matches to come. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be pushing for a short little break. We will be right back. You don't go anywhere.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the finals that we are in. The final 4 days. That is of course going to bring us down to those teams that will be moving on forth, because the journey continues on. Yes, these teams have made it into the top 16 to be a part of the finals, but that's not it, because the journey of course, like we just discussed, will move on towards the championship, where only 9 teams, top 9 teams will move on forth. With that, 2 games done, and along with that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Hashtag hook up your fun. I'm your host Baro. Let's move on to of course our analysts. It is Johnny and Ocean Sharma. And lads, this was once again a dominating game.
Yeah, it was. But talking about the MVP from Venom Legends, Steel Shot is out here. Well, he has been in the kill leaders previously as well. 5 kills, 5-9, 2 damage, 5-9 healing damage.
Well, quite an impressive performance from not just Steel Shot but by Venom Legends.
2021 is the survival time.
And it's the
2 plus 2 plus 1 is also 5. I just wanted to say that. Okay.
Alright.
Thank you very much.
Well. But again, I mean, you talk about Steel Shot and his play. Yes, the entire team of Venom Legends, my apologies,
Yeah.
is certainly coming on along. Just a brain freeze alongside that conversation. But boy, oh boy, this team certainly has a lot of potential, and they are bringing it down to the table with every single game.
Well, definitely. And I mean, as you were talking about, like bringing the consistency to the table with every match, in this match as well, A1 Esports, Carnage Esports being really consistent. Carnage this time managing to be in the top 2. And
yes.
A1 Esports, just the level of aggression the team brings with it to the finals, it is exciting to see.
Most certainly is, because again, I mean, you talk about the entire journey till now, all the 3 weeks combining the Super Weekends as well as the league plays, we had our eyes gorged on down towards A1 Esports, and what are they bringing to the table? The consistency was there, but now the top level performance that we expect from them is certainly picking up pace.
Exactly. Talking about the top players, we have Rated Sir with 5 kills as well and 382 damage. Obviously, the survival time again comes into a really good factor, as T2K was just out there outshining the lobby. A1 Esports' Dante's out there, consistent performance, 2 kills coming out, 659 damage, and Hungry Box is out here from DE. 3 kills and 537 damage. We were talking about this previously as well, right? Hungry Box has always been the face of the game whenever, you know, it has been just the dominating play that this team just showcases. But A1 Esports, I mean, their survival, it just came down to one thing, and that is that they were taking fights whenever they wanted to, and they were dominating on those areas.
Exactly. A1 Esports seems like nothing has changed for this team. They still play the same game that they were playing during the league stages, and they are really good at it. I mean, even during the league stages, just maintaining that equal distribution between placement points and kill points kept them within the top 5, within the top 6 for a really long time without a chicken dinner. So this team, they don't go for chicken dinners, they go for consistency, which is really good.
Exactly, and again, I mean, when you talk about that sort of play, right, you're talking about kills as well as working towards the placement points. You are talking about a synergistic team, a team that is dynamic no matter what situation they're in. They are going to be moving on forth either for those placement points, or if it brings down to draw domination, it is the kills that works in their favor. I mean, nothing stopping these teams, but you move that conversation towards what are we to expect from these lads? Well, this is the kind of stats that we ought to expect from them.
Exactly. Talking about the highest skills, we saw them onto the Rated Sir's name as well previously. Dante with the maximum damage, most utilities by T2K Rated Sir, Steel Shot with the longest distance skill, and assists coming out from Jane. So GI Jane right now, again, just, you know, outshining in the stats with 5 assists for himself.
Well, an amazing performance from the players of T2K, and this is the team that we saw during week 1, during the league stages, if you remember, that was dominating above, way higher than everyone else. So we'll expect them to keep on going this way. And before the day started as well, there was an interview that was playing. I mean, you were the one that was conducted it with the players of T2K.
Yeah. And I love the fact that, you know, T2K had just one thing, and that is, you know, we would love to dominate, because if the lobby gives us a chance, we would love to get that for our own self. And I love one thing right now, when we talk about assists, right? Bigger number of assists is also a good thing, because that just means that the kills have been confirmed. That's why there are assists out there.
Absolutely, but in that conversation, as you move on along with the story, till now we've got 2 games done, and that brings us down to the match ranking for now. This game was certainly in favor of trying to kill, but so many of these teams, I mean, this is what I'm liking, right, when it comes to the finals. All the teams are able to bring in those kills in their favor.
Well, it is a similar stat as the previous game. Chicken Dinner team 9 kills again. A1 Esports 8 placement, 8 kills again.
Exactly.
All right, well, so many things are repeating on itself. But right now we talk about the Chicken Dinner team. That has changed right now, obviously, because T2K is out. The previous game it was DRS and Zeus. As compared to the previous game's gameplay, it's a steady move right now from them.
But let's see, I mean, when the team is going to perform. But talk about other steady things. I mean, first 2 games, we talked about this, guys. The opportunity for the teams from Pakistan to actually build up the momentum for themselves, so that once they reach the 3rd map, they have a good standing. F4, StalwartFlex, the first 2 games have not gone their way.
True. For now that is the storyline, but hopefully that will change. Hopefully that will certainly change as the day progresses on along, as they build up that energy a lot more. But with that, let's talk about the zone. Let's talk about those rotations when it came down to this game.
This was a really good circle, right?
Yeah.
Because talking about DRS, the place they were dropped down, they had the circle for themselves. They did not have to rotate much. Talk about high voltage, right? We saw that in the cinematic shot as the boat was just moving along to the side. So yeah, that was a good decision by those players. But right now, talk about Zeus, Carnage. I mean, alongside the Paradise area, those teams wanted to rotate or hold those areas. That's where Carnage was just up front onto the Paradise Resort for themselves. Skylight Gaming, A1 Esports, they were inside the circle, but once the circle started moving up, it was a matter of chance that A1 took up the lead in the circle, and DRS, well, they were left out to take up the fights, and that's what we even talked about, right? Once you're outside the circle, DRS needed to look forward to that. We talked that in the first before the first game's pre-segment.
Exactly, and this is one point where we were actually pretty surprised because Z3us Esports' Godless was there taking a lot of damage. He barely moved into the safe zone with 1 HP on him. Goes on to revive Icy. Icy moves on to get some more placement points for the team.
Boy, yes, that is true. Again, a few moments that we just summarized right now bring the conversation towards teams that were not performing, teams that were caught off guard, like for example StalwartFlex from A1 Esports, of course 69 boy. So many moments took place throughout the game. Let's summarize them through the open moments.
Well, if we talk about the open moments right now, I mean, that's where we saw so many fights just, moving up forward and Salva. Like, this is now the high time that you look forward to the good fights and the bad fights because everyone from a country, everyone from a region is supporting you for one thing, and that is they just want to see you dominate. They want to see the same StalwartFlex that was out there, that was still hungry in the league stages. So right, because every team out here has read their opponents and they have read you as well. No doubt you might have read them, but it just comes down to who implements the best.
But I have to say, I mean, it's really fun to see Skylight Esports back in action. I mean, taking those fights the way they are. The rotation, I believe, it is going to come back to them because they missed out on those 2 super weekends. But still, the form looks a lot better than what we were witnessing from the team towards the closing stages of the league stages.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the fights, right? This is where so many fights were happening, and we saw. This is, I still remember Necro just talking about that Godless. He gets a chance, he goes for the opportunity, and Venom Legends was taken down by those stylish finishings by the players.
Oh,
but, one HP taken down and also being taken down. So both things happened in high voltage. They had to say bye-bye to the lobby.
Exactly. High voltage in this match, they had an interesting rotation, and that fight over there was pretty impressive. But what can you do when 3 players are coming your way and you just have a single digits of HP? So high voltage, they were pretty much cleaned up, and this Molotov was, well, it was the end of A1 Esports.
Well, that moment just took it down. But now you saw that, right? Sniper ID, low on HP, was taken down, and with that, I mean, the players, obviously T2K, they had to be happy.
Yeah.
They most certainly had to be, but in that, when you move the conversation once again towards the team that were not able to perform is where I'd like to draw the attention towards, is where we've got PN Crew, high voltage. Boy, oh boy, I mean, again, I'm keeping my fingers crossed now.
I mean, these teams did actually try and make it to the late game stages, but again, as you said, teams getting caught off guard because both these teams were caught off guard. They tried their level best to fight back, but I mean, by then it was already too late.
Look at R3D, 797 damage and 0 kills. 5 teams had 0 kills for themselves in this one game. The number has been capitalized. If you look at Venom Legends, right, they had 6 kills. Talk about the teams that were in top 3, 5. Like, they had kills for themselves. But 5 teams going down means that the other half of the lobby had the best out of everything you could do.
Absolutely. Until now, we've got 2 games done. That means the storyboard is kind of taking pace. It is kind of forming up. So let's have a look at the storyboard, which is of course going to be the overall ranking. Till now, 2 games done. All teams have played it, and 2 chicken dinners have been taken. But A1 Esports, talk about consistency once again, is getting themselves looking comfortable on that second spot.
And I mean, this is the picture that this team is going to carry forward towards the very last game as well. They are going to be consistent.
I'll just say one thing. Last time we waited a long time for A1 Esports to get a chicken dinner. This time I would love to have it in the starting stages or something, because again they don't have a chicken dinner, just the consistency of it. 16-16, it just comes down to that. But I would love to see them go with a chicken dinner right now. But moving on, if you talk about 35, 32, 31, like top 5 is still really close. But right now as well, if F4 has back-to-back good games, they can just challenge the top 8 for sure. Talking about 1952 Venom Legends, because Venom Legends, they like to come back. It's their style. They love to come back. But Skylight Gaming, they have a responsibility right now. They are the defending champions. We would love to see more and more from them. So
Let's see, fingers crossed for them for
Not
sure.
just that, as we did see at the start of the day as well, Skylight Gaming after this will be moving to the regional championship. So if they go there with the momentum, with the tag that they won Season 3 as well, that's going to be a huge morale boost for the team. Other than that, still early stage, as I said, the storyboard is just starting to take its shape. There's still a long way to go.
Absolutely, mates. But alongside that, as we just discussed, the teams that are at the bottom of that leaderboard, hopefully now as we bring it down, hopefully they will have to, you know, slowly get that time working in their favor, take a bit of a chill pill and move on along with the games. But right now, before we jump into the third game, what we're going to do is take a few minutes break because of Ramadan, where of course teams from Bangladesh as well as Pakistan as well as all the other regions, we do want to give them the time, right? We do want to give them that perfect chill back attitude, sort of an atmosphere, so that they can just have a breather and jump back in with some aggression and domination that we've been expecting from them. So stick around, we're going to be back in a few minutes. Till then, bye bye.
Tell us about your first ever experience of PUBG Mobile. How was your first game of PUBG Mobile?
First game, so it was like I started the game, and in the waiting lobby you have to wait 60 seconds, right?
Yeah.
So I didn't know about that, and I rage quit the game.
It was pretty good because I used to play on emulator.
First ever PUBG Mobile gameplay was on 20th March 2018, and I got a 11 kill solo chicken dinner.
No, I don't know which weapon to use. Taking pistol and going here and there like what?
I came to New Zealand around 2 years ago, and after 1 year on New Zealand, I started playing. I was unknown about PUBG, so I didn't know anything. And yeah, it was really interesting playing for the first time.
So basically PUBG Mobile first time খেলছিলাম যখন বাংলাদেশে ফার্স্ট টাইম গেমটা আসছিল, তখন বাংলাদেশে বেশি গেমটা ভাইরাল হয়েছিল যে ওইরকম কোনো গেম ছিল না যে গেমের মধ্যে একজনের ভয়েস আরেকজন শুনতে পারে।
It was fun.
It was really bad because I already uninstalled it after playing it for the first time.
It was in 2018. I was playing with my friends for the first time, and it was very exciting.
What is the full form of PUBG?
PUBG. Players underground.
No one is underground in this. No players underground. Player.
PUBG. Battleground. Player unknown battleground.
Player unknown battleground.
PUBG PUBG Mobile. Player unknown's battleground, sorry.
Player unknown's battlegrounds.
Player unknown battlegrounds.
Player, what? PUBG, right? Player on the battleground. Player on the battleground, I think so. Oh, unknown. Sorry, unknown.
Who is your celebrity crush and why?
Malika Mahat from Nepal.
I don't have any cross.
Oh, it's gonna be Samrag Rajya Lakshmi.
Shit, भूल गया नाम भूल गया.
Jaya Ahsan. She is a celebrity from Bangladesh. You know, she's a long-time public figure in Bangladesh, and I like her personality very much.
Billie Eilish.
Prince Sanhok.
Gal Gadot from the Wonder Woman.
If you're stuck in an island like all alone, which is that one person that you would want to be with you and why?
I would go with, right now I'd go with Khan, my ideal. Because he's got these lots of ideas.
Rango. Arun.
My sister. Best company.
With you, you could analyze my gameplay.
There's no internet on that island.
No personate, just I need a mobile and PUBG Mobile.
That's gonna be my friend, Misas Menjo.
just good sometimes. Very good.
Working hard people can be fake with him. So it can be anyone who works hard.
A girlfriend? Obviously.
Okay. It will be my girlfriend, I guess.
Why does everyone want their girlfriend to be on the island? I don't know. Questions will be like rapid fire, so you have to answer the first thing that comes in your mind. The first thing. Okay. Who was the first person to land on the moon?
Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong. Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong.
Who was the second person?
He has 2 foot, right?
I don't know.
I didn't know that.
Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, you're the first person to answer that actually. Which is the highest mountain in the world and where is it?
It's Mount Everest, Sagarmatha. It's in Solukhumbu, Nepal.
Mount Everest, Nepal.
Mount Everest in the Himalayas.
Nepal, Mount Everest.
What is the name of the biggest planet in our solar system?
It's Jupiter.
Jupiter?
Jupiter.
Jupiter.
Jupiter? No. Jupiter, Saturn.
What are you confused with?
Jupiter?
I forgot.
Have you ever bunked in your classroom?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
Pretty much regularly.
Yes, many times.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Yes, many times.
Yep.
Yes, a lot.
More than anybody I thought. Weekly? Maybe.
Have you ever failed an exam?
Nope.
No.
Yeah. English, that mathematics, science, always.
I asked you which exam. I thought you'll name one, but okay. You named all of them.
Yes, I have. It was first time in maths. Grade 6, I think.
Every exam.
Twice actually in my finals. Twice I was asleep actually.
Talking to a maths teacher. Okay. If you could have any superhero's power, which power would that be and why?
I want to fly.
Like flying in the sky?
To become a champion.
I like Iron Man.
Iron Man?
Iron Man?
Hey, you are not wearing anything, Niche. Wear something.
No, I have.
Teleportation, because I can teleport anywhere.
The Flash killed the husband.
Yeah, he said Flash. That would be like run fast. Not interested.
Okay, first time a person has said this. First time. If you get a sponsored trip to any place in the world,
I don't know, my own country I think, because Nepal is a beautiful country.
Some place with beaches and a view for the sea view. With my team it would be, because that would be really fun if I were with my team right now.
Again, Dubai.
I would like to go to Switzerland, and I'd like to take my best friends.
Amsterdam with my boys.
USA. Yeah, USA.
Switzerland and probably Europe.
Yeah, we got it, we did it!
I know you'll be there for me.
I'll always be here for you.
Whoa! How are you? Yeah! Thank you, bro.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. This is the finals that we're in. We've got done with 2 games. Moving on to the 3rd game is where the story did bring us down towards. And for that, we've got the schedule on our screens this time around. We go to Miramar.
We go to the places where you find those golden Mirados and maybe those AWM headshots as well, because we would love to see that happen. On the final Super Weekend, we saw Godless just running in with the M24 with the AWM, so
And
maybe?
Along with that, I mean, let's talk about the circles, right? Because on Erangel, in Sanhok as well, we have had, we see the northern circles come in.
Yeah.
Miramar as well, somewhere towards El Pozo. It would be real nice.
El Pozo, maybe Hacienda circles, or sometimes, or the ones that we always would want to see, the Prison Los Eagle circles, the southern side. Or
either extreme north or extreme south, on towards the western side. If it goes east Los Leones is the best.
Or make it those 2 islands, just for the fun of it.
Maybe.
Well, once again though, keep in mind that analysts would love to see, or rather the entire desk would love to see what circle they love. But eventually the conversation is where the PUBG gods are going to be placing it down towards. It's always going to be on them. And with that, it is time to ask them for one final question, mates. Predictions, please. Region-wise, let's move it down to region.
Teams from Pakistan will do better in this game, top 5.
I would love to see that happening, but I would love to see A1 Esports get a chicken dinner, maybe, probably.
Well, again, with that, we are going to be moving on down towards our commentators who are going to be taking you through this 3rd game on day number 1 of PMPL South Asia Finals. It is going to be XP and Play to take us through this hot map of Miramar.
Thank you for that, Blotter. And indeed, it is going to get hot, it is going to get dirty, it is going to get dusty, and there is going to be quite a bit of a bloodbath here. I got to echo what our desk said. A1 Esports right now, 2nd place in the overall standings, trailing DRS just by 3 points. However, as usual, they haven't got a chicken dinner yet.
Well, I mean, if the past can teach us anything, they might just get one towards the end, but if they keep that consistent gameplay through and throughout this entirety of the finals, well, they won't really have any issues reaching the regional finals, because again, reminder, the top 9 teams are going to go and face the rest of Southeast Asia. Oh, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's not just about your the money, which is quite a bit of money on the line as well. It's also bragging rights, being top 9, as we will be jumping into Miramar for the very first time here, ladies and gentlemen, in the PMPL South Asia Season 3 Finals. And it is going to be dissecting the map straight in half, a diagonal line.
One second, let me get my ruler out. Yep, it's pretty much in half.
It's perfectly in half, a diagonal straight from Campo Militar, and it is going to be ending towards a prison island that is Minas del Sur. Now, we've seen some early action break out in Miramar time and time again during the Super Weekends, during the League Stage XP. Is it going to be more of the same here today?
I do believe it could be something similar because, again, people like going to the same places. However, Blay, a little birdie just told me that we don't have to worry about this perfectly dissected playing path anymore, because the match is unfortunately going to be rehosted again. We want to make sure that all the players have a level playing field, and if anyone is going to be left out, you know, we have disconnectivity issues and all that stuff. I like this. I like this. I like the fact that we're punctual. And B, wow, you're keeping a straight face right now.
I'm just trying to be as professional as possible. That is our job, after all. I do want to talk a little bit about overall rankings. Maybe we can have it up on our screens shortly. But yeah, DRS have looked fantastic so far. T2K, Carnage Esports, Deadeyes Guys. These Nepali teams have been looking fantastic. Alongside, of course, A1 Esports. You can never count them out. Z3us Esports, a slow start, but you know, they've been getting those kills as well. 9 kills for them. Seal Esports, top 8. Who would have thunk that?
Who would have thunk that? I do believe, maybe, if I'm not wrong, in the last game at Sanhok, Z3us, I beg your pardon, did get 5 kills. So, you know, they are definitely going to be good in the kills department. But, of course, you want to play a little bit easier. You want to get those placement points as well. Now, contradictory to their playstyle, we know that these guys love running and gunning, so to speak. And they are taking it a little easier, which could dampen their tactics. However, it is only 2 games in, and with 4 days of action, it could be anyone's game. And if we have a look at the latter half, anything that surprises you here, Blake?
Yeah, it's a bit of a slow start for the 3 Pakistani teams. F4, R3D, StalwartFlex as well. Kind of struggling a little bit here. Hopefully they will bounce back. We did say, I do believe it was Ocean who said that the Pakistani teams will definitely, at least one of them is going to getting a top 5 spot. I'm going to say, I'm going to have to agree with him. I feel StalwartFlex are going to be kind of pissed off right now.
I am listening to you, but nothing is registering because I've done this a few times now. I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm actually looking at the monitor a bit too much. Maybe it's the bow tie. I've never really worn one, and I think it looks alright.
You get really carried away with your ties.
What can I say?
I just wear a t-shirt, man.
I love
repping
Metallica.
Up. I'm fine with that.
I love dressing up once in a while. I barely get out of my house, and you know, when I do, might as well dress up. But again, as the players are going to be in the lobby, making sure that, you know, everything is good, and they're going to be psyching each other out at the base camp, you know, before we jump into the game. I have a question. We did kind of see that, you know, a couple of teams in Erangel and in Sanhok were heading towards Z3us Esports. Now, they have a big target painted on their back.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
Is that going to affect them?
I feel that could happen again here. The thing with Z3us, though, I feel they're the one team. Look, there are certain teams who, if they get targeted, they're going to get on Instagram, on Twitter. They're going to, oh, I can't believe they targeted me. Look at them, no respect. Z3us are like, yes, baby. Come at me, baby. And they're going to be going for those kills. This has happened during Super Weekend as well.
Which basically means they don't have to go driving around looking for trouble, because trouble is coming straight for them. And in about, let me just calculate, 30 seconds, the game should be live. And that was perfect. That was perfect timing, that voice in my ear right now. It is going to be 30 seconds as the portals above us once again shall open up. However, the question is, are we going to have the same playing path? It'll be
unlikely.
You never know.
Very, very unlikely. You know what I do want to see when it comes to the play zone, when it comes to the circle, though? We've seen a lot of centralized circles so far, play zones on the map of Miramar. But I want to go back to the first Miramar we had in, I believe it was the first Super Weekend, and it was a circle which ended in the water on Miramar, which was a big surprise. And ladies and gentlemen, we're wasting no more time. It is indeed going to be a bit of a different playing path. It is going to be from the west all the way to the east, starting from Monte Nuevo and heading right between La Bendita and Minas Generales. However, it does still bisect the map in half.
So I was kind of right, but of course it is going to be in a different way. Again, we are going to see some early skirmishes, because although this is the biggest map in PUBG Mobile for now, the thing is, not a lot of these places are tried and tested, so to speak. So, you know, teams are going to be dropping down in cities which have a high density of buildings. Of course, more buildings means more loot, but that also means more early crashes. And right now it does look like Seal Esports and Z3us Esports, the 2 Mongolian teams, have jumped out of the plane and are heading in opposite directions. Hopefully we catch up with them sooner or later. But again, as everyone is going to be jumping out, expect some early skirmishes, expect some fights for vehicles, in fact, as well. But all of that is going to be negated by that zone, because if you are still mid-air while the first circle forms, you know, you can always change your drop spot.
Come on, baby. I want a Los Egos final circle. I want a prison final circle.
Oh, that's what you're talking about, the first game. It did go down south. Now I remember, my brain is not really good with memory, which is something I should not be saying out loud. However, it does look like a couple of teams are going to be heading down south towards Via Del Mar. DRS Gaming is going to be one of them, and just east to them is going to be High Voltage. And yes, boo for you, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the teams are going to be happy with this circle play.
Venom Legends are actually going to be super happy, right? They're going to be landing all the way towards the easternmost city over there. 7C towards Trailer Park. They will have to contend with Seal Esports, who have opted to drop between themselves and the play zone. And Z3us Esports, as usual, not as usual. They do have a very varied approach to where they want to drop, but they're going to be dropping towards Monte Nuevo.
And the funny thing is, normally Zeus love going to El Azahar a bit to your northeast on the circle right now, but they are changing things around. And have a look at 6ix9ine Boy. He is kind of separated by his teammates who do have T2K and StalwartFlex near them. It looks like action might just break out early.
He's going to take the shots, though. He's got the scar. Scoped in. Oh, a bit of damage. Virus, that dead tree, providing a bit of cover, and I believe has put enough distance between himself. No! He's barely alive on a sliver of HP, but it looks like Virus will avoid the antidote that was that Scarl in his direction. I wanted to point it out as well, XP, that A1 Esports, you know, they have been playing way more central than what we've seen from them in the recent past, where they like starting on the side, the periphery of the map, and then slowly, very late, heading into the play zone.
At times, yes, but they are one of those teams that the moment the circle changes, they start rotating, either to the periphery or to the center. Now, at the later stages, expect them to be somewhere in the middle if they are going to be alive, but right now, everyone is going to be happy with only a few teams, a handful of teams, in fact, outside the circle. So, all you early action fans, I guess this is not going to be the day, but that could change because Los Leones looks like we might have some urban warfare early on, as we do have 3 teams vying for control of the city, Train to Kill, A1 Esports, and StalwartFlex. Now, StalwartFlex, they have been phenomenal over the course of this tournament. A 14th position place right now, but we're only 2 games in. It's too early to call.
It is very, very early to call. We've seen how absolutely consistent StalwartFlex can be. 7C and High Voltage as well, off to a kind of a little bit of a slow start here. They are on 12th and the 13th position respectively. And of course, Skylight Gaming and Venom Legends sneaking their way into the top 10. Still very, very early days to call. We can see these score lines kind of, flip and flop. But one thing I got to give credit where it's due. It's been just 2 games, but the usual suspects in the form of DRS, A1 Esports, T2K, Carnage, Deadeyes Guys have delivered so far.
They have delivered indeed, and look at that replay. I mean, Virus almost...
If he knew how low he was, he would have continued going for the spray.
He could have. However, the magazine got depleted as well, and I guess luck was on Virus's side, something that you wouldn't hear me say out loud in public. But as the circle is going to still say the same, all teams are going to be happy. I do see F4 kind of moving in close to the Deadeyes Guys position. This is, of course, taking place near Hacienda del Patron, the house of the boss. But again, I'm surprised no firefights have broken out at Los Leones right now. Again, you got to keep one thing in mind. It is a big city, and there's more than enough room for all these teams to be there. And the fact that they don't have to move out of the circle just yet is one of the reasons they're just going to fortify their positions.
Also got to bear in mind, right, the pressure is definitely on all these teams. If you go back to the Super Weekend, you were trying to get the top 16 out of top 20. Here, you need to, it's not just about getting top 9 out of 16 teams who's going to be playing, which is just about 50% of the teams will qualify for the finals taking place next month. But also the prize pool, that's a lot more money on the line for all these teams.
You know what they say, it's all about the money, honey, and if you can walk away with a few extra $1,000 in your pocket, well, I'm pretty sure that is going to make your day, week, month, even your year, because is that a hint enough right now that, I'm not too picky. I'm not too picky. Any little amount will do, but right now it does look like Deadeyes Guys are going to be looted and booted as Shifu Sir gets in his Mirado. Open top. A nice vehicle for the season right now, because you've got to keep in mind, it is Miramar, it is a desert, however, there's no hot winds right now.
You do have to apply a bit of sunscreen, though. You don't want to get that, sunburn or even a heat stroke. So hopefully they have hydrated themselves in those backpacks. Apart from the energy drinks and the painkillers, they got some bottles of good old H2O.
Talking about hydration, why don't you talk for about 30 seconds to a minute, because I am going to do just that. I have a bottle right over here, but it looks like Sandesh is going to let loose on Voltrox.
You need a minute to drink water? Okay. Anyway, he is a big boy. He's got to take out his trunk like an elephant and use it as Sandesh, like you said, spotting out Voltrox in the distance. Rattling off a few shots, not quite able to land his bullets. And PN Crew, they're smack center of the play zone right now. There's no need for them to really, overextend themselves. They have that compound to work with. It was Minas Generales. So they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable, and it looks like you've had a pretty nice sip.
And now my tummy is full. However, looks like everyone is going to be coming into the circle. DRS are still going to be on the outskirts, and they're going to have some problems over here, because if they head straight at the circle, at a 90-degree angle, they're going to hit high voltage. But if they do go up north, well, Z3us Esports are going to be waiting for them. And not too far from Z3us are the boys from Seal as well. So, again, it could be a little bit of Mongolian destruction sooner or later. Now, I did kind of realize one thing, that both these teams are still picking the fights. Yes, they did get eliminated early on in the last couple of games. However, man, their gun game is still on point blank.
Yeah, and this time around, no teams really looking to take the fight to Z3us. That's Godless and that party bus, the party van, making his move up. Abel just being the recon guy, trying to spot teams out on the horizon. And you can see everyone slowly congregating towards the play zone. And this has been one of the one of the quietest starts to Miramar. No knocks yet.
We almost had a knock early on, and pretty sure the world would have celebrated that the virus has gone down. However, we do not want this virus to go down this early, because R3D, again, they're one of those teams that have something up their sleeve. However, they only showcase it in the latter half of the tournament. I hope they do bring something to the table early on. Otherwise, their chances are going to diminish, because they are bottom of the table right now with just that 1 point. But again, we're only 2 games in. Now, have a look at what DRS are doing. I do believe that is the right call. In fact, they should go all the way south of Los Leones and try and enter the city from that position, because you have to expect that all the mountaintops nearby are already going to be occupied.
True, that would be the right approach. Obviously, we have a complete overview as to where all the teams are, which is something that none of the other teams are privy to. As we have an AWM, there we go, .300 Magnum for the Arctic Warfare Magnum Police Rifle, alongside a cheek pad for a sniper and some level 3 goodies.
Level 3 goodies indeed, but the question is someone going to go and pick up that airdrop? It does look like Skylight Gaming are going to be nearby, but right now the circle is going to be shifting in about... I should not have started my statement right now, but it looks like Leon is going to come under fire. Assassin with those timed shots with the Mini 14, and Leon actually just backed his car into safety.
That guy's a calm driver. He didn't panic, he just slowly backed his way into safety. The Mini 14 not quite able to find its mark. Leon with a brave play there, and he will opt to jump out of the vehicle. As we take a look at the second play zone, it's going to be pretty much a concentric circle here, XP, almost perfectly.
I like PN Crew's situation now. They are just north of the graveyard. You got to keep in mind you have these factories on a high ridge, basically just north of that church and the graveyard. So again, from there, they could be raining down death in all directions. However, it is going to be a little bit cumbersome to control if, multiple teams are heading their way at the same time. But down below, looks like we might have some action, as Leon, finally braving those few shots from the Mini 14 earlier, is going to be happy that there is some armor for him in it. Looks like his teammate already picked up the AWM, and there you have it. The play zone is going to play havoc right now as Nima goes down, of course, coming under fire from high voltage.
Speaking of coming under fire, it is going to be Deadeyes Guys getting riddled with bullets from afar. Good covering fire from Shifu, ensuring Zol doesn't get his way. He does rattle off a few bullets, takes a bit of damage, and Nima, out in the open. Of course, rescue will arrive in the form of Mafia Ninja, and the rest should be coming on in. But yeah, they were playing a bit of a scary game. And you did point out, if they're going to be heading into the play zone, they might be going up against high voltage, as 7C seem to be unaware of Virus's position, and Virus is going to be alive. And this is interesting. Has it been spotted out by Fear? Fear seems to have an inkling there is a player right below.
His spidey senses are definitely tingling right now, and if Virus does get spotted, you got to keep one thing in mind. He's going to make sure he makes no noise, because he almost got wiped out earlier, and looks like high voltage are going to come under fire. Did we just see this earlier?
Yes, we did. It was, however, not the party van. The party van is not exactly as mobile as you would want it to be. Virus gets spotted out. It looks like the hand sanitizer will come in to snuff his life out. But for the time being, he is still alive and kicking. And you got to remember, viruses are very resilient little things.
Oh, yeah. They are resilient indeed. Looks like StalwartFlex are going to be pushing up on Venom Legends'
Oh.
position. Oh my goodness! That is going to defy gravity. And still, he gets the knock. He gets the double knock. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, we have to ask this man how he just did that. Of course, that momentum, that inertia just propelled him through the airplane. Wow.
Uzum, you absolute freaking lunatic. What was that? Okay, listen, unless something mental happens during the day, that has to be the play of the day. That was fantastic.
PSA for all of you watching at home, do not try that at home yourselves. Do not move out of a moving vehicle. There you have it. Geronimo! He jumps between them. Rafat is totally caught unaware, and Steel Chop was like, wait a second, how did he get there? That was beautiful.
That's some John Wick level, I don't even know what that is. That is hilarious. That's amazing. Now they know Rafat is in the smoke. He's got a bit of cover, but even though Void and Frypan are trying to create a channel of smokes for Rafat to make his way to crawl towards, it's not going to be that easy. They are still getting shot at from above.
This is one reason I love Miramar. I love that, you know, the cars are just so volatile. Anything can happen, and physics basically is thrown out the window over here. But have a look at the circle. It is going to be imploding in on itself. And there you have it. The junkyard Minas Generalis is going to be pretty much the epicenter of all the action. And again, PN crew are in a good position, but reviews over here. Whoa! Rafat is actually going to be picked up. Wonderful, wonderful smokes being deployed over here as Frypan is going to go in for the revive. However, the problem is we have a few more teams coming in as I do believe everyone is going to be on the move. Now, right over here, right off the bat, both these teams are in a good position. Venom Legends, although they have the compound down below, they have concrete walls to hide behind. StalwartFlex do have the high ground, but they've got to keep a 360 vigil because, well, when you are on top of a hill, you are the king, but someone else always wants it. And talking about someone else, did you spot someone in the distance?
I did.
Carnage Esports.
Carnage Esports, Jiggle, top 3 team right now in the overall standings, and they have definitely know the position of Venom Legends there alongside. Oh, take a look at this high voltage with a long wraparound.
With a long wraparound now, Assassin is going to come into fire, as is Reviews, who is probably going to be taken out from this game.
A1 Esports pushing up into the play zone, and they are... Now, here's the thing. Oh, Review's going to be taken out. That's some great shots. Controlled taps from Sinister. So, Reviews will be taken out of the equation. And now, StalwartFlex, they're getting shot at by multiple teams. Like you pointed out, XP, you might be the king of the hill, but how long can you stay alive? Johnny on barely a point of health will be taken up by Void from the distance, and they are in a world of pain. StalwartFlex now down to just the 2 members.
Mind you, StalwartFlex was so focused on Venom Legends that they did not check their backsides at all, and now they are paying a price. Meanwhile, Venom Legends realized that, you know, this is their chance to move out of harm's way.
That is exactly what they're going to do. A1 Esports, the knock has taken place, but Sinister the rest should come on in. Uzum is trying to crawl his way to safety, but he will be spotted up by Rafat. There we go, and Rafat will with the finish. And StalwartFlex, they were the kings of the hill for a while, but unfortunately it was very short-lived, and now they survive on just the 1 member, that is Crypto. And right now, his stocks are pretty high though, so hopefully he can really step up.
Oh, this is an uncanny sight. Both the members of DRS on your screens right now are knocked out on the ground, and it does not seem like the revive is coming in because, well, the blue zone is going to be doing a tremendous amount of damage as well. And now with the Mini 14, Dante trying to pick up Void.
A1 replacing. Oh, the play zone has wreaked havoc onto DRS. 2 members down, very out in the blue. And these could be free kills coming in for whoever's nearby in the vicinity. And there we go. Crypto in the smoke, caught between a rock, a hard place, and 2 teams.
Now we are going to still see the fight now. His chances of living are going to be pretty much diminished as DRS Gaming, in fact, are going to be wiped out. And with that, StalwartFlex are going to follow suit in the 15th position with just that 1 kill. Now, a quick thing I just want to mention right now. Zeus, you do not want to bang into your own teammates because I see you on a bike, and if you fall, it could be problematic. Again, the thing is, in Miramar, when you stay at the periphery and the circle does these drastic shifts, it's a bit tricky, and I'll tell you why. Because A, your moving vehicles are going to be spotted from a mile out, and you know you are going to get
open
those.
Terrain as well.
It is open terrain, and
there we go. Yep. getting knocked down. I do believe the zone was assisted by Chari taking a couple of shots there. Now Zeus out in the blue, they're going to be moving on in. Now the teammate who is out in the open, Abel, Godless is heading his direction, but the zone is now starting to deal even more tick damage. Skylight Gaming, they stay alive only with that one member, if I'm very much not mistaken here. So, actually no, never mind. Joker is also alive for the side, but Chari, he will get the finish now.
Looks like Godless is going to go behind Chari, but have a look at Joker's position right next to T2K. So Skylight Gaming, wherever they are pinned down, and Braford, of course, in the background, but I do believe he is going to be going away from this position. Now, Zeus, ever hungry for kills, we know that they are going to make sure that Chari either kills them or they put him in the ground.
The problem right now for Chari is the fact that he is in the blue, and there is another member that is coming in from behind, and that is the worst player you want to see. That is Godless, who is going to be
ruthless.
Spotting your, yeah, and he's going to be ruthless as well. 17 in the meantime, taking a fight with High Voltage. They are getting a bit pincered because we see T2K arriving as well right from behind, and High Voltage, their days could be numbered, and we might know whose bells are being told here as Deadeyes Guys are coming into heavy fire as well.
The funny thing is, Extreme's position was only given away just now. Had he kept quiet, it could have been devastating, but looks like that grenade is going to take a little chunk off Fair's HP.
Everyone right now in a race trying to push into the play zone. 7C are in a pretty good position. There's no one behind them. They have High Voltage right in front of them. True Love with a prolonged spray from that M4A4. Not quite getting the knock onto his opponent. Extreme will stay alive, but he is getting bullied by these HEs.
They need to go in for the kill. Extreme needs to be taken out, and he's going to go up against 3 members of 7C, but they are going to engulf him from all sides, and there you have it. He does take True Love down, which is going to be something that is going to slow down 7C's approach into the circle, and looks like T2K elsewhere are wreaking havoc on High Voltage.
There we go, High Voltage. I did say for whom these bells are tolling, and it looks like the answer is High Voltage. Godless will be finished off by T2K. In the meantime, T2K just jumping into the fray at the perfect time, and things are looking grim for quite a few of these teams. Z3us Esports down to 2 members. They haven't even got a single kill, and I saw something on my map here. Seal are well within the play zone, so they don't have to move right now. The other Mongolian team right now, Zeus though, they're up against a wall. There are 4 teams surrounding them, but we know that's where they shine the best.
And the best thing for Z3us Esports is that there is no one in their vicinity, so all they have to do is bide their time and keep an eye out, as Jax is going to be lucky not to be blown up by that vehicle. However, that revive is not going to come in on time, and he's going to go down. Chari still alive, still following Z3us Esports. I think he wants to do what IC did just last week. If you remember, in the map of Miramar, where he stuck around and made sure, I do believe it was DRS Gaming that he went up against, sneaking his way in like a predator stalking his prey.
Magnet, unaware that he might be driving past P and crew. 9boy has Frypan pinned down, and for Venom Legends, that is the last man surviving, so it looks like Frypan's days are numbered. Joker will eventually fall to the play zone. R3D in a pretty good spot here. Tawfiq being spotted out. Tawfiq spotted out. He's out in the blue. He's taking so much damage, and the blue tick damage is going to be it. It's going to knock down Tawfiq. He's going to try and find some cover behind the vehicle, and R3D, they want that kill confirmed. They're tossing in nades. They're trying to make the party van explode as well, and Tawfiq trying to deny them the kill, but it looks like it won't be possible. The explosion will take care of Tawfiq. However, 1952 still have 2 players nearby in the vicinity, and R3D are looking for them.
I like the fact that Entry did not make a single squeal. He did not move a muscle, as R3D only thought there was 1 member over there, and Entry might just pretty much regroup with his teammates, but R3D right now unloading on Wolverine.
Wolverine, the last man surviving. His head pops out. He's taking a bit of damage here, and he needs to be wary the moment he gets taken down. And here we go. They're pushing in. They see him, and it is going to be it for Wolverine. Edgar just casually stops by and finishes off the player, as Zeus now going to be going up against A1 Esports. They're going to find Sinister. They have a little bit of rough recover, though, and they will get the knock. Can they get the finish as Dante pushing on into the buggy, and Zeus are going to wipe out A1. Icy alive on a sliver of HP, but he will in turn be knocked down by Utsarga, leaving Ziol pretty much all by his lonesome as he takes on Chari in the blue. And Z3us Esports are down to 1 man, but they have 4 kills and they're still alive and kicking.
Looks like in that situation, the Hunter did become the Hunted, as Skylight Gaming have been knocked out from this game, but a little bit of a mistake coming in from Dante, if I may say so. Now, Zeus were unaware of that position, and they thought that the member who was in that smoke left in in that vehicle beforehand. However, as soon as Dante got in the vehicle, I did see Zeol suddenly spin to his left because he heard that audio cue. And you know what? It could have gone very different. Had Dante kind of shot them in the back, we would have seen Zeus getting wiped out. But right now, it's going to be a bloodbath between PN Crew and Carnage Esports.
Carnage tossing in a utility, and Legend managing to extricate himself from that spot. But the second follow-up nade from Snipe YT. Fantastic work coming in. Deadeyes Guys getting taken out by Jiggle, and Legend and Ayush bleeding out under the hot open sun, and they're waiting desperately for Sundation Killer to arrive and provide some succor, which they will. And Carnage, though, the res has taken place. They still have all four alive. Unsartika coming down the slope. Prabeen not quite able to land his shots. And because of that, T2K, well, never mind, I take that back. It is going to be Jiggle who's going to find Unsartika. In the meantime, finishes him off as well. Carnage, though, still holding fort as Carnage are dealing quite a lot of trouble into the direction of T2K. They're taking fights in multiple teams right now. And in the meantime, Venom Legends will be dropped out of the server in the 8th position.
They are indeed leaving Carnage in their wake right now, but Jiggle needs to make sure that he teams up with his fellow members, as blah 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 is going to be taken down by Fair, which means T2K are only survived by Raditzer, who is going in for that revive, but the position has been revealed, and a few grenades are going to be lobbed, which could be detrimental. Now, Carnage's position is good as well, however, they need to move out of here ASAP, because A, the circle has changed, and one grenade could wipe them out.
And the circle's going to be uphill as well. Now, they have the trench to work with. They can follow the trench all the way up to the little bit of a mount, where I do believe it's one member of 1952, that's Magnet, who has somehow managed to find himself in the play zone. There you have it. Anubis, R3D are in a fantastic position here.
They are in a fantastic position, and on a roll, but Seal Esports are going to have that high ground towards the northeast of the circle, as shots are still going to be fired. 7Cs, still a four-man squad, laying down the law as far as T2K are concerned. And that's it. That's all she wrote.
T2K, trained to kill, won't survive for much more longer. They're down, and it is indeed going to be ending towards the junkyard, and we have a lot of junkrats still running around trying to claim this area for theirs. Mimos and is very well aware that Jiggle is nearby, spots him out. He's got the nade, he's going to cook it. He's going to cook it, he's going to cook it, he's going to bide his time. And will it find its mark is the question. He knows exactly where Jiggle is, but the nade's actually going to be sailing into Snipe. But Jiggle pushed up. He could get the knock, but he will be dropped on down. Prabeen replies back, though. And this battle of attrition between 7C and Carnage, it is still heavily favoring 7C as Carnage down to the one member up and standing. And with that, Carnage Esports will be eliminated.
Fair threw a smoke grenade to block the vision of the members behind who were in that target formation as far as Carnage goes. And oh my goodness, that was just clinical. They got Jiggle, and in that confusion and panic, the rest of Carnage fell like dominoes, but their woes are still not over yet.
It's a 4v4, V3, V4, and one member for Magnet. That for one member for 1952, that is Magnet. R3D have lost Virus, unfortunately for them, and this is going to be messier. 7C, they did a fantastic job, like you pointed out, taking out Carnage Esports, but now they're going to be going up against PN Crew. The first knock will go the way of Rick. He's got a nade as well to follow up as they push into the play zone while simultaneously exchanging blows with PN Crew.
That is wonderful indeed, and have a look at the remaining members of 7Cs. They are going to push up higher on the mountain. You need to get your weapons right now, because it looks like a push is coming in as the God of Death is going to come under fire from volley. Finally, Seal making some noise here, Blade.
They were so quiet this entire game, and there you have it. 2 kills, a confirmed kill as Anubis, the Egyptian God of Death, will fall, leaving R3D with just 2 members as Edgar and Joker. Still very capable, and look at where Magnet is in the middle of all the action.
He is going to be stuck to the ground over there, making sure he doesn't make a single noise, but looks like PN Crew are going to be going towards him.
They saw him.
He might want to deploy a couple of grenades here and there, because Killer moves in, Killer shoots, and Killer kills.
Oh, well, Killer kills indeed. Magnet doing his best not to breathe and not showing his position, but he will be spotted out. His head just being spotted out in that slit over there. The next play zone, though, it is going to be an R3D, and even though they're down to a 2-man crew, this could work out in their favor.
But right now, 7Cs are going to be pushing up on Seal's position. They are going to be caught between a rock and a hard place, as we've said so many times, because from up top, R3D are going to be shooting down, and from behind, it's going to be 7Cs. But right now, I like the fact that we are going to have just bullets fly all over the place. Bodies are going to drop, and well, grenades can join the party as well.
Oh, perfect nades coming in from Seal. Wally harassing the players there with his HEs. 7C though, they still haven't lost a man. Mimo is on his knees, but the rest should be coming on in. But right next to them, bad neighbors in the form of P and Crew. And P and Crew, they have that little bit of hut to work with. But like we pointed out though, XP, everyone is outside of the play zone apart from the one member from R3D. So they need to move on in.
Edgar needs to go pretty much behind that ridge and team up with Joker. He is staying behind for that little angle, but then if teams like Seal kind of move in, it could be devastating. Does Memo know there's a person behind the rock? He might not know that right now because he has spotted Baron, took a lot of damage from Wally, and in fact is going to try and secure Turulov's kill.
It's all going to be down to Zake here. They know where Baron is. Zake hasn't showed himself yet. They haven't seen him. Mimo is completely unaware of Zake's position. Another knock takes place, and now Zake's sneaking around. He needs to do everything all by his lonesome. They are completely unaware, and there we go. Zake's going to strike. He's going to get 2 knocks, but he in turn will be knocked down by Edgar all the way from afar. It's going to be down to the one member. I do believe it's ankle for Seal, who is still up and kicking, but he needs to do a lot of work as another knock comes in, and it's going to be Edgar from afar who's going to take down 7Cs.
That flank out to the circle definitely coming in handy, as now Joker, his teammate, is going to rattle off bullets in Ayush's direction, knocking him down to his knees, which means P and Crew are going to have just one man, Killer YT, leading the charge. Ooh, 7Cs are out. 4th position, 10 kills.
They're out. R3D, they have 2 members standing. P and Crew have 1 member standing, 1 on his knees. Ankle, can he get to Baron in time? No, he can't. It is a 1v2v2, and it's anyone's game right now.
I do believe R3D could have the upper hand because look at Joker's position. Now the thing is, that tree could be used for cover as well. If Killer YT decides to go a bit to the left alongside the right of our screens right now and get up high, well, as I say that is not going to be possible because Ankle put him in the ground.
They know exactly where Ankle is as well. Seal, the 1v2. It's going to be hard. It is doable, but it's going to be so very hard. His feet get spotted out, and R3D take a bow. Will it say a Pakistani team's going to be coming top 5? Screw top 5. They're going to get a chicken dinner.
They got the chicken dinner, and they did it in style, going up against big names in this game, winning that winner chicken dinner, of course, and in style. I do believe they have 14 kills to their names, which means that the aggression was definitely amped up. And Blay, let me just tell you one thing. Since I've been keeping an eye on the map, their rotations were pristine. In fact, they went out of the blue at one point and came back in, making sure they have that empty nothing circle all to themselves.
Absolutely, and even when you talk about the circle kind of favoring them at the end of the game, they took advantage of that. They didn't make any mistake whatsoever. A 2-man crew against 3 4-man crews, and they come out on top at the end.
Well, they did come out on top, but what's going to happen right now is we still have a lot more games in store for you. In fact, a total of 6 in a day. Oh my goodness, 1 bonus game. But before that, what we're going to do is take a little breather because, well, I think he's kind of lost his voice. So have I. We'll take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. See you after this.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3 Finals is where we are at. We got done with game number 3 right now and it is off to a great start when it comes to day 1. Of course, this is going to be a 4-day affair, and in that, it is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Blotto. Let's move on to, of course, I suppose Johnny and Ocean Sharma to ask them. Well, we did have a little bit of break over there.
Yeah.
But you come back from the break and the aggression coming in from these teams is that much more dominating.
Exactly. Let's say that, you know, they thought of it and talk about MVP. I mean, Johnny pointed out that lad has 7 kills, and like, let's see how much damage he has, and it's 955, almost like touching out the 1,000 marker. 3 assists as well, 341 healing. I mean, hey, you were in a lot of fights.
Exactly, and R3D, I mean, really impressive performance. They started things off by picking off F4, and then from there on out, just going towards the end of the game. We were talking about their position inside the circle as well. Even the casters talked about this. Coming from the northern side, most of the fights, in the meantime, most of the fights were happening towards the southern part of the circle, and R3D utilized that opportunity. Quite nice honestly, up until the point that they lost 2 players to 7C.
The only team that they had to look forward to was Seal as well on to the other northern side. But Seal and 7C, they were having their own engagements after that. Just when now we're talking about his contribution for the kills, it looks promising and damage as well, because those are the two things that matter in a fight, in a battle out there. And he just showcased, his team showcased it. But talk about 7C as well. Amazing performance. Talk about the comebacks. This Miramar was definitely a game for comebacks.
Absolutely was, and in that doing so, we've got so many players who did showcase wonderful performances, but a few of them certainly are going to be part of that top player list, and in that, R3D's Edgar with 7 kills is the one taking the chart.
So now we have top players from 7C and R3D Esports.
Yes.
One team that should have won the game, and the other team that actually did win the game.
Yeah, I mean, talk about 7C. Like, they were looking really strong as much as they were taking the fights. They were the first team to reach the double-digit kill mark. R3D followed them up as well, but right now, these two teams, they knew their business. Talk about the most utilities used, and this one is blah 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 from T2K. R3D Edgar again with the highest damage and the kills for himself. Prypan from Venom Legends, 265 meters is the longest distance kill, and 7C Trula with the maximum assists. Edgar also, Edgar had 3 assists, but right now 4 is the maximum number.
Exactly, impressive performances from these two teams, but not just them. Seal Esports is stepping back into the arena. They had a good game.
They most certainly did. With that, let's move on to the storyboard coming in from this game. That is, of course, going to be the match ranking. And it is R3D Esports taking a chicken dinner, walking away with 13 kills, 28 points.
Oh, that is just impressive. That should be able to boost this team up into inside the top 5. But 7C Esports, the last game wasn't really a good one for them. Even the one before that, even on Erangel, they suffered a few hits starting from the early game stages. But this time, good recovery.
PN Crew, the first game they were in top 2. Right now they were out there, you know, in the top 3. But with this one, it shows in top 4. So yeah, PN Crew did good for themselves in this game. But talk about DRS Gaming. We're talking about the consistency. In this game, it just became a matter of ups and downs. Talk about the other teams as well. A1 Esports right now in this one. Previous game, it was really good. They had good kills for themselves. Right now, kills are good, but the placement point is something that just, you know, went into its own ups and downs. But F4, I mean, it's the 3rd game that we have seen this team faltering right now. Whilst the other teams are moving up or down, this team, from here, they only need to move up. They just got to have that one game that just changes.
And we hopefully will be able to see that one game, because again, we still have 3 games remaining. There's 3rd game coming to an end, but when it comes to the finals, we're looking at 6 games in total to be played throughout. But right now, we've got the zone analysis to go through first.
Exactly, and I want to blame Ocean. Why do you have to ask for those central circles, Ocean?
I love it.
Why?
Simply. Alright, so look about the circle, right?
Yeah.
If we know it's like proper land area, every team wants to get the center of the circle. And once the zone shifts, look at that. Like, no one was there in the center. Everyone's like has to rush for the circle. Then they gather and the circle plays again.
I'll tell you why I don't like them, because it took 10 minutes for the first blood to happen.
Well, it almost happened at the time when players landed. Almost happened.
And it was a player from R3D going down.
Yeah, it almost happened, but well, you know, you can call it like a second chance given to them, and things just snapped out. This is where we were looking for, right? R3D and Seal were onto the northern sides, whilst the other teams were taking fight, but 7C just moving on to the side of Seal. And if you guys remember, one rock and behind that was Seal's player Zagi. I mean, that was a really good position just to just, you know, stay there and take the fights.
And the worst part was the players from 7C actually did see him move into that position, but no one bothered to check again whether he was alive or dead.
Well. I mean, yes, that is one of those moments, but the most highlighted moment, I think, certainly is got to be from StalwartFlex Uzum, who had that wonderful jump across towards Venom Legends players. And with that, let's of course go through the Oppo moments first.
Yeah, we're going to see that once it comes here.
You know, it's the probability of surviving in this S33.33, I would guess.
Yeah, but I mean, Uzum did not care about it. He just said a few words. There's a Leroy Jenkins.
And
to all the people who get that reference,
you guys are awesome. You know, just moving forward with everything, you saw the fights. As for what they were happening, open areas, take those fights. This is where R3D just started off with the momentum and just moved on with the circles.
Wolverine is just like harmlessly lying there behind the ridge, just trying to survive, and the players of R3D, they were not having it.
Yeah, I mean, R3D wanted those kill points, right? Obviously, they were slowly just gathering those numbers. Talk about gathering numbers. 7C was taking amazing fights.
Exactly, and talk about those amazing fights. Now, the bad fight is going to come for them when we're going to see Zaki being present, hiding behind the rock. 7C, the charges are going to happen. They're going to take down, I believe they took down 2 players. See, he's there behind the rock, and they see him go there.
Yeah, now, this was the closest proximity. As you can see, the danger right next to you. But as soon as you just saw it, he was on 1 HP, then he just went down. But till then, the damage was done on 7C, and 7C had an exit, and R3D
I think here's what happened right there, right? Because 7C knew R3D was behind. They were counting on the fact already R3D might have taken that player down because he was too exposed from the rear, but that did not happen. Zaki steps out, take down 2 players from 7C, and R3D just come in, clean everyone up, get the chicken dinner.
Exactly. And with that, we move on towards, of course, the damage dished out throughout this game. And in that, we have a few teams that have taken quite a big chunk from the lobby.
1952, they played for the placement points really good in this one. Had they had, 1 kill or 2 kill, they could have had that momentum going on for the fights. That it happens sometimes. If you don't get a knocker, you don't convert it. The other fights, you might just, leave away from that fight for the circle, but the other fights is something you sometimes don't just pick up. Talk about DE. This is the, DE, it's not always that they go on 0 kills for themselves, but whenever they do, next game they try to just, compensate for themselves.
Also, I have to say, I'm loving the way A1 Esports are taking an approach to the matches today. I mean, early exit does not matter. The fight was still put up by the team. They still got those 4 kills.
Exactly, and that is going to convert into those wonderful points that they are, of course, working towards. Another point to bring up would be, of course, the real soldiers. Me and Ocean, we were looking at the way that team was jumped back into the lobby area.
We would have not thought of it in any way.
In any way whatsoever at all. But in that, let's move on the storyboard. Let's move on towards the overall, where we do see Carnage Esports as of now taking a lead with just 1 point.
Well, this is the you can see DRS right now, right? They were at the first previously. They went down right now at the 4th. A1 Esports still maintaining the top 3 as of now. T2K 38, Carnage 39, 38, 37, well 35, which is and 33 PN crew. Seal is coming back up. I would still love to see that Seal. You remember the first 2 games, chicken dinner, something like that. But well, we will still have to see about that. But R3D with this one, they are at the 8th position, jump of 7.
Jump of 7 positions and a difference of 10 points compared to the leaders of the leaderboard right now. But A1 Esports, they're sitting with 20 kills to their name, highest as far as the teams are concerned after 3 games. But we're going to see how the situations are going to play out by the end of the day. But for now, StalwartFlex and Team F4 sitting on the 15th and the 16th position. 3 matches have happened, just 3 more to go.
Yes.
Is
but
it
that's only day 1.
Yeah, it's only day 1, but still, day 1 is about just establishing yourself, as you mentioned, establishing yourself in a good position in the leaderboard. So the next days, you aren't battling the pressure, but you're just slowly and steadily focusing on the climb.
Absolutely, and racking those wonderful points towards you in your favor, as the storyboard should, of course, highlight and be highlighted towards those top 9 teams that will move on into the PMPL South Asia Championship. But right now, before we talk about anything else, we have been talking about A1 Esports. Yes, the consistency that they've brought not only for the day, but throughout the past 3 weeks. You combine those super weekends as well as the league plays. This team is consistent, no 2 ways about it. So right now what we've got set up is an interview with A1 Esports' Dante. Let's bring him up online and have a chat. Hello, mate. Congratulations. I mean, again, you guys are on to a great start. The consistency that you bring into the table is working in terms of placement points as well as kill points. But for the finals, what is your strategy going to be, mate?
For right now, we are playing as aggressive as we can, as every point matters, and we are going for the position as well as the kill points. So we will be doing the same in the past stages and the future stages, as we will be going for more kills and more position points, both.
Well, nothing to complain there, because that is just the way it has been and has been working in their favor.
Exactly. But well, I'll be having this question for you, right? There was a break of a few days. What were the discussions in the team meetings and what strategies were planned? If you want to just, give us a hint about those things for the finals.
For right now, we just improved our synergy a little bit and tried to improve our team communication. It is the most important thing in this team, and we are also trying to improve our 4v4 gunfight. So I think this is going to help us in a lot.
Well, definitely. I just have one question. I mean, during the league stages, we saw, like, I guess you guys saw, we had to wait a long time to see a chicken dinner for you guys, even though you were sitting right up there with the lobby leaders. Are you going to make us wait again?
No. This time we are going to get a lot of chicken dinners. Let's hope for the best, and we are so hopeful about that.
Hopefully, really soon.
Yeah,
really
hopefully.
soon.
Yeah,
exactly.
really soon.
That's what we're waiting for. That is exactly what we're waiting for. But alongside all of that, it is kudos to your team and your communication, because no matter without the chicken dinner as well, you are able to compete with the teams that do have chicken dinner, but you're able to give them that run for the money because you are there with the kills, with the placement points. Certainly synergistic team. Thank you so very much for having the communication and the conversation. Best of luck to you.
All the best.
Welcome. Thanks a lot.
Well, that of course was A1 Esports' Dante joining us for a wonderful interview. And again, every single time we have a conversation, lads, it is always brought down to this main crux. Conversation, communication.
And we have to hold them up to it. We have to hold Dante and the lads up to this right now. They promised us multiple chicken dinners.
Exactly. Yeah. Well. Keep our fingers crossed for that. But let's move on. Let's give him the opportunity that he just spoke about. It is, of course, going to be the schedule that's going to be brought on forth. We just got done with 3 games. Now we start things off on Erangel once again.
We move to Erangel once again. I would love to see, what teams have learned from the previous Erangel. Obviously, because right now it's just about the pace. Plus, there's going to be one thing. If it's a Northern Circle again, how Zeus plays it, how DRS plays it, because they've had the Chicken and Zeus. Obviously, they started off the first fights.
Not just Zeus. I mean, if there's a Northern Circle, you have to avoid Rozok, you have to avoid Georgopol at all, because the only safe approach that you are left with is going to be through Yasnaya. But even there's going to be trouble there, but not as much, because Georgopol, main center of attention, because let's see the teams that are in the vicinity. First, if you're moving from the south, Skylight Gaming is going to be there. You get away from Skylight Gaming, you have to deal with Zeus and Seal Esports at the same time, because the teams like to land to the North Georgia and the Georgopol city. So
this just has been right. Let's just leave the placement marker right now. Let's just focus on the kill marker. Zeus, it shows that it's a really dominating team when it comes down to Erangel. DRS followed by A1 Esports as well. So these teams would love to just showcase a gameplay. But Carnage is the one that you would see on Erangel. Their shot callings are really brilliant. When they go for the fights, they know that there will be someone who's out there for the backs who will be just supporting them if something goes south.
Well, I mean, definitely, and things are bound to go south one time or the other. So now, as we did see, a few of the teams in the last game that were doing really well are sort of getting gassed out. This game, I expect a few more of them to actually drop out, and in return, teams from the bottom might just have the opportunity to move up front. So StalwartFlex, I expect a good game from them this time, because that has been the trend. StalwartFlex and F4, they take their sweet time to get into the groove of things, but once they do, it's really nice to watch.
It most certainly is, and in that conversation, of course, Team F4 hopefully keeping our fingers crossed for that as well, because, of course, StalwartFlex we know is a consistent team. It's just for them to understand the lobby and get that working in their favor. With that, any predictions, lads?
Not for the second Erangel, no.
None? Okay, with that, let's go on to our partner boys who are going to be taking us through this game on Erangel. It is going to be, well, of course, Pain Fixers and Necro.
Well, thank you so much once again. And here we are, Team R3D, going big and mighty, getting that first chicken dinner for themselves. They have been longing for that for quite some time. But now again, we are going to head into Erangel. Do you think this time, maybe the Bangladeshis or the Mongolians? Give me a call.
Well, I mean, Seal is back in action, Fixes, and that team is definitely, catching my mind right now. And talking about Mongolians, I mean, Zeus this time doesn't seem like aren't having the time of their life. They're getting caught off guard a lot of times, and this seems like they're getting sandwiched between 2 teams, and things
are
not
trying to
looking
imply
good.
something?
Maybe not,
we are actually looking at a lot of teams prying out for Zeus every single time they get out of the cover, and well, anything can happen. This is a battle royale, every team to themselves. As we head on into Erangel, we have seen those circles doing those wonders. This time, however, where do you want the circle to be?
Oh, always military. Come on, is that even a question? Why do you ask me all the time? My only answer is going to be military. But one thing is that is bothering me right now. Blotter messed our name up again. It's Panda Bros.
It's the Panda Brothers.
He called
Panda
us Panda Boys.
Whatever it is, let's just head back into the action as the big bird is in the sky. Here we have it. All the way from Quarry towards Lipovka, a southern flight trajectory. Necro, do you think the southern circle is going to be real?
Well, I mean, to be honest, it does seem like it, you know? Whenever we have seen such kind of playing flight path, most of the time, there has been a massive chance that the circle has shifted towards military base. But I really want to see, is that going to be true this time? Venom Legends, again, they do like to drop on the edges of the left-hand side, next to quite Primorsk. And Venom Legends this time, I really want to see, is Seal going to be challenging them now?
I mean, a big question. However, we did witness a lot of teams trying different strats out. We did see Venom Legends heading off towards the Western Georgia Pole cities. We did see the players of 7C, they're along with Team Zeus. So a lot of teams were there, of course. This time Zeus, however, they are prepared. They are prepared for any team that is going to land at their drop location. We also do know the containers are up for grabs, but by the looks of it, seems like Zeus have a different plan in mind this time.
Well, it seems like the old Zeus is back again. They have pulled out their old cards. Well, we have gotten the call that the lobby is going to get rehosted. So maybe some unfortunate turn of events over here.
I mean, either ways, no damage done. Every team was sort of just landing, so it's all right. It's all right. But you know, talking about what we are expecting right now, I really want the boys from StalwartFlex to step up, Team F4 to step up. We have seen how beautiful Crypto plays. I mean, I was predicting him to be the top fragger this time, considering the form that he's running into. But which other players do you think individually are you looking out for?
You mean in StalwartFlex or just in general?
In general. Any team.
I mean, Godless, of course, ICs, they're going to be on the top. I mean, Zeus players, of course, going to be in the top. Then I really want to see how Rafat is going to be performing, because that man has been catching my eyes lately, and I really want to see how Rafat will be performing as well. And as you did mention, Johnny and Crypto from StalwartFlex, you guys take my heart all the time whenever you guys are on the field.
Well, Necro loves you all, and so do I. But, you know, we've seen Venom Legends really pick up the pace after the Super Weekend 2, and they have been going upwards, and they've always been in the midst of the things. Now, you know, talking about the Erangel game, we are also witnessing the players of A1 Esports. They are playing pretty well as well. I mean, considering where they are right now, third spot, no chicken dinners, they're getting those kills, but I think somewhere down the line they need to work on one thing. That is still survive till the very end, get that chicken dinner, and once they do that, I think they might just topple over Carnage.
Well, I mean, the analyst also mentioned that A1 Esports has been consistent since the start. You know, somewhere down the line, the chicken dinner, they're struggling to get it. And even Ocean asked the questions, you know, are you guys going to let us wait? Are you guys going to make us wait to get that chicken dinner again? But he answered back and said, no.
No, maybe this time might be the dinner that they were looking out for. I mean, these lads have been starving. They need that. They are famishing, and well, we know they are the team that can get the chicken, and yes, make the region proud and themselves as well. As we know, you know, these teams are all going to qualify, just a handful of them. Of course, Skylight Gaming is the one that has directly qualified. They're just playing here for the money and for the pride. But talking about the Nepali teams, Carnage, I mean, this is one of the teams that we need to touch upon, because I really loved how they are playing, you know, being the regional champions from the PMCOs, coming in, stepping up really massively during those final Super Weekends. And I think after this, you know, being on the top, they gotta feel good about themselves.
Yeah, exactly. They were dominating the battlefield even in the PMCO, and now as well they're doing quite good. We saw in the league stages as well, you know, them taking back-to-back those chicken dinner on the end day. I'm pretty sure you've not forgotten about that one.
Yes, indeed I do. Now, this is one of those teams that always prioritized on positioning, right?
Yeah.
Have a good position in the early game, try to get a better position inside the circle, and once you are in, you just go hammering down every single play that you see, and that has been pretty much working out. Not really, you know, getting those chickens, but still, as long as you're getting that perfect balance between those position points and your kill points, and now you are, and if you are on the top spot, so why do you have to care? Either ways, ladies and gentlemen, sorry for the delay, as the match is again live, as this time it's a completely different story, as the flight path trajectory going all the way from Kameshki to its hospital.
My hopes have been shattered, Fixes, in the previous...
Hey, still, I believe you. We are believers. You might just get a certain circle.
We might, though, but you know, in the previous flight path, the certain circle, the chances were definitely more. And this time, it seems like my hopes almost have been shattered, but let's see, only time would answer our question where the circle will be panning out. And as always, R3D taking an exit in the first place because the plane flight path is favoring their drop location. I want to watch out where Zeus is going to be dropping. Are they going towards the shelter area that they have been going since the first time?
Well, anything can happen, but R3D again dropping off towards Kameshki. I mean, they have been one of those teams that sort of tends to go towards the edges of this particular map. We've seen them going as far as Larky as well, so they've got those plan A's, plan B's, but we've got to see. Last time, Zeus did not go towards the Western Georgia Pol cities. Now, considering this flight trajectory, it's very much possible, and they can do that. However, this time they've decided to take a backseat as they are heading to their good old drop location. That's going to be shelter.
Exactly, that's what I said. They're pulling out the old card, and this is what they're showing, that we are the OGs of the Erangel map, and they're heading towards shelter this time. We might see the old Zeus back in action, as they have realized that the way these guys are playing isn't really working out, so they have to pull out the old cards. They have to play the game a little serious and make sure they are prioritizing surviving more than kills. And this time we take a look at Zeus this time, almost spotting out the players of TDK right in the next lines, and it doesn't seem like they are going to be challenging the fight because they don't really have anything.
Exactly, I mean, that's the only reason why they've backed off.
Yep.
They do not really have guns, and deciding to just ram in, get those guns, spot the players out, go after them. That has been the mantra of Team Zeus since forever. But I see he looks like he's a bit lost. I mean, if the players of high voltage spot him out, then he might be in troubled waters.
He might definitely be in troubled waters. And now, take a look at Seal as well. They're quite next to the players of 1952. The fight might be panning out. As long as 1952 is maintaining the social distancing, then maybe the fight won't be happening. As the circle isn't really quite where I wanted it to be, and I'm definitely quite disappointed after that one.
I mean, social distancing in and out of the game, all you viewers watching out, stay safe, keep your masks on every single time. Yeah, be sanitized as well. But moving on with the game, I mean, Team Zeus, this time I'm really looking forward as to what they're going to offer on the table, because this time there's no one dropping off at the Western Georgia. However, Seal has taken control over the Northwestern Georgia Pol city, so they're going to look good. They're going to look neat with their loot. But talking about how the zone has really panned out, maybe can tend to go towards Pachinki, maybe towards Katka, but what I would really like is a sudden shift towards Ferry Pair. What about you?
Yeah, definitely, I mean, Ferry Pair's shift would be quite interesting, you know. It doesn't also have a lot of cover on the edges of the map, and that would be quite interesting to see. Even a bridge circle would be quite interesting as well, because you don't really have a lot of places to hide across. And when the circle is out in the open, we do know what happens. As Sinister seems like he's just having a morning jog. He wants to lose some weight. Maybe we do as well.
Yeah, a lot of weight. We're gonna start off right after the Vengeance. We need to do that. But anyways, you know, talking about how these teams have been panning out, how they've been playing, the difference is not too much, Necro, because the first team, of course, Carnage, they are the table toppers right now, 39 points. Now you take a look at T2K, they are the second ones with 38, just that 1 point difference. So this is how volatile this table looks like, you know. Just have a one good game and you might just topple over. Considering this particular circle, this looks really, really good for star teams like StalwartFlex. Now, you know, even the desk was having a conversation regarding this team. They wanted Team F4 and StalwartFlex to even come up, and we know these lads do have the potential. It's just about when are they gonna unleash those strats.
Well, I mean, R3D, a team that won the previous game, so I'm pretty sure the Pakistani fans are pretty happy after that one. I'm pretty sure.
Indeed, indeed. You know, one of those teams from Pakistan region, they are doing pretty well. And we would really hope that they continue this sort of a gameplay. You know, we're not expecting to get chicken dinners every single game, but have a top 3 position, have a top 5 position with decent amount of kills. And by decent, we mean like 4-5. I mean, you're good to go every single game. If you get something around 10 points, then once all these matches sort of tend to get over, you are looking strong, you are looking neat, you are looking into a top 3, and I mean, either ways you are also going to qualify for the regional finals. But right now, A1 Esports is 6'9" boy. This lad was amazing in the map of Sanhok. Can he repeat it again? As Zeus, they are reversing around, have been spotted by, as shots are being taken onto its icy, as he's just gonna fall down. Is he though? No, not yet, not until now, but it's Godless, the man himself, taking down 6'9".
Well, 6'9" the first time, he didn't really take any shots, and then the second time he did decide to do So, but Godless was there, and I don't really know if this is a good move by Godless because there are some players of Venom Esports as well in the back lines. Godless is being quite hungry up till now. Dante has his sights locked onto him as well, but Godless just has an eagle eye. He's going to be spotting a glimpse of him, and that's going to be enough. Godless, again, I don't really know how this man is just that good. It doesn't matter. A glimpse is enough for him to take you out.
I mean, he is so skillful at the weaponry he uses. Give him any weapon, give him a goddamn pistol, and he's gonna take you down.
True.
We've seen him, coming out as a sniper, but Carnage going after Deadeyes this time. This time we're seeing a completely different version of Carnage. They're the ones aggressing. Deadeyes, in the meanwhile, caught off during the rotation. Quite an unfortunate start for these lads as they are eliminated right in the beginning.
That's quite unfortunate. Deadeyes.
That's a shocker.
Yeah, I'm left speechless. I don't really know what even to say after that one because until we switched onto them, they were already out the game. And a team like Deadeyes, we don't really expect them getting eliminated like that so quick. I'm left speechless by Carnage. The way these guys are performing, but for now, another fight panning out. StalwartFlex Uzum going to be opening things up on the players of A1 Esports as Sinister has been taken down as well, and StalwartFlex don't seem to miss a bullet.
Well, hey, let me take you down on the memory lane. Map of Sanhok, A1 Esports, holding a compound. StalwartFlex comes in.
Oh!
And something that happened.
Karma
is real. But anyways, getting back to the game over here, high voltage going after 7C. Now 7C have been pretty amazing as well. I mean, this is a team that did not really have the big players, not the big names. Everyone sort of going into its different teams. But the way they have picked themselves up, having the likes of Rig coming in, you've got Totter, the way True Love, the way Fear have been performing, I am impressed with how well they have improvised during the tournament itself, how well they have adapted to the meta, going after the teams. A team that was bashed right from the early on is starting to go after the teams, getting those kills, getting those points, have made an amazing position for themselves in the overall ranking.
They are the upcoming stars, Fixes. I am telling you right now. 7C is doing quite phenomenal. First game wasn't really theirs, but then later on they picked up the pace, and this is what we like to see. Take a look at Uzum. This man has an incredible positioning as well. He does have the third-person angle to spot anyone out if they decide to take that high ground over the players of StalwartFlex, and this is where Uzum might just shine and take him out. Up till now, StalwartFlex are looking pretty safe, unless a team like Zeus decides to challenge them, then maybe things might be going south for them.
It's not going to be easy for Zeus though, because I really like Johnny's position. Being at a very unorthodox spot, you do not really check those angles, and if you do not, my friend, you are going to be taken down. And by the looks of it, we are going to witness where the circle is going to shift next. But 1952, they are actually taking their own sweet time rotating. I mean, they have got that idea in mind that they want to go in with those edgy plays. But considering how the circle is panned out, we are looking pretty much at a Gatka circle. I mean, a change in taste. Once those trends did start off coming during those initial Erangel days, we had a lot of Gatka circles. And we did see that shift towards ruins. We did have those Pachinki circles. We also went down towards Quarry. We've seen those Western Shoreline circles. So now this is again that golden Gatka zone that we have been casting since the very first day. But either ways, Carnage still having the center. This is a team that does have some really nice read of the game.
They do. They have came a long way since the PMCO, dominating the grounds in PMCO as well, and now in PMPL also. Zeus, they have learned their lessons, and this time seems like they're not going to be that aggressive anymore. They are prioritizing rotation more than kills this time. They do know they want to survive, and this game is going to be a major game for them. If they're not really able to get this game in their hands, then the pressure will be on them.
Look at the concentration on the Zeus players. I mean, this time they do know for the fact that they can't be laid back anymore. They can't be the ones who are dictating everything. They're in the 10th position. They need to redeem the first position for themselves. And for doing that, they need a chicken dinner, and they have to go big. They do understand the gravity of the situation and are, of course, responding accordingly. But A1 Esports, well, not the start that they would have wanted. Dante just being that solo survivor over there. And you never know. This lad has the potential. We have seen clutches from A1 Esports in the past. If he survives, then maybe a top 3 finish. I think that would suffice.
Yeah, and exactly. And even Dante was the one that the analyst interviewed. And up till now, he's alive, so maybe he will come true out on his words. Only time would tell. As Zeus was taking a little bit of damage from their enemy lines. Up till now, it seems like they're going to be backing off, but High Voltage going up again head-to-head against a team like F4. Cooney taking a little bit of damage here and there. Both of them are barraging nades onto each other. This nade might be so damaging, and yes, it will be almost taking out Cooney, but not going to be enough to knock him out. As F4, Voltrix is just barraging nades onto them.
I'm really surprised as to how Voltrix is commanding this entire situation. Just the solo player over there. This is where High Voltage need to capitalize. You just can't go on the back lines, and you just can't let the players of F4 bully you over there. They need to answer back. They need to throw a few grenades of their own. Someone needs to take that additional risk. But here we have the cavalry already arriving. Khan being the one leading the charge over here, as he does have that Uzi going in onto the players of High Voltage, as he has spotted one down. Assassin just proning in the nick of time, but is he gonna get the knock though? It's an easy knock, but the trade-off does come onto its Khan as another player goes down. It's Cooney doing all the murder over here, as 3 players of Team F4 have fallen, but it's Assassin's nade. That one nade did everything over there. Wolverine, he might just be a little bit late to the party, but can he save his teammates?
Only time would answer such questions, Fixes, as in a glimpse of an eye, they all were just down in the blink of an eye. And now High Voltage again, they want to retaliate back in fashion. The nades are there as well. It doesn't seem like they're going to be finding its mark anytime soon. Ozzy wants to take him down. The nade barrage will be there. F4, they are getting the res back in onto their teammates. Voltrix is getting back up as well. Why is High Voltage not pushing this entire situation? They have the man advantage inside the fight as well. They can just push onto them, but for some reason, they're opting out to play it as safe as possible.
Giving a second life to the players of F4, but Cooney's another nade goes in, gets that beautiful knock, but this is where High Voltage, they have decided, they have the numbers. It's a 4v2 situation. The nade coming onto his Wolverine. Is it going to explode? No, that's a smoke. And well, High Voltage, Extreme going on the flank angles, his Assassin going in from the straight lines, trying to do any kind of damage down onto the players of F4, but Extreme, he's just back off, but OG getting a beautiful knock over there, as we still have Khan Zedan and his teammate over there battling it out, but no, F4 are not going to back off without a fight, but High Voltage are also retaliating in fashion, but Zedan being the solo survivor, can he do it? No, as High Voltage eliminate Team Foe.
High Voltage again, what a tactical approach inside the fight as well. Extreme had the flank angle covered, and then rest of the team was just pushing from the front lines. Extreme did a lot of work inside the fight, and this is what we're talking about. High Voltage is a team, they think about each and every single move 10 times, and then they execute it. As Zeus again taking a little bit of shots from the player of PN Crew there, but doesn't seem like it will be dealing a lot of damage, but Zell this time has found the opening on the players of DRS. It's going to be Mafia Ninja taking a fall. DRS trying to lob some smoke grenades in, providing that extra bit of visual cover. But Zal doesn't seem like he is going to be stopping this. The smoke isn't going to be stopping their bullet Fixes.
I mean, this is not the first time that we're witnessing this fight. You know, the trench fight, the trench warfare that we are talking about. Zeus and DRS have gone against each other in the past as well. And it's sort of even Stevens. You know, they get the knocks, they get the kills, they get traded off. We've seen this happen multiple times. I'm not going to get surprised if they go after each other right from over here. But Zeus taking a back stance, you know, trying to play the compounds, because they do realize how important it is to get the top position. And with the difference not being too much, I mean, you talk about the first team, the team Carnage, they are having 39 points. Then you're talking about team at the 10th position, not really far away, just those 10 12 points difference between them. So one good game is what Team Zeus is searching for. But High Voltage somehow surviving that fight. I mean, for a second I really thought that, you know, F4 will get those revives and then they can completely go out and obliterate High Voltage, but thankfully they've managed to, get
Yeah.
those 4 kills, very essential 4 points, and that's going to give them that slight confidence that they need to fight in those final circles. But talking about that, we've got a zone shift going all the way towards the certain side. Now, StalwartFlex do have that compound that they needed, and this game could potentially be theirs.
Exactly. They are in the center of the zone, and this is where table might turn in their favors. As high voltage, again, as I did mention, I don't really know why they didn't push against the players of F4 when they already had 2 players knocked out. They had the man advantage going for themselves as well. High voltage could have closed that fight out way early.
I think the only reason I can think of is that they wanted to prioritize the revive on their fallen player. So that's the only reason I can think of, and that does make sense. But Carnage being way too out in the open, they've not really been punished yet, having those covers, just living on towards it, as Icy decides to take over this compound, and he does have it. But here comes the push coming in from the players of PN, and Zhong will be the one punishing Legend, already having him knocked out. But Leon from the Far Off Ray will be taking down the players of Zeus, as they are going to deny the push. But look at Icy, a beautiful grenade lobbed into the air, and Legend has fallen. Now it all comes down towards Killer and Sandesh, and by all means they are not gonna push.
They are not going to push, and again, PN crew found themselves caught in a precarious spot, as Zeus is going to be punishing them without a doubt. Icy, of course, a man in the close lines. Killer, he does know he cannot make the push onto them because he will be exposing his body a little too much. He will have to cover open grounds, but Goonie this time opening things up on the players of R3D. They were the one who won the previous game, but this time R3D doesn't seem like they are having the time of their life, and Carnage as well, third-partying the entire fight, and this is where R3D are getting sandwiched. They're not really looking good.
They indeed aren't, but 7C, they are kind of carrying on with the domination, getting kills left, right, and center. The spot bodies, they take them down, as DRS also get in, take a part of the action as they wipe out the last player of R3D, as they have been eliminated pretty early in the game at the 14th position.
3 Nepali teams ganged up on R3D. That was DRS, Carnage, and which one was it? That was DRS, Carnage, and I think so there was one more team. That was High Voltage.
Yep.
High Voltage in the nearby lines. All 3 of those players, all 3 of those teams actually third-party the entire fight, and this is how R3D just got sandwiched. And right now, in this end circle, of course, it's quite out in the open. The end circle doesn't really have a lot of cover. All you can find yourself is that vehicles that you are covering yourself with. And of course, those vehicles are not going to be staying with you for a long time if you are going to be taking a heavy amount of damage from all across the angle. High Voltage again, putting a pressure onto a lot of teams.
Indeed, right now, High Voltage having that cover that they are utilizing it and playing it from. But Zeus is ably, he is putting all that hurt into the hearts of the players of DRS. And they are in such a tough spot, being shot from both the angles. Not a lot of cover to play around. And, well, DRS, they are sinking until the point the last player goes down. And it's the boys from Carnage dishing out all that hurt. And they have indeed wiped out DRS Gaming.
That's quite an unfortunate moment for DRS. And again, they would not have expected such a start for them. As 1952, take a look at this bold rotation out in the open. They're not scared of anyone. That buggy, though, made their rotation safe, at least up till now. They did take a lot of damage in the process, but Fear, again, has caught them off guard out in the open. Now, Tufik is going to be the last man surviving for that squad. He is staying behind that buggy, but just take a look at Fear. He seems unstoppable. Just that little glimpse of his body is going to be enough, and Fear going to be taking him out the game. And take a look at Fear. The confidence on this man is just on another level. He's out in the open. He's not scared of anyone.
Yep. Fearless is what he is right now. As Carnage, they sort of are still playing these edges of the circle, and at a point they work out right in the open, but still, maintaining those distance from each other, having a really good spread. They went on hammering down teams. They did take down DRS in the process, but Team Zeus, looks like it, they have to take the move. Now this is going to be really crucial for this team, as PN Cruz, Sandesh, he is lying down, but his buggy is definitely going to give his position away. But Joker, look at him, some precise shots going in, and Killer is killed.
Quite unfortunate there. Fix's Killer has been finally killed. He has been put an end to, but Icy getting caught off guard while he was trying to make the rotation. Skylight Gaming are going to be the one to punish Zeus this time. And Zeus, they do know this bold rotation might also favor them in those late games, so they are like, might as well, we should just take it. Avon Esports this time taking an early exit in 11th position, as Dante was the last man alive since the start. But Zol getting caught off guard in open grounds, and it's going to be StalwartFlex Uzum getting the knock onto him. Zol wants to stay safe behind that tree, but he's kind of separated out from the rest of the pack.
But look at Team Carnage, they are making the move. Jiggle on the front lines. He was trying to scar out for enemies, but it's Fear that's going to be dishing out all that damage. Will be taking him out of the equation. As look at reviews, he is, of course, inside a smoke, trying to spot out, trying to pry at the other enemies, trying to get in the nearby vicinity. As Team Venom Legends, they are also looking good. They are also kicking, as we see the players of T2K getting a few knocks here and there. But look at Skylight Gaming, they are finally deciding to commit after the players of Team Carnage.
They are deciding to commit, and again, Skylight Gaming, Joker is still crawling inside the smoke. Chari has heard the rotation, and he's probably going to be taking a little bit of shots here and there. Those nades might be quite damaging. And look at that, the barrage of nades from the side of Leon. It doesn't seem like it's going to be stopping anytime soon. Smoking his teammates' position out as well. He does know his teammates is getting rezzed. Joker will be back on his feet anytime soon, and yes, he will be. Skylight Gaming and PN Crew, this might be a massive fight happening anytime soon. Sandesh has spotted Chari out, and this is where Chari might be taken down, because Chari seems quite unaware of his positioning. And Carnage as well joining the fray from the back lines. They're third-partying this entire fight. It's going to be Snipe YT. Of course, this man is just an absolute laser beam.
Does not have a sniper, but still sniping out the players over there in the far fray. But he needs to be careful at this particular moment. Does have that DP, did give away his sound cues. And 7C, they are searching for him. There comes that one nade. Will also be coming up with another. But Manish and Snipe, can they clutch it out? 9 kills already for these lads. The tabletop is looking so neat and so good. But high voltage not really having a good position. And just bound to a small little shack. They have to make a movement, having been already spotted out. This is going to be such a tough and daunting task for them.
Take a look at the circle shift as well, Fixes. It's out in the open, but there's so many fights happening as all these guys want to make the rotation inside the circle. Crypto seems like he's going to be dominating the entire field. StalwartFlex, they are unstoppable up till now. Crypto is stealing a lot of bullets on the players of Skylight Gaming, as Leon is just pinned down behind that little rock, and finally the kill will be found by Uzum. This is what they were looking for, the opening that they were looking for, and finally they're going to be finding that breathing space. Sandesh taking an exit in the open place, but take a look at Uzum as well, pushing right against the players of Skylight Gaming. It doesn't seem like StalwartFlex are going to be stopped anytime soon, but Crypto as well taking quite a massive damage from the players of Seal.
Absolutely. I mean, that was not the place to be getting knocked at. Right now, StalwartFlex, they have done really well so far, having secured 8 kills already. This is the game that the Pakistani fans were looking for. This is the game that StalwartFlex wanted. Carnage Esports taking an exit on the 9th position, but of course being backed by 9 kills. That is neat. That is good. That is something that I could accept. But right now, taking a look at the circle, every single team is playing from the periphery of the zone. And can they, or which one will be the one team surviving till the very end? Team Seal this time taking a backseat, you know, focusing a lot on their rotations, not getting a lot of kills, but they certainly can win this one out. But look at 7C's, 10 kills, 4 players alive. This chicken dinner might just come home.
This chicken dinner might just come home as well, but Zeus is still alive in the game, including StalwartFlex and Seal. It's not going to be that easy. They're the massive competition inside this entire late game circle. 7C smoking their position out. Zeus, Billy, seems like he will be spotted out anytime soon. And StalwartFlex Crypto taking out the player of Zeus. Of course, Godless is going to be the man to get contested down. 7C putting in a lot of pressure on the players of StalwartFlex, and Uzum has finally been taken down as well. 7C putting in a lot of bullets in the direction of StalwartFlex, unloading their mags, as Crypto is going to be the last man surviving. And Reviews has been taken down as well. Crypto, it's all down to him, but no, Heaven is going to be there from the back lines. Third partying this entire fight, and Rig going to be putting the final bullet.
They are unstoppable right now. 7C, where he is about to get that revive. No, they did not go for that. And this might just hurt them towards the very end. But T2K is still surviving, having the blessings of the compound, just living by the edges. And are they going to get inside the circle? Are they inside the circle? No, 15 meters is how much they have to travel and how far they have to go. But look at Zeus. They are surviving by the whiskers. Oh my goodness, how are they still alive? But look at 7C. T, this time with 3 of their players, with Fear already out of the equation. Can they do it? Can they clutch it around as Seal have decided to push on towards the players of T2K, but Utsaga seems well prepared.
Are still going to be carrying their legacy forward since the week 1. Is that going to be happening? Only time would answer such kind of questions as TDK rated, sir, taking a lot of shots on the players of 7C, and finally the opening has been found. 7C taking a heavy amount of casualty. That nade from Wally is going to be so damaging as it has already found the opening that they were looking for. Godless going to be beaming out Nemo outside of his car, and it doesn't seem like Zeus are going to be stopped anytime soon as well. TDK has found themselves in quite a precarious spot as Seal are stealing Fear on entire of the late game circle.
Indeed, as Rig is the last player surviving from Team 7C, his position has been compromised, gets spotted right from under the vehicle as Baron will make no mistakes in taking him down as Team Zeus surviving with those 2 players. Rated has not yet been revived, will get that in due process, but Seal having the numbers. Look at the spread, the players are expanding, and right now Baron will find Abeliamo off in the far fray and will take him down as Godless is the last solo player. Can he pull off a miracle yet again?
It's just down to these 3 teams, TDK, Seal, and Zeus. Zeus just has that one last man standing, and it's going to be Godless. He's taking a little bit of shots here and there, but he has finally been spotted out. And this is where Zeus is going to be taking an exit in the 3rd position. Now it's just down to these 2 teams. Seal is there. Seal is back in action. And it seems like they have a massive chance of winning the game as well. They have the man advantage. And it's just down to that one last man standing from TDK. Utsarga being the man. Nade's being lobbed in from the side of Seal as well. This Nade might just be doing it. And yes, it will be Seal coming out on top. And wow, what an incredible performance.
Seal sealing the deal in the game of Erangel, and yes, the boys are back. The Mongolian strike, and well, we have yet another region getting the chicken dinner. The masala is of course getting intense. I can feel the aroma moving around. But yes, what an amazing game. Seal starting off things a bit slow, then eventually when the time came, when push came to shove, they did not back off, and that is how they got that chicken dinner. But either ways, ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading for a shuttle break. Coming right after is the analyst desk breaking all the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile South Asia Pro League Season 3. This is where we are at when it comes to the finals, because day 1 is off to a great start. We've got done and completed till now a lot of games, but there are still more remaining, and it is all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. I'm your host Bloro, and once again, as we talk about the analysts, it is none other than Ocean Sharma and I, Super Johnny. But taking things along, now we start off on Erangel. Yes,
We
and that
see
match,
the Seal that we wanted to see, right? True.
Not just Seal though, StalwartFlex also played really well, so I'm happy with that.
Exactly.
So true.
Talk about the MVP right now. Snipe Whitey from Carnage, 5 kills, 817 damage, 2 assists, and 64 healing done. That's all.
Well, he has had amazing performances. I mean, throughout the day, Carnage Esports, they have somehow managed to be consistent.
A weird maths fact. 2 plus
No.
1 plus 3 plus 2 is 8, and 8 squared is 64, so that's the healing done number.
Wow. Wow, I mean, again, I'm sure Snipe was calculating all of it as he went through the game, and he was like, you know what, Ocean is the only one who's going to be able to catch this, and here he is, bringing those stats for his team.
Players sending secret messages through the numbers to Ocean, I guess.
I'm telling you, Johnny, it's the stance, mate. You
Yeah,
gotta
it is
build
the
up that
stance,
stance.
Well, talk about his skills. He has a 23.4 kill contribution percentage out here. His survival, it has been in its own ups and downs, as this is like only 16.6% onto the survival marker. But still, I would say this lad has done good for his team, good for the numbers. And obviously, those numbers will be reflecting out there in, the leaderboards and the overall for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, and also Snipe was one of those players from the side of Carnage Esports that was continuously showcasing his good performances even during the league stages. So carrying that forward to this day today, just impressive.
Exactly, but talking about the top players, that's where Godless is. Crypto's back out here, just, getting on the best gameplays from himself and obviously Usman as well. So, StalwartFlex, just like you said, right, they were looking really good on their own role and, Sniper ID. So, we don't see anyone from Seal right now. That just means, again, everything was distributed in those players whilst they had that gameplay turned into a chicken dinner for themselves. But the survival time right now, it's Godless that has had the maximum out of the bunch.
Yeah, and I mean, it was quite critical of them as well this time in this matchup, especially changing the drop location, going from Georgiopol towards the eastern side of the map and then making it work. We know that's the secondary drop location for the team, but they can have a lot of trouble over there because they're surrounded by a lot more teams as compared to the usual one.
Exactly, but talking about the match summary, this is where you would see Ably with 22 utilities used this time, and Nima with the longest distance kill, Rig with the maximum assist. Meanwhile, obviously, Snipe ID and his damage and kill numbers, they looked impressive. They are just out there for the teams to just, see what they're against.
Exactly, and I mean, it is going to be something important. As Ocean said, the team is out there, you have to watch out for them.
Exactly, that is true, mate. That is so very true. But moving the story along, talking about the journey thus far, it is looking pretty comfortable for so many of these teams. Move on towards the match ranking is where we see once again, wow, this is where we see teams, yes, building those perfect kills for themselves, but Z3us Esports walking away with 13 kills. Talk about consistency.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's really good for Z3us. The boost that they are on themselves with, because previous game and this game, it's now we are seeing the tables being turned around. We can't just rely on 2 games for consistency. I would say now, and then 2 more games just happened. Obviously, now 2 games are remaining. I would love to see how those even pan out, because with every 2 games, the tables are turning.
Exactly, and not just that. I mean, I want to focus on the fact that, alright, the other teams, T2K, be it A1 Esports, be it Carnage, all of them are playing the same playstyle that they were doing the last time. Z3us is the only team that I've seen pick up the level of aggression compared to the league stages.
But on the other side, there are teams who have not been able to, or rather, the consistency is going in a negative light. Talk about from the 16th position onwards itself.
I mean, 9 to 16, it's kind of a binary code if you just look forward to it.
1-1-0-0-0.
1-0-1-1-1-0-0-0. I mean, it's a binary
It's
code.
ones and zeros everywhere. Everything is just either you get a point or not.
You either got a placement point or a kill point. It went down there.
Yep, he certainly did. Once again, it seems like the stance certainly is working in favor of this analyst desk, because there are a lot of coded messages being decoded. But with that, talk about the zone itself, which was, again, few teams being able to decode and work it in their favor.
This is where you can't decode unless you're just in that zone. I mean, both in the zone and in the zone of the gameplay for yourself. But look at this, where teams use like they kind of just were looking for the central cluster, and that's where Skylight Gaming was. Like, they did not have to move a lot, but they had to defend that area, and that's where things went to its own ups and downs.
Exactly, and talk about things going into the ups and downs of the situation. The circle took a downshift that sort of worked out in the favor of Z3us Esports. They were stuck on the edge, not stuck on the edge, they were playing the edge of the circle, and from there, even to the next shift, the edge was in their favor. Instead of being the center, I think there are a few teams that would be much more comfortable being on the edge rather than being in the center of the circle, and Z3us is one of those teams.
Yeah, Z3us, I mean, they played the edge perfectly for themselves. When you talk about the edge of the circle, it's not like, there's no team behind you, but everyone's right in front of you, and if you sometimes, misfire, everyone from the front is gonna just gonna look at you just to see, hey, who was there at that location? So you just gotta play it perfectly.
But there's a downside to playing the edge as well. You are cornered. You can't fall back. You don't have a position to fall back.
One wrong move outside you're outside the circle.
You're done.
Well. So many points being discussed. With that, let's combine all these moments together through, of course, the Oppo F19 moments.
Exactly, as we start things off again, an early skirmish breaking out between A1 Esports and Z3us, and we know what happens when you take on Z3us in the early game.
Exactly, they did take a few players down. I mean, that was a really good location for himself. He went, he stayed there for a while, just took that TPP angle from all the areas, and then took up all the fights for himself. Talk about F4, yeah, again, they tried and started to take up the fights, but I don't don't know why every fight is like it was not in the favor in this one. I really hoped it would, but you know, the upper area and lower area, that just played against them.
That, and I mean, it is the same scenario on Erangel repeating itself. I mean, even the last time F4, they were playing the slope of a hill where they were sort of challenged, not challenged exactly, but T2K's players were on the downside and they ended up taking them out. But this time it was the players of high voltage and 7C.
We were looking at this one, we were like, wait, and then as soon as the kill happened, we're like, alright, well, but right now, I mean, the way StalwartFlex players just, you know, had their own controlled aggression against all the fights. It's like, sometimes if you know the circles like this in the open, plus there are teams remaining, some teams might lose the patience, you know, but they did not. They held on to their grounds, and well, till the end, it was obviously just to seal the deal.
Well, but alright, Seal did get the chicken dinner as you were talking about StalwartFlex. I like the fact that the players were aggressive from the early stages. They did not save anything for the late game stages. And that early aggression is the reason that the team walked away with those 9 kills.
Absolutely, mate. I mean, you talk about that small little break that we did give. It certainly seems to have given them the boost that is required, because that is what is required when it comes to the entire approach during the Ramadan season. But move that conversation towards the game. The aggression being on point. So many teams bringing in incredible number of kills, but in that we have a name right there, Venom Legends, with 697 damage dished out, but sadly not being able to convert it into a kill.
Yeah, I mean, something like this did happen in the previous game as well, when we saw a team just, you know, with good stats, but F4 as well, 574 damage, but not a kill. R3D, I mean, talk about a team whose previous game was really good, and now in this one, you know, it's just a matter of ups and downs. Plus, we are seeing like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6 teams with 0 kills. That just means that, you know, the other half, the latter half of the lobby was actually just really dominating, because they knew, even if on one, it's day 1, but if you want to get those points, you have to start. Even the smallest numbers will be giving you a big chunk by the end of the 4th day.
Exactly, and most of the teams that we did see on towards the right-hand side of the standings, almost all of them were the ones that came in with the long rotations.
Yeah, absolutely, and that worked in their favor so gracefully. But moving on the story, of course, we talk about the storyboard. That is the overall ranking, and right here, talk about one game. Always it is Seal Esports wanting to convert those 1 games into their favor, but this time around only with that 1 point difference, so not that far off.
Yeah, not that far off, but an overall amazing performance from this team, climbing up 5 positions, but they are not alone. 7C Esports and Z3us Esports also make the climb. 5 positions to all of them, but 7C Esports, they land up on the 4th, and Z3us land up on the 5th spot with 43 and 39 points respectively.
Even Esports did go down 3 placements for themselves. They are at 6th position. We saw them at this position the first Super Weekend as well, when it was 6, 7, 8. But they were trying to enter the top 5. All they needed was 1 chicken in a boost when that just happened. So it's going to be the same thing right now. But moving on, as of now, you can see this. 4 matches done. 1 total point is what F4 has right now. So, and you can see no placement. That means the first thing that they have to do is get out of that 13 to 16 marker. Play 1 game for the placements, and obviously, you know, as we've seen the schedule, I still remember it's going to be a Sanhok and Erangel coming up, right? So if not Sanhok, then the last Erangel can be 1 game changer, if maybe. Because, you know, the teams are playing it around the flight path. You might just want to drop down a bit away from the flight path. I know it's not the time to experiment, but if the things are not going in your favor, you might have to.
You should maybe, because again, I mean, taking a back-end approach is not going to be that much, you know, it's not going to be taken against you, simply put. Yes, teams are here to showcase the domination and aggression, but at times you take that back-end approach is absolutely fine, because you get those placements working for you, and those are also quite a lot of points, rather than just, you know,
gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep, exactly. With that, let's move the story on with the schedule coming up, where, of course, Ocean just mentioned, we go on down towards Sanhok now.
This is going to be the 2nd Sanhok for the day, right? And that's where last time T2K was just looking really good. But I would say, if you remember, onto that Sanhok, it was a lot of the fights around the circle. You remember A1 Esports trying to enter in, the Molotov did end up the game. So I would say I would love to see those kind of an open fights. Plus, if the zone goes down to Queries area, the upper area and the lower div, those kind of things will be playing a lot with the mindsets of the players. Plus, there's always that one team that goes through the boat around the rotation. So I would love to see that as well.
I think that might happen, but this time I'm going to say F4 is going to do really well, because as the matches have, as we've been going from map to map to map to map, F4's level of aggression has gone up a little bit. In the last one, they almost had the fight against high voltage in their favor. It was just just that the unfortunate white peak that happened that sort of took down the last place. This time, I believe they are somehow going to bring themselves in the top 5 as far as the standings of this game are concerned.
Absolutely, let's keep our fingers crossed for that. Alongside that, another team to talk about would be DE. That is going to be Deadeyes Guys, because when it comes down to the map of Sanhok, we saw them last time as well. Walk away with 6 to 7 kills working in their favor, and that is going to be crucial for them because the previous 2 games have not been looking for too good. But move the conversation towards regions now.
I would love to talk about one more thing, right? I don't know if you remember how good you guys are good with the history that has happened for this game, right? If it's Erangel and Sanhok, something like that, if Seal gets a chicken in Erangel, they would love to go for the next Sanhok. So something like that might just go down because Seal is in their element and they're topping the table.
That happened in week 1 as well.
Yep, that's what they showcased, and here they are once again.
Day 1, day 2.
Maybe building that exact same strat. I mean, yes, as they started the day off, they were slowly and steadily trying to understand the lobby, as they had only played 1 week of the entire PMPL South Asia. But they come back along with that much more strong effort, and here they are, 1 game moved on to the first position. So Ocean, your word might just come true, mate. I mean, talk about analyst curse or what? I mean, it's just it's not even a curse, right? Because this is a fact that's been pretty much going on for time and time again and again.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing, but there's also the thing that a team that does really well on the first day of the tournament in the finals ends up doing really badly for the next few days.
If that's the case, let's not have Z3us Esports.
That's the thing. Plus, it has been a thing. R3D gets a chicken dinner. Next game, R3D went down. DRS got a chicken in the upcoming game. DRS went down. So it might just be Seal. So you can vary in 1 to 60. There's a lot of places to be.
There's a lot of variables in that conversation, but move that towards the lads who are going to be taking us through this map of Sanhok. It is none other than, once again, XP and Blay to take you through this game.
Thank you again for that, Blotter. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into game number 4 of the day, of the first day of the finals here at PMPL Season 3, the grand final, so to speak, where 16 teams are going to be duking it out. And I have a song for you, XP. Guess who's back?
Well,
back again.
Somebody's back, but it's
Seal
not
Esports
shady.
back.
Seal Esports, of course,
Tell a friend.
gonna be back. You better go and tell your friends right now. And somebody was giving me copyright woes a bit earlier, so you better
I'm so bad at
now.
singing that like the algorithm's not going to pick it up, so it's totally okay. But
Anywho.
Seal are back on the table. I don't understand this team. I genuinely don't understand this team. How?
It's not just Seal. Z3us as well. I think they did have a top 3 finish in the last game, and well, it looks like the Mongolians are finally finding their footing as they pretty much decimated the entirety of the opposition. And well, this time it's going to be Sanhok. I'm going to look down because the heavens above are going to shine through once again. There you go, as that big C-130 is going to fly over the tropical island of Sanhok. Blay, where are we flying to?
We are going to be flying into Sanhok, and this is your captain speaking. We're going to be heading from Cow all the way to Sami, and you have, well, 64 people in this plane, and everyone's going to be jumping out at your leisure. Of course, we want to drop out before we head towards Sami. And Seal, T2K, Carnage, 7C, Z3us, A1, DRS, P and crew, everyone looking good today.
Now, usually this plane can seat a lot more than 64, but you got to remember, in COVID, we make sure social distancing is a part of it. So, you know, that is something that, oh my god, I mean, we really have nothing to talk about, do we? But anyway, as the teams are going to be jumping to their favorite drop spots, Deadeyes Guys are going to be heading towards Hothin. As usual, High Voltage are going to be heading towards Camp Alpha and the hills and compounds surrounding it. But again, the question on everyone's mind is, where is the circle going to form? I want to see something with a lot of water in because, I don't know, it's been quite some time I haven't seen any amphibious assaults in Sanhok, Blay.
Yeah, I mean, it is hard to come across, right? Although we have seen, all right, there we go. We have the circle. It's kind of safe, nothing too crazy. Going to be favoring the western part of the northwestern part of the island of Sanhok, of course. T2K, as usual, they like heading towards the northeastern side of every map. It could be Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok, doesn't matter. You can see them way up top alongside Venom Legends. Keeping an eye on Seal, they're down south, the table leaders right now. Z3us, as usual, going to be dropping towards a favorite spot. It is going to be Bootcamp, but they don't have anyone alongside them this time around.
No one alongside them because, unfortunately, a couple of teams that love going to Bootcamp, like Future Station, did not make it to the finals. However, we'll see them in future. I do not mean to do that. But anyway, look at Seal Esports now. I like the fact that they are covering so much ground, so much surface area, right from Tambang all the way down to Sami, which is... they're going to have enough loot for every single member because, you know, these Sanhok houses and the Sanhok compounds are generally smaller than the rest of the maps, and sometimes the loot can be scarce. But Zeus, right in the thick and thin of all the action. Some shots are going to be fired sooner or later. The question is, see, they are kind of getting in the element. And talking about getting in the element, Seal Esports are playing like the tight-knit unit that we came to, love, in fact, in week 1 of the Super Weekend. But as of right now, I think action might break out of the Paradise Resort between Skylight Gaming and A1 Esports.
We could see that take place. A team which I personally would want to keep an eye out for is, of course, going to be StalwartFlex. They had a couple of slow games to start things off, but they have definitely managed to make up for it in the third game. Now, can they continue the streak and end on a high note today is the question. Looking at the overall rankings, again, we have 20 games that's going to be played across this long weekend. 24 games, actually. And that's a lot of maps, a lot of opportunities for these teams to really, deliver.
A lot of opportunities, and I like the fact it kind of feels like some of the teams were holding back, especially the ones on our screens right now. Boy, oh boy, the aggression that is on display by 7Seas is just something that we knew they were capable of, but they were holding themselves back, and it is pretty evident. In fact, the last game, let me just give you a little pointer. Highest damage, and I think the maximum number of kills by these boys.
I just want to point out, right, like, okay, let's try to paint a picture. We have everyone looting up right now. We don't really have to talk about any action taking place. You know, we've already spoken about where these teams are located. Let's try to paint the picture. For those of you tuning in right now, wondering, okay, Seal Esports, we remember them dominating everyone in week 1. Maybe didn't get to watch week 2 or week 3. And they're like, so what's the big deal? They're on top of the table. What's the big deal? The big deal is, Seal Esports played one Super Weekend. The first one, they came bottom in the league stage, didn't make it to the second Super Weekend, didn't qualify for the third Super Weekend. They somehow, by the skin of the teeth, qualified for the finals, and here they are on top. What is wrong with this team?
Man, all that Seal 6 training coming in handy because they did so brilliant in the first week. In fact, it is more than enough. It looks like we are going to see something that we've seen in the past. Z3us Esports are done looting, and now they are going to be moving down south. Of course, there's that massive hill dead smack center of the circle, and it looks like F4, if they're not careful, could be walking into track. But again, the trigger discipline by IC is phenomenal. And have a look at Abel's position as well.
Oh my god, he's walking into the trap and he will be spotted out. The patience, Abel, he's going to be looking for more here. The shotgun from above, and look at IC dropping on down, looking to deliver death as Destroyer will get the knock on his Zio. IC will be knocked down as well, but Abel looking to get the trade, which he will indeed. But they still have one member up and running for the side of F4. Abel, is he going to be going for the res or not? It is basically a 1v2 right now. Voltrix, Wolverine, Destroyer lying out in the open, and it looks like Godless is going to come in and finish off the job.
I was just going to say that Godless, as usual, is never with his teammates, but then this is the problem. He does get spotted out, and it's going to be Zaydan who, in fact, is going to put him down on his knees. Now, the question is, since Zaydan is the last man standing, he needs to get back to cover ASAP.
And Zaydan Rice wants to confirm that kill as soon as possible, but the nade sails in from Abel. It's not going to find its mark, though. But now Abel, he is going to toss in as much of the utility he has to try and finish off Zaydan. Fear from the distance, meanwhile, stealing a kill away from Z3us Esports. So Zeus having to take multiple fights now, as Abel is going to go the long route around to try and get the res onto Godless, which I believe should be arriving because Icy and Zuel are back on their feet.
They are going to be back on their feet, and in fact, Icy is going to make sure Voltrox is put on the ground instead, as smoke cover is going to go out for Godless. Mind you, 7C, ever aggressive in this PMPM finals, are in fact, making things a lot more interesting. I honestly just love it. But one thing I did kind of notice was, had had Zeus kind of just held on to the trigger discipline for maybe a second or two longer. If you remember that Scooter was coming in with the 2 more members, they were going to be pretty much hitting smack in that guard tower, and they could have probably dropped them all 3 at once. But again, it has worked out because all members of Seal, not Seal, why am I saying Seal again and again? It is Z3us Esports are still alive, and this could be a little bit problematic. I thought that Fair kind of spotted Godless out, but luckily that smoke shall conceal them.
Godless, the res coming on in, and Abel has somehow managed to scurry his way to safety. Now, Godless is still going to be administering himself that energy drink. Fear is going to spot him out. He's going to unleash, and Godless immediately takes a 90-degree turn, avoiding the bullets. That's great reaction coming in from Godless.
Great reaction, and also the fact that he knew where the enemy was. He knew where the shots are coming from. That is sometimes, people kind of struggle with, but looks like elsewhere, Dante is blowing people to heaven.
Well, there we go. They tried for as long as possible to stay alive, but the woes,
Wait a second.
The woes of F4 continue. They only have one kill as Dante coming in to finish off the job. Skylight Gaming coming under heavy fire from the Bangladeshi team. And there you have it, A1 Esports are going to finish off 2 members of Skylight Gaming, leaving Skylight on just a 1-man standing.
That is going to be problematic for them later on if they wish to make it towards the latter halves or the latter stages of this game. As A1 Esports again playing super aggressive as Memo is now going to take a little bit of a fight, but little does he know his grenade is behind the tree. He is literally in between a rock and a hard place, and I mean that is as literal as it could get. But right now, Memo is going to be the first man in the line of fire as far as 7C Esports go. But again, the fact that Zeus, have a look at Abel's position. The fact that he's up there on the roof is something that is unexpected.
Absolutely, providing great cover fire, despite the fact that being surrounded from multiple angles here by the side of 7C, who have looked great so far, mind you. They've been taking, even though they haven't got a chicken dinner yet, just their fight-taking ability seems to be really on point here today on day 1 of the finals. True love, Abel. Is he willing? He is willing, he is ready, but is he able? That's the question here. Now he's providing...
I like that.
He's providing oversight from above.
However, keep an eye out on Carnage's position because, again, this is Sanhok. Remember, all this commotion is going to attract all the teams like flies to a light. However, you might just get that little odd angle, and, you know, if Abel is not going to be concentrating enough, he could get taken down. But the fact that, you know, his teammates are nearby is nothing to worry about. And Zion, on the other hand, is on a little bit of an adventure of his own.
It always worries me whenever I see the members from the side of Zeus just going off on their own like a one-man army. And they have proven us time and time again how good they can be, even if it's 1 versus 4. But this does make me sweat a little bit. They are kind of pinned down though, right? The thing is, Zeus, even though they're very good, they know their position has been compromised. They know where they are as a knock takes place. Ziol out in the open, taken down by a member of 7C.
Oh, Joker was trying to hide away in the grass, but sometimes you can get spotted out as they are going to be knocked out. Skylight Gaming out in the 15th position. Earlier, mind you, F4 was the first team to exit this game. Now, quickly coming back to this Zeus situation, this Zeus conundrum, so to speak. Now, people have kind of picked up on their habits, right? They know that they'll go for those long flanks as Rig is now going to be spotted out, but gets in cover in the nick of time.
He does, as A1 Esports now having to go up against DRS. They did a fantastic job taking out Skylight Gaming. And now they have to take another duel. It's against DRS. They have a little bit of distance between each other. Ziol will be finished off by Mimo. So there's a war of attrition right now between 7C and Zeus Esports. It is slightly favoring the side of 7C. Abel now.
Abel, of course, still up on this rooftop right now. See, the thing is, this is what I was trying to point out to you earlier. The thing is that everyone has an idea of what Zeus is going to do. So if you saw, Fair was already in a position way out covering his right flank for his team's point of view. And, you know, Ziol got spotted out, and that is problematic. But as the circle is going to implode in on itself, Boot Camp is still in contention. Paradise Resort is still in contention. And, you know, the circle can literally go anywhere. Again, everyone is going to hunker down in their little compounds right now. So we might see a little bit of a stalemate. However, DRS... are they going to sneak in on A1 Esports? Or do you think A1 Esports knows someone is nearby?
Oh, they very well know. One of the members being taken down there by DRS early on. Zeus and the stalemate between Zeus and 7C also is kind of stagnant right now. No one really looking to make a play. And now, as we switch over to StalwartFlex's position, I think Galton has spotted him out. Well, Gelden now. He spots him out, not really taking the fight again. No team right now needs to make a move. Everyone can just, like you pointed out earlier, XP, they can just hunker down, hold on to the fortifications. But if you look down south of the play zone, like towards the play zone, like you have Zeus, we have 7C, they're next to each other. It looks like 7C is going to abandon that. They got that kill, and now they're going to be moving away from Zeus.
That is a smart call indeed, because, you know, Bootcamp is theirs for the taking. But have a look at Seal Esports all the way down south, coming to the circle in their vehicles. Now again, vehicles play make a lot of noise, they make a lot of racket, and if people are careful around them, they might just hear some little light buzzing, because I'm expecting a tuk-tuk or one of those scooters to be running around willy-nilly over here. And it looks like 952 are going to be finding themselves in the same position, but they are going to go right off the quarry and pretty much hit barn all those hills around it, which is a good decision. However, again, remember, 150 meters, 160, you are giving those audio cues, but looking at the fact that no one's around, it is not going to be a problem. However, Gyalzen might be in a little bit of a pickle. He is all by his lonesome, although his teammates are still alive, but have a look at that DRS, the amount of cover that they are basically covering. Yeah. And, you know, the amount of surface area, so to speak. But the thing is, if you notice one thing, they still had angles on one another. That is what teamwork is all about.
They did. They had line of sight on each other, quite a bit of the real estate with their name stamped right on top of it. What intrigues me right now is if you can very quickly take a look at the map, boot camp is empty. There is no one inside a boot camp right now, despite it being smack center of the play zone.
Now, here's the thing. More often than not, the circle is going to do a little bit of a spoil sport. It's going to play a little bit of a spoil sport and it might go elsewhere. And the thing with boot camp is, once you do commit to it, the chances are you coming out is going to be a bit tricky because you have high hills on one end, you have a cliff on the other, and in fact, if you know that area between boot camp and Paradise Resort is a massive mountain as well. So, you know, shooting down could be easy, but looks like Z3us Esports might actually head back to the boot camp. Again, like I said, well, like you said, it is dead smack center, but now Carnage Esports are hot on the heels of 7Cs. Expect some bodies to drop.
Well, bodies are definitely going to be hitting the floor very, very quickly here. Jiggle zigzagging around between his rocks. He is very, very aware. There is a team above him, or is he? He's going to turn on around in 7C. They got here earlier. They have the high ground advantage, and Jiggle might be jiggling his way to an early grave. He will be spotted out here by Fear in the next few seconds, but somehow fortune will still favor him.
Again, they want to make sure that they get those angles. TrueLove could be in a position to shoot him down. There you have it. Jiggle is going to get taken out. Couldn't jiggle his way out of these bullets. But that means Carnage Esports are now finally aware someone is atop this hill.
Reply fire coming in from the other members of Carnage. Praveen laying down that suppressing fire, taking TrueLove down to a sliver of HP. I don't expect Jiggle to survive here. He's bleeding out into the open. There's none of his teammates nearby. And with that, there you have it. Jiggle will be taken down. Although, never mind, it's actually Sinister from A1, from across. They're the ones who's going to get the knock onto TrueLove here, helped out a little bit, obviously, by the members of Carnage Esports.
Well, this is proper Sanhok fashion, isn't it? Because you have all these hills, you think you have cover because there's so much greenery around you, and boy, oh boy, Virus, you have a big, big, big gun, but are you going to take it? Is the question. I don't think so. Of course, you want to stick to those assault rifles.
I want the Yob. Get out of here.
I mean, look, I'm already disappointed that no one's going to pick it up. Can someone send a message over to Godless or one of the other snipers?
Yeah, just donate it to the guy.
Yeah,
just donate it to
go
Godless.
Drop it at their feet. Be like, all right, a truce for a second. Take the gun. Make sure I'm out of harm's way. Then you can start using it. Of course, that is not going to happen tonight. You know what? I'm going to let them go get away with this because it is Sanhok. It is going to be, the circles are going to be tightening in.
It is a right play not to pick up the Yom, but
I mean, look, you're allowed to carry two weapons, right? So as long as one of them is an M4 or a QBZ or whatever you like, the other can be an AWM. It's just that intimidation factor as well because it's like, oh my goodness, somebody shot an arm in this direction. Do not peek.
Here a number of bullets being rattled off, though. It's Venom Legends going up against T2K. Equal trades so far. All the steel shot will also be knocked down. Jane from above. 2 knocks now for T2K. Fry Pan and Steel Shot bleeding out in the open. It looks like the rest are not going to be coming on in. Void is going to be running for the hills.
However, he could be in trouble because it looks like A1 Esports might just stab him in the back.
Yeah, he is the last man standing here. He will have to forsake his teammates. And that means one member surviving for the side of Venom Legends. Now, one member is all they need, but Void, he is very close by. And T2K, considering they have all 4 players alive, would be looking to confirm the wipe. They're not going to be just content getting a couple of these kills.
I mean, that is why you still see these Venom Legend boys on their knees right now. They are trying to draw the opponents out. However, T2K is going to make sure that Steel Shot is put out of his misery. And I think this grenade might just do the same for Frypan. Or not.
Oh, they're trying to... I like what they're doing. They're being very methodical, clearing out every potential angle where Void could be lurking.
That is a good point, actually. That's a good point you brought up. However, it looks like Frypan is going to be taken out. Now, Void, like I said, A1 Esports, there you have it. They suddenly realize, wait a second, I hear some rustle and something bustling in the distance over there. Let me just scope it out, which they did, and a few shots did come this way. Now, Void is going to be...
breathing a sigh of relief.
Very very, very quiet, as I like saying that.
He will be very quiet right now, and he's going to be thanking his lucky stars A1 joined the party.
He is going to be thanking the stars indeed. But now I'm having a look at the map. Almost everyone is going to be inside the circle except Deadeyes Guys. You've done something interesting this time, Blay. Now, since we do have a little bit of a stalemate, I wish we could have the map up. I just want to point one thing out. Now, you know, Deadeyes Guys land in Harthen all the way up to the north. Now, normally what they do is they'll head right or they'll head east towards Tatmark, but I'll come back to my point in a second. As Baron just put Assassin and Cooney down on the knees. Forget that. He put them in the ground.
He put them 6 feet under immediately. And Seal, yeah, High Voltage were trying to emulate Seal, come in from downside very late, but unfortunately, they walk into the waiting arms of the Mongolian team. And now they know there are a couple more players still alive for High Voltage, and they're going to be looking for the finish.
Coming back to Deadeyes, guys, now what they've done is they have pretty much, they're going to be infiltrating the main island. There you have it, just south of Boot Camp. Now, this could catch Zeus off guard, because again, remember, they are the kings of the hills right now, and if they're not careful, or if they engage with PN Crew, that could be problematic. But as the circle is going to shift a little bit east from said location, looks like Deadeyes Guys did the right thing. Again, they missed all that action up north.
They did. But right now, it's about getting those placement points as well. Zeus Esports down to a 3-man squad, losing Zol early to 7C. And 7C, they have pushed in further into the play zone. In fact, they are one of the teams in the play zone alongside A1, DRS, and StalwartFlex.
Also, have a look at Riggs' position. Now, we do have these compounds just on the southeast of Bootcamp. I'm sure all of you who play Sanhok are going to be aware of what I'm talking about. But also, what adds to the position is the fact that we have these low-lying hills nearby. So you have a lot of ups and downs, you have a lot of cover from multiple angles, and that is something that could help out. However, what's not going to help, Wadu sir, is a grenade lobbed in from Ayush from PN Crew, but we have some retaliation fire coming, and it looks pretty even, Steven.
Deadeyes Guys and PN Crew battling it out. Shifu spots on Sandesh, and from below, he's going to be lobbing in a nade. That's a perfect nade. There's no escape there, but Sandesh immediately drops on down, and Shifu is waiting for him, but he doesn't land the final blow. Instead, it's going to be Sandesh with his acrobatics coming out on top. He's going to use his med kit as well. That is perfectly timed as killer. His teammate will fall. Suyok has a lot of fights to take here. He's got to find 2 members out in the blue. He's taking damage from both the blue, and PN Legend will be knocked down as well. Now, Deadeyes Guys alive on with the 1 man, and Sandesh is going in for the finish. Suyok, he needs to heal himself. He needs to push into the blue, which he will. For how much longer can he survive? Not for long is the answer from Sandesh, as PN Legend, PN Crew rather, are going to wipe out Deadeyes Guys from the server. It's a squad wipe, and they keep all 4 members alive.
We've done this before. We might as well call them PN Legends the way they play from time to time. But again, a little bit of a mistake coming in from Shifu over there. When he threw the grenade, it's not that the grenade was going to knock the enemy out. He knew whoever was up there was going to have to jump down. Little did he not know that, you know, he actually let off a few bullets from the Spectre loose earlier. And, well, he had to go for the reload. But, oh my goodness, 1952 are going up against the mighty Seed, and looks like they might just be winning.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Seal. They're down to a 2-man squad here. 1 player on his knees as well, as once again, Zeus will be going up against 7C. Seal, in the meantime, getting eliminated, as 1952 will put them 6 feet under.
That is just brilliant. And, well, in the honor, can I drop into the 1952 fact on you really quick? The atom bomb was developed by Britain in the year 1952. Just saying. Anyway, coming back to the game right now, Icy does have an idea where the opponents are. Grenades are going to fly. However, the question is, are they going to find the mark? And you are laughing at me. Why?
I did not know that. I didn't know that the UK got the atom bomb that late. I thought they'd have it a little bit earlier. Anyway,
yeah, we like taking things slow.
We can talk about trivia later on when the game is a little bit slower. Right now, the Venom Legends coming under fire from T2K, and T2K, they're trained to kill, and they're trained to wipe them out. Venom Legends had only 1 member surviving for it felt like almost forever, but in the end they will fall, as R3D now push up against A1 Esports, and Sinister is keeping them at bay.
Sinister is trying his best, however he should be overpowered really soon, and there you have it. You don't want to keep your back towards the enemy play.
You don't wanna, and that is gonna be a nice knock and a finish coming on, as A1 Esports gets eliminated in the 11th position.
Again, they do go out with 4 kills, not the position that they did one, but right now we still have that stalemate between Zeus Esports and 7C, but 7Cs are going to be lucky because PN Crew are going to be pummeling Zeus from behind.
Oh, 2 knocks immediately, and they're going to be finished off here. PN Crew just making easy work of Zeus Esports, and they come charging in. Icy lying prone. He's not breathing. He's taking his time. He knows he's the last man standing for his team, and he is surrounded by 3 members of 7C. What's he going to do here? He hasn't been spotted out. The moment he shows his position, he can get pinched from both sides. I see crosses trained on P and Crew. He knows exactly where they are. The problem for P and Crew are they are out in the blue.
They are out in the blue, and right now, if he does spot them, as soon as they go with the vehicle, he could actually just blow them up. But little does he know, someone is going to be coming from the right. Sandesh goes prone. Expect a few shots, and whoa, that could be devastating. But look at Legend's position. He's just offside to your screen, to the right. There you go. Now, if Icy is not careful, it could be devastating. But the zone is doing plenty of damage, Blair.
And 7C are right behind him. The moment he takes a shot, 7C are going to pounce onto him. So the trigger discipline coming in from the final member of Zeus is fantastic. Finally, he unleashes a hail of bullets. He immediately spins around because he knows 7C are nearby. But 7C in turn are getting shot at by Killer. And Killer's going to find both of them. The knock and a finish on his Zeus. And now 7C, they have to go in for the res. And somehow P and Crew out in the blue, taking damage from multiple teams from the zone itself. They are still alive and kicking as 1952 are going to be pushing up against their opponents. That is going to be Carnage.
Wait a
And
second.
Entry, are you blind? He didn't see him. It's right in front of him.
He should have spotted him, and Prabeen is now going to have the upper hand as Entry. You do not want to sneak in
Oh
like
my
that.
lord.
I think he
Oh
does
my
not know the
lord.
player is there. I think there were so many bullets flying that he just missed his position. However, Tawfiq might have an idea, and Prabeen, again, being really, really intelligent as the play zone is going to take Train to kill out of the 9th position. And funny play, the Mongolian teams, they love sticking together. They love sticking together, whether they win or whether they are eliminated early on. They have no idea.
Prabeen.
They have...
Oh, he waited too long and finally Tawfiq said, wait a minute.
What's that shining in the
I
grass?
thought I saw someone over there, and there you go. Tawfiq spraying everyone down. He's going to finish up the final member of High Voltage as well. And 1952, oh baby, 8 kills, all 4 alive. They are looking for that chicken dinner.
This is definitely a blast for the past for these gentlemen over here. All 4 alive, 8 people, as you just mentioned. Now they're going to be taking on the lost remnants of Carnage Esports. And just as I say that, they are going to be wiped out in the 7th position with just that 1 kill. Now, 7Cs, they do have a good position. In fact, Memo is the only one in the circle, but on the other end, 1952 are looking mighty strong. We are down to the final 6 teams, 17 players alive.
Mafia Ninja. He's emulating his namesake. More of the ninja, less of the Mafia, crawling around in the smoke. Uzum lying in wait. He's pushing in along with the Playzone, but Playzone's moving in pretty fast. He's got to run for it, and the moment he does, the moment he steps up, he will be taken down. 5 teams remain now as Tawfiq, he continues to apply the pressure onto 1952.
What 952 need to be careful about is the fact that StalwartFlex are going to be moving on their position. That is where Tawfiq and Entry are going to be coming up, because mind you, Entry is on a little bit of a guard tower, so he is going to have that little bit elevation that is going to be pivotal. But StalwartFlex, they have the high ground as well. So it is still even Stevens. Things are not looking good for 7C Esports and PN Crew, because they are going to have to fight one another and then pretty much head towards a hail of bullets coming in that direction. This is where smoke grenades are going to be very important.
They're going to be very important at 19. And Edgar is going to try, and well, he actually gets spotted up by Review. StalwartFlex eliminating the final member of R3D. As they're going to be deploying whatever utility they have. The nade could be good here. Tawfiq finally getting knocked down by Legend, although he's got his teammates nearby to go in for the res. The nade is going to finish off the job. 1952 now down to a 3-man crew.
Have a look at Entry's position. He is going to be prone in the guard tower. Of course, he knows where Crypto is if he's keeping his attention, if he's keeping an eye on the right side of his map. It looks like it's not going to be for long, as Killer is going to unleash some devastation on StalwartFlex, forcing them to go behind cover, which means it is going to be back to square one as far as StalwartFlex go. Now the circle is going to become smaller as Killer goes prone in the nick of time to avoid damage.
Is it going to be enough, though? We don't know. As Fear will be finished off as well. 7C will sail away into the blue. 8 left alive in a circle. 3 teams still up, well, kicking around in the server. 1952 have been spotted out here, and that's a huge knock coming from Legend, but the blue will force him out into the open. He's still alive. He's still crawling along. Finally, he will be finished off. It's down to the final 2 teams, 6 alive.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe Entry is going to be the guy who's doing the first aid. He's going to be doing the reviving, but he finally gets up and lays down a few shots, and now he's going to go back, but that is going to be a bit too late. And with that, it was a valiant effort play, but oh my goodness, what a way to win this game.
Huge win coming on in. Oh man, that got hectic at the end over there, but StalwartFlex, finally, they dig themselves out from the bottom of the table, and they're going to chicken dinner.
You just said it before this game that, you know, we want to see that aggression coming in, because they have been at the top half, and pretty much at the top all throughout this PMPL, and there you have it right now in Sanhok getting the job done. And, you know, we do talk about a few mistakes or whatever, but that is not our job. We let the analyst desk handle that, because what's going to happen right now is we're going to take a quick little break. You do not go anywhere, because we'll be back right after this.
you're keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League. South Asia Season 3 is where we are at, and it is a big thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. Just got done with 5th game on day number 1. We've still got one more game remaining, but talking about the lobby, it is an intense battle that is taking place when it comes to the finals, as was required. With that, let's move on to the analyst. It is, of course, Ocean Sharma and I, Super Johnny, to take us through. Boys, finally, we are talking about, yes, consistency that we've been seeing from 7C, but StalwartFlex joining in as well.
And it's as the casters mentioned, this is a team that was there in the top, apart from, despite the struggles, but finally they show up.
Exactly, they do. But talk about the MVP, it's like 4 kills coming out here, 537 healing done on 839 damage given and 3 assists. So that's a lot of healing done if you're just, giving out damage of 839. So it just showcases that, yes, Legend being the front end on the battle every time he was out there. So this looks really, really good in the numbers. Plus, that's, I would say, one of the highest healing numbers, obviously, we have seen.
Yet. Highest healing numbers yet. It is still just day 1. Yeah.
Day 1, game 5. Yeah, exactly.
Day 1,
so
game
yet,
5.
We're talking about his contribution, right? It has been good. If you talk about assists and if you talk about kills, kind of similar percentages.
Even
out
in survival.
There. In survival as well, like for the similar percentage in survival coming down, but damage taken again. So that's at the highest mark, being the front end onto the areas when the fight
You know
is.
what? Finally, that question has been answered. 1952, getting that chicken dinner. First day itself. And here they are with a lot of kills working in their favor. But in that, we have, of course, a perfect turn of events where, interestingly, it was, my apologies, StalwartFlex that took that chicken dinner.
I mean, 1952 was playing really good. That's one thing for sure. Like they did not, disappoint their fans with a really good gameplay. Had it been a chicken dinner, obviously we would have loved it as well. But StalwartFlex, just enjoying themselves. So talk about Pakistan teams right now. On a really good roll, you talk about R3D, talk about StalwartFlex. And StalwartFlex, I mean, this team has impressed us previously as well. Just like you said, right? Getting those good kill numbers onto themselves. But now, chicken dinners are coming up.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, R3D, even R3D was sitting in the top 5 as far as the exits from the game were concerned, and with decent number of kills.
Oh yes. That does bring us down to the summary of this game, where, of course, the stats are going to be working in favor of these lads who did take that chicken dinner, did come online and showcase that fierce, awesome gameplay. That is StalwartFlex with highest number of kills coming in from Uzum, the man who was jumping through when it came down to the map of Miramar.
Mostly we used to see in Sanhok as well, like 200 plus, 250 plus meters longest distance kill, but right now it's 188. I would say it's a Sanhok kill. That now it shows, right? We're talking about most utilities, it's a single digit. Again, we are going to the single digit numbers back again.
Sanhok numbers.
Sanhok numbers onto the stats for sure.
Absolutely, and that has worked in these teams' favor, but move that towards the match ranking. It is going to be so many teams walking away with a lot of kills. 1952 with 10 kills in their favor, but StalwartFlex, 23 points to them.
So top 5, right? 7C once again consistent performance. P and crew having really good performance. R3D top 5, just like you told about it, Johnny. 1952, 10 kills, double digit marker that they hit. StalwartFlex with that chicken dinner. But now it comes down to this we saw with A1 Esports a few games back as well. 1 placement, 4 kill. When we talk about it, right, they are not letting the kill points go.
Exactly. They will never let the kill points go. That's how this team likes to play. But then again, I mean, we have been promised those chicken dinners from Dante from A1 Esports, so we're going to keep waiting for those. But this time, as we were having the conversation about 1952, I'm happy that this team started picking up the pace earlier on in the tournament. But one team that has failed to do that for the last 5 games is F4.
Well, right now, again, the history kind of repeats itself in one thing. Seal Esports. Previous game, chicken dinner. This game, So we talked about it. We talked about it.
Well, you cursed it.
Yeah, it's your fault now.
But
you guys talked about. You guys said yes to that. Well, moving on to forward, right? High voltage. I mean, you still remember, right, when we talked about high voltage as a team and Assassin as a player.
Yes.
You know, amazing gameplays coming down from that line. We got to see maybe in the last game we might just see a good gameplay from that team.
Absolutely, because again, when you talk about the previous Sanhok, it was certainly high voltage bringing in those water rotations. But this time around, let's have a look at the zone analysis and find out for ourselves what teams were caught off guard.
Exactly, and as we talk about the zone, I mean, the first circle was nothing too surprising for the players split between the 3 islands. But then, I mean, as this split happens, now you get to sort of have to take a gamble. You have to take a gamble right now where the next shift is going to go. But lucky for them, not a hard shift. We would have loved that. The players inside the game would have absolutely hated it if there would have been a hard shift towards the western side.
I mean, you know, it's a thing. I would say Fixes also likes to say this. You know, we love that chaos that just happens onto these areas. But look at the southern side. Carnage, 1952, high voltage. So many teams just, you know, getting onto that cluster plus getting into the zone. It's a gamble.
And the best part of this southeastern shift towards the second, third circle was the fact that since most of the teams were already clustered up there, a lot of them got picked off. So when we head to the late game stages, there was hardly anyone left.
Yeah, and that's where StalwartFlex in 1952 had like good areas for themselves because they were in the circle. They did not have to rotate much. All the other teams had to come out, and that to an open area. You know, the fights are going to be in the favor of these two teams.
Absolutely, a detrimental turnover wins indeed for a few of these teams. But with that, let's move on to the opponents, which are going to be compromising of so many of these kills. And right off the bat, it was sadly F4 caught off guard with Zeus.
I mean, if you talk about it, F4 had a really good start of this fight. I would love to see, you know, how much damage number did they have. Obviously, we'll be seeing that in the damage histograph because we saw them just, you know, getting all the fights for themselves against Zeus, and they almost obliterated Zeus. But then, and from there on, F4 again just, you know, went down. But after this, you'll remember there was a fight that was happening against PMQ when the last player was outside the circle. That fight was also important and impressive because you kind of had to focus on a few things. That's like, would you put up on a first aid or maybe take up the fight? So what's going to happen? So those crucial timings kind of just matter a lot because if you're putting up the first aid, those 4 to 5 second markers versus this one, those 4 to 5 second markers versus when the players are charging on. Obviously, they have the gun and the animation of 0.9 seconds, like when you have to keep the gun out. Those things gonna matter a lot.
I mean, what you're trying to say is switching your weapon is faster than reloading.
Yeah.
That just summing it up in one sentence. But then again, I mean, we do talk about the players and ignoring the blue zone right there, just taking damage from it while it moves in towards their direction. R3D Esports, once again, ladies and gentlemen, impressive performance from these guys. So this is what I want to talk about actually. I see over here getting distracted from the fact, from the footsteps that were coming from behind him, Z3us Esports, and well, then he gets taken out from the direction that he was already shooting from in.
Yeah, and after that, you know, obviously it was just a matter of like 3 teams just remaining. PNQ did go down, but after that the locations were compromised from all the areas in StalwartFlex. Like they had it for them, and after that, it's like, you know, obviously they are happy inside, but right now what they are focusing on is the other days, the last game, all those things. But this is what we want to talk about. So they again like 300 damage almost. That means, you know, 3 players did good.
So,
we saw that.
Yeah, here's the thing. That fight was really chaotic between F4 and Zeus, and the players from Zeus basically waited and let the players of F4 fall into the crossfire. Once they were there, 3 individuals were taken out. Zeden in the backlines, he was able to take down Godless right there, but then that was a mistake. He revealed his position, and Zeus were like, alright, final player, we gotta end the entire squad.
Exactly. I mean, it gives Zeus sort of a team that sort of an information. They are not going to back down. Rather, they're going to be bringing in their guns blazing from all directions. But move the conversation towards the entirety of the lobby. This is where we can see an upward slope coming in from the aggression point of view, as well as taking away points. But high voltage right there. Not having a good game.
And this is where you would say that, you know, high voltage kind of just bifurcated, because after that is where you can see a big damage start increase in the other teams. But we saw Skylight Gaming with 0 damage as well. So this is another game when another team had 0 kills and 0 damage altogether.
Not the kind of storyboard we want to see. No two ways about it. Not the kind of storyboard we want to see when it comes to day number 1 of the finals in PMPL South Asia. But move on to the overall ranking. It is Train to Kill on top right now with 58 points, but very close to them is going to be Z3us Esports.
Johnny, you'll agree with me, still till A1 Esports, it's really close. One good chicken can end you at the top position, if not top, the top 3.
See, I think I agree with you on that, but I think it's going to be the similar situation on the other side as well.
Yeah.
Because one good game, you can take away the first position with that one match. Things are really, really close between these teams right now. I mean, the jump from PN Crew, 51 points. Just a 7-point difference between them and the leaders of the lobby, and from 43 to 40 points, 39 points. Even StalwartFlex, even 1952 with a good game can actually make up the climb to the top 3.
That's true, and we have seen these teams just, once they like to get, you talk about StalwartFlex, once they like to go for the chicken dinners, they would love to just, be really good. But talk about Team F4 right now. Again, I mean, we have been talking about it again and again. We need that game. We need to see them in that game element. You remember, last Super Weekend, they had to qualify. That was under pressure. They did that. And well, now it's not that much of a pressure because the points did start from 0.
Yep, for now. But as we just looked at the storyboard, it is stating that, well, better get pressurized, mate.
Exactly. Not just F4 right there, but High Voltage and Venom Legends as well.
Yes.
Two teams that showcase really amazing performances, are failing to perform right or not even reaching the 20 points.
But best thing is, we're only on day number 1.
Yes.
We've only got 5 games done. Move on to the schedule. We've got Erangel coming up once again for the final time on day number 1 of PMPL finals.
Alright. Not at all missing Weekendy, right?
Yeah, definitely not, I mean. What map are you talking about?
Yeah, alright. Well, if we talk about this one, right, the last Erangel, we saw Seal just coming back onto the previous one and DRS Gaming just starting up their day. So, if we talk about DRS and Seal,
right,
like, it has been there a good map. I would say High Voltage might just chime in on this one because it is a good map as well. DE might just chime in, or maybe Zeus. The points did go start from 0. They need a chicken dinner. They might just chime in.
Yeah,
I
completely agree with that.
Fingers crossed, because that is what is required for these teams, as you just mentioned. But when it comes to predictions, one team is what I would ask you to choose.
Not for the final game from me.
No, nothing. All right, region, Ocean.
Zeus might
Zeus,
get it.
It is coming in from the analyst desk. Let's move on to our partner bros who are going to be taking us through the final game on Erangel once again. It is none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, thank you so much. And again, Johnny, dodging those predictions. Not right, brother. You should not be doing that. Come on, you did that the last game as well. But now we are finally in here. The final game of the evening out of the 24 matches that we have already going to witness in the next couple of days. Now, it's the final game of the evening, the 6th matchup. But, Necro, getting back into the map, you have Erangel, StalwartFlex, of course, with an amazing victory for these lads. Do you think Team F4 might make a comeback in this one?
It's quite a tough choice, Fixes. The way these guys have been playing, it doesn't seem like any of the odds are going in their favor. And somewhere down the line, they're really struggling to survive in the late games as well. So they might be getting it, but today I really feel like the chances are really slim.
You know what? I'm calling for it. Tomorrow F4 is going to pull off a BTR. We have seen that in the past happen. BTR being on the last position, the next day they just win all these games, come back right on top because they have got your support and your love. But yes, talking about the other teams, I really love how 7C is playing as well, as it has opened up and we will be heading into its Erangel, where the big bird is of course going to be in the sky, and my friend Necro, take it away.
Starting the drop location from Georgia Pool soon over Pnoy. The plane fly path is looking quite shifted on the left side this time. Teams that want to go towards the Asna, of course, DRS is the team that likes to go towards that area. They will have quite a long route to cover. I really want to see, are Zeus going to be going towards shelter this time again, or are they going to switch things up? Because in the previous Erangel, it didn't really work out, so maybe we might see a little switcheroonies.
Hey, it did. It sort of partially did because they were not really contested. They'd had that sweet time to get that loot. Did survive quite till the very end, to be honest. And maybe this time also they can pull it off. But by the looks of it, Zeus did realize that last time around no one came towards those George Ball city. So might as well drop over there. But right beside them, we've got the lads coming in from Team Seal. And 1952, we have to give it to these lads. They have been playing phenomenally well.
They have been playing phenomenally well. And you did mention, but Zeus, when they were trying to make the rotation inside the circle, they got caught off guard. And this is what I'm trying to say. Maybe they were going to switch things up this time, and yes, they did. They dropped in Georgia for a reason. And this is why Zeus, maybe this time if the circle is favoring them, then they will have God's blessing them as well. And now, I also want to point one thing out. PN Crew this time didn't really go towards the shooting range, and it seems like they're
think
just
they
gonna
are.
be dropping. Yeah, they're making their way quite slowly there. They're taking their sweet little time, and the circle is a massive factor as well.
A whammy right from the start. And now it really makes sense because Zeus has been kind of going off towards the Western Georgia Pearl City from a long time. And well, this sort of helps them in their rotation because we are looking at the recent trends, the circles sort of panning out towards Katka every single time. So, of course, those city drop location does make sense, does work out for them as long as they're alive, as long as they have all their players, kicking in because you can't really rely on towards Cordless and Zol every single time. They've been quite the survivors. Of course, IC also chiming in this time around, Ably doing whatever he can do from the back lines. But moving on with the teams, their drop locations, we already witnessed the fights happening as Anubis has caught off a fry pan in quite a situation. He did want to go get in the vehicle, but in the meanwhile, he was just caught off guard, has been taken down. Just a matter of seconds, he's gonna get wiped out.
Well, quite an unfortunate start for him. And R3D already starting their domination inside the game. They have gotten themselves first blood. And R3D did quite fantastic in the game that they got the chicken dinner. And even in the previous game, StalwartFlex, wow. It seems like Pakistani teams are stepping up in the first day. And the pace will be there from their side. And take a look at Avon Esports as well. They are dropping near the bridge lines all the time. And this is where is going to be the choice. Are they going to be camping? Are they going to camp in the bridge? Or are they just going to be leaving the zone? Or are they just going to be leaving for the center of the zone?
I think considering how things have been panning out in the finals, of course, getting a good spot inside the circle would really help the cause. Now, this is a circle that's pretty hybrid, right? You do not know where it's going to end. Where is the sixth shift going to be at? Where is the fifth circle going to go around? It might go towards the northern side. It might also tend to go towards the southern side. And Deadeyes, well, this circle is certainly going to favor them. And all they have to do is just loot the entirety of Rozok and then just wait for the circle to just take the shape. And once it does, I think if they can rotate around really quickly towards the northern side, they're good to go. If it comes down towards Rozok, I mean, that it's pretty much their game.
It's pretty much their game. And finally, PN Crew have gotten themselves the rotation that they were looking for inside the shooting range. They are going to be looting in peace, at least up till now. R3D is quite next to the players of T2K. Fight might be happening anytime soon. High Voltage as well, next to the lads of Carnage. Carnage, a team that is showing their domination inside the game as well. High Voltage kind of struggling. I mean, sometimes they're doing quite good. But sometimes they're not really able to show themselves on top. IC kind of separated out from the rest of the pack of Zeus. And this is where IC really wants to get in the center of the circle.
Talking about High Voltage, I sort of miss that confidence in the players, right?
Yeah.
Not really committing in for the pushes, in for the fights, because even last time, that particular fight against F4, they should have really pushed way too sooner. But they rather prioritize their own players, but that's a good decision. But at the same time, when you've got 3 players knocked out, you've got 3 players for yourself, just go in and then you can, of course, come in for the revives. Because getting the players off F4 a reset could have been really willy-nilly for them and could have gone either ways. But, High Voltage, I really want the other players to step up. We've seen through the course of our Super Weekend, the league stages, it was just Assassin that was delivering. And today, he sort of seems to be silent. Of course, he did have those beautiful nades in Erangel. But apart from that, a team effort is what I expect from them. Now, High Voltage is a team that highly relies upon their positioning. They tend to avoid fights right from the early start. Sort of a similar gameplay approach to what Carnage does. But Carnage apparently has been giving results which they've not been able to do.
They have not been able to do, indeed. And 7C, a team that is having quite a good game up till now. They have been such a consistent team. Probably one of the most consistent team inside the final, inside the first day as well. Seal did get the chicken dinner for themselves, so the pace for them is looking good as well. R3D as well, up till now, almost all the teams are doing good, but Zeus is still missing out on a chicken dinner. And maybe this is where they decide to strike in.
Maybe is all we have to say about Team Zeus right now, because, well, in terms of getting kills, they are really proficient with that. But it's the positioning, it's it's the right decision making is what is keeping Zeus away from those chickens. You need to pick your fights. Can't really go after 2-3 squads at the same time. You're gonna have those casualties. You're gonna get some collateral damage even for yourself, and that pretty much has been the case with Team Zeus so far. Now, I really love how Seal has come into the finals, right? You know, finally this team looks like a well-knit unit. You've got Baron, you've got Wally, both these players really firing on all cylinders, and this is what they needed.
This is what they needed, and Seal is finally back in action. The old Seal is back.
Yep.
The one we saw in week 1, and this is what we like to see as well. The domination from them has been shown inside the day 1. And until now, take a look at the center of the circle. There are so many teams just stacked right next to each other, and a lot of fights will be panning out as soon as the next circle shift will be happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I really want to get your attention towards Zeus positioning. Look at how fast they have rotated and already finding a knock over there. I believe it's the players of Deadeyes and Suyog being taken down early on. Now, Deadeyes has had a rather interesting evening. I mean, during the Super Weekends, they were so good, and suddenly they are starting to fizzle out. And it's still the first day. We might just be stepping on the guns to judge them, but I pretty much believe that these players can do it. But what to say, coming right in the open, this is not the right approach that you should be going for. Of course, they did rely on Chief User to provide the cover fire, but look at Zeol already figuring out where Hungry Box is and will be rattling down a few bullets on towards him.
Taking a little bit of damage in the process. Icy barely surviving it as well. He's out in the open, and this is where he gets taken off. Hungry Box is going to be there. He's not going to be missing any shots there. The Mini 14 bullets are on point. Zeol making it back to his teammate. Icy will be back on his feet, as Hungry Box doesn't seem like he's going to be stopping anytime soon. Take a look at so many suppressing bullets being taken from that man. The suppressive fire is there on point, making sure Zeus is at least getting scared from those bullets. And finally, seems like Ebly has spotted him out. It doesn't seem like any of the shots will be connecting. Hungry Box is staying as safe as he can, but he's putting in a lot of pressure on the players of Zeus.
Indeed he is. But his level 3 helmet seems to have taken quite some damage over there. But Godless, alright, has got that Mosin in the gun. Is trying to take those shots. Has connected though. But of course, not really getting the knock. And this is the exact reason why, you know, the bolt action meta sort of went out. But look at Zeol completely blowing up his vehicle, and well, of course, Deadeyes Wadu gonna take that casualty, and a lot of silly mistakes coming out from the players of Deadeyes, and of course, against a team like Zeus, they are sure to punish you for that.
It seems like the confidence from the lads of Deadeyes is looking pretty good, and this is why they're getting punished as well. The overconfidence is not certainly good for your team. Suyog as well is there in the water lines, as Zeus is trying their best. Godless doesn't seem like he's finding his mark, but this time he's going to, and that headshot is going to be cracking his skull open. Hungry Box paying the price for exposing his body a little too much.
Doesn't matter if you have a level 3 helmet over here. This time Zeus are in for the hunt as Icy closes in on the players. They do know where Shifu is, and well, he's already tossing up a grenade. Will lob that into air, but can he get the revive onto his Hungry Box in due course of time? Because this time Zeus are really interested in taking this fight, and now considering how the circle has sort of shifted towards the northern side, I mean, this is a very risky gamble that they have opted for.
This is a very risky gamble, but take a look at Shifu. He has spotted one player out. Not really able to find its mark. Belly barely surviving that onslaught. Seems like he's going to be backing off in time, but Zeus is taking a lot of damage as well. Hungry Box has been taken down again. Zeol is there in the backlines to provide that extra bit of cover fire, and Zeus is doing an incredible job up till now, keeping their teammates alive. Belly's still alive in a sliver of health, and he's doing quite good as well. Icy trying to back his teammate up. He thinks there is someone inside the smoke, but there is actually no one. There are some players that are quite close to it though. Suyog has spotted out Godless though, but it's only a matter of seconds. Is this choice? Does he want to take the shots though? He does not want to give his position away. He wants to make sure he's staying alive for his team as long as possible. He does not want to give his life away that easily, because they've already had a rough start, Fixes.
Indeed, a rather very rough start, but heavy half. T2K trying to go in for the commit against R3D, as Utsaga has already fallen down. Another nade comes in somehow. Jane is still alive with a sliver of HP though, as Rated caught out right right in the very open. How is he going to stay there? How long is he going to survive over there, considering his position has already been compromised? As Zedan does spot out the players of T2K. Now they are pushing in. Atsurga all by his lonesome. Can he defend against this push? No is going to be the answer, as T2K, the leaders of the overall standings, are falling down one after the other. And now R3D, they also have to get inside the zone with Team F4 watching them. Is it possible?
T2K are getting dismantled slowly and steadily. F4 as well joining the fray, third partying this entire fight. And T2K are just down to that one last man standing. And you don't really want to have such a disastrous start, especially if you're the toppers of the leaderboards. Blah, 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 going to be the last man surviving for that team as well. But take a look at F4. They are so separated out. Zayden is all the way there in the back lines, and then the rest of the team is there in the front lines. They are way too much separated out. If any casualties, they're probably not going to let the Reds happen as well. Skylight Gaming, quite close to the player 7C as well. Riggs finally has been spotted. He's taken a little bit of shots here and there. Up till now, it doesn't seem like any casualty will be hitting them.
Indeed, as blah blah blah, all by his lonesome, is gonna take those nades coming onto his compound. As Suyog, he's the only survivor, and Deadeyes have already been reduced to just a one-man squad, and they have to do something about it. But you know, right now, Venom Legends having already spotted out the players of A1 Esports, as Rafith will be riddling down all those bullets onto its Dante, but somehow Dante will get into cover in due course of time. But you know, taking a look at how teams have been performing throughout, I mean, for me, the best team today has been 7C. I mean, no chicken dinners for these lads, but they are getting so much kills. They're looking so very confident. I mean, they do not really have those star-studded players, but they have built up that synergy in such a short span of time. And, you know, the second position, just 2 points shy. I mean, this could be the game where they can at least get the top spot, considering the fact that T2K are already on the verge of elimination. But here we have Rafit still taking those shots onto its A1 Esports. Now Jax, very low on his HP. A1 Esports need to get out of that spot very soon.
They need to get out of that spot ASAP.
Yep.
The bullets are just whizzing past their ears. There's Wolverine as well, finally putting the final nail in the coffin, and that's going to be Train to Kill, taking an exit in the first place. And Steelshot seems like he's going to be taking down RX Jax as well. That's the opening that they were looking for, and this might be where Dante finds himself a good frag, and yes, he will. What an incredible lurk from the side of Dante. I'm pretty sure Rafa did not expect him to be in those backlines, and this is why he's paying the price for it as well. He has made it back to safety in the nick of time, but Sinister is there to push on him and confirm the kill as well, but it's not going to matter.
Indeed.
Rafat was already weighed down on low HP, so he will be dying with the damage tick. As White, again, he's quite separated out from the rest of the pack. Trying to instill a little bit of damage onto Sinister. Doesn't seem like any shots will be connecting now.
I mean, A1 Esports completely outplaying the lads from Venom Legends. The moment Rafit, he was completely overboard. He had his attention set towards that one spot. Completely ignored the fact that he absolutely got flanked from another direction, and it was Dante doing the job. But look at Team Zeus. 3 kills already, 4 players alive. They are finally feeling themselves. Now A1 Esports needs to get inside the circle, but can they? Considering the fact that they do not really have the vehicles on those compounds, they need to do something, but Venom Legends keeping them off at the bay.
Exactly, Zeus slowly crawling up on their prey. 1952 was the squad that was in their front lines. They want to get the kill onto them, but take a look at Zeus as well. Now, take a look at how the circle has panned out. And, of course, kind of, you know, 30% of the circle is out in the water, and the rest is inside. Only the next circle is going to be a deciding factor. But take a look at High Voltage already taking a casualty on their name. Cooney is going to be the man who has been knocked out. That's certainly not what they are looking for, but take a look at the next circle shift. It's going to be favoring the lads from PN Crew. They are in the center of the circle, and this is where Carnage might just chime in.
Indeed, but heavy have the fight breaking down. R3D just pushing on towards the players of High Voltage, as OZ and Assassin are definitely going to thwart off the attack. As Joker, he is trying to heal himself up, and not the kind of a movement that Ozzy was wanted. But either ways, he is going to get that time to patch himself up. Now, he can take that left turn over there and can go in, but Assassin lobbing those Molotovs. Is it going to do the job, though?
Oh, he's doing the same thing that you were talking about and finally getting the final kill that he was looking for, and that's going to be R3D Esports taking an exit in 15th position, but StalwartFlex is there. They are looking for the revenge as it has been taking an exit on 14th position as well, but StalwartFlex again doing an incredible job keeping high voltage on their knees, and it's just going to be Assassin. He's trying his best to out-survive the squad of StalwartFlex, but it doesn't seem like Johnny's going to be stopping anytime soon. Assassin is taking heavy fire, and that's going to be high voltage taking an exit as well.
A valiant effort from the lads coming in. High voltage. Assassin did put up quite a fight over there, still managing to secure that one knock. But here we have Team Zeus. Look at the spread. These players feel really confident about this particular game as Crypto is racking up kills left, right and center. StalwartFlex, being the smarter ones from the bunch, did wait it out, did let the fight simmer, and once it ended, just went in with the kill. But right now, we've got the lads from Carnage. However, getting a knock onto it, the players of Zeus. Now they are the sharks in the ocean. The moment you have spotted them down, you would of course want to secure those kills. But I see he is relentless. He still manages to figure out and gets a knock on two. In fact, onto which the players of 1952 now reduced to a two-man squad.
Now reduced to a two-man squad. Nades being locked in from both the sides. This nade might be so damaging. Yes, it will. Driving the rake out right on IC's nade, and Entry has to pay the price for it. 1952 didn't really expect such a disastrous start for them. And that's going to be Zeus putting a full stop on the squad of 1952. White as well out in the open, and this is where he will shine. Zeus already have two players down. The casualty is there on the side of Zeus. Now it's just down to that one last man, Zol, but he will be getting the res onto Ebly there. And even the other player of Zeus, I see, he's still quite safe up till now, but I don't really think so the rest of the player will be able to make the rotation onto him.
Again, we got the lads from Carnage instilling that hurt onto it. Zeus almost knocking them out, but well, the players are back up online as Ably. Onto it's the high ground. He needs that one knock to ensure the players of Zeus sort of have a good footing inside the zone. But look at Team 7C. We did just witness Memo with a beautiful knock coming in from the Mosin Nagat. And I really love how these players are actually committing in for those bolt actions. You know, high risk, high reward gun. And yes, it's delivering as long as you're getting those heads popped out.
It is delivering. Seal again. They are in quite a bad spot. They're caught out in the open. True Love going to be finding the opening that he was looking for. Ankle has been taken down. Now all the pressure is on Baron. He has a lot of things on his shoulder. He needs to carry his team to victory as Baron is there in the backlines. He's the last man surviving as well. He's trying his best to fight back. But 7C putting a full stop on Seal as well.
Well, this team completely looks like a different 7C that we are watching. How well they have adapted, how well they have improved. And boy, oh boy, 7C, I mean, imagine, Necro, if they turn out to be the champions of the PMPL, what a storyline we will have. And a completely new roster coming out. The players haven't played with each other, and now absolutely obliterating every single team. Still, you know, missing out on that chicken, which possibly could be theirs this time around. But take a look at the shift. Carnage and Zeus, they're all inside the zone. But Sinister, he might just be the snake that Zeus would fear.
He might just ambush them from the back lines. He is the anonymous factor inside the game. And I'm pretty sure he is going to pull off an astonishing play as soon as he finds his right moment to strike. As Carnage, again, they are looking quite good inside the circle. They do have a little bit of high ground for themselves, but as I am talking about them having a good point, it's going to be Skylight Gaming putting pressure on them. StalwartFlex as well, trying to dominate the field. And take a look at reviews, what he's doing. He was using the car that was almost about to blast off, but Skylight Gaming seems like they are going to be challenging the fights in all across the angles.
Indeed, they are. Right now, it's commotion every single where as PN Crew still racking up those kills, having all their players alive, everyone positioned so very well, prepared for the fights. They know what is coming for them, having the high ground, having the lower grounds. They've got all their angles covered, and this is where I have always been harping about keeping all your players alive. As Shari will lob a beautiful grenade onto its Uzum as StalwartFlex bite the dust.
That's going to be quite unfortunate stuff. 7C are dominating the entire field as well, including Skylight Gaming. Up till now, they're doing quite good, but Skylight Gaming seems like they don't really have the man advantage favoring them. Till now. Skylight Gaming, again, they have found themselves quite out in the open, and it's Venom Legends' steel shot has been spotted by Legend there. going to be taking a little bit of shots. Bullets being rattled, whizzing past his ears as Legend has been caught off guard in that retaliation fire as well.
Of course, Skylight Gaming, I mean, they've got the numbers, but the players are so far apart from each other. It all comes down to if you are there to give that cover fire once your teammates are in trouble. That is something which Deadeyes miserably failed to do, and as a result, they were eliminated. But Rig, having spotted down the players of PN Crew, will be peppering down those bullets on with his Mini 14. But now, well, he needs to patch himself up. Still has those pre-first aids, though. Does not really have the time, but rather going in for the bandages, saving the first aids for the late game. But of course, the late game has already arrived, and PN Crew having those high ground advantages. One good grenade can be the cause for the demise of the players as Sinister finally falls down, along with A1 Esports getting eliminated.
That's such an unfortunate turn of events for A1 Esports as well. DRS are still alive, but take a look at the circle shift as well. Fixes it's out in the open, and this is where the real chaos starts. As DRS are trying to make the rotation inside the circle, they do have those vehicles for that extra bit of cover. But Venom Legends' position still hasn't been compromised. They are not spotted. Steel shot, of course, the last man surviving. All the burden is on his shoulders to carry his team to victory. It's not going to be that easy of a task, and this is where Zol finds the opening on the players of PN Crew. And this is where PN Crew just might find themselves in a real bad spot. As 7C has been spotted out, the spam is going to be finding one knockout. As 7C didn't really opt out for that to happen.
Indeed, as PN Crew still instilling that hurt, as now Skylight Gaming have decided to push on towards the players of Carnage, as Praveen and Manish need to hold the fort around, as Leon and Heaven not really intending to get inside will in fact first go for those grenades. I believe they have spotted out Praveen, but Praveen lobbing that grenade went a bit too early, just exploding off as Praveen outside in the open, and this is where Zol is definitely going to punish him, and I believe it's all upon Manish to hold it down. A 1v2, the moment he comes out in the open, he is basically done for.
Zeus is there in the backlands as well. They might be joining the fray anytime soon as they find the right moment to join it. As Skylight Gaming again trying to pressure down the players of Carnage. The rest will be there from their side. The nade might be damaging, barely doing the damage as well. Not enough to take Manish down though. The return nades, the return utilities are there on point. Praveen has finally been taken down by Leon's nade. It's going to be finding its mark. Now Manish is going to be the last man surviving for the team as well. Snipe is there in the backlines. Snipe is the last man surviving. Snipe has all the burden on his shoulder. He needs to make sure his team is at least getting that top 3 position inside the game. It's only a matter of second when Heaven spots him out. And Snipe, he might just have an open angle on the players of Skylight Gaming, and this is where he might find the right moment to strike. But it doesn't matter. He has been spotted. Snipe is down to such low HP.
Indeed, he is. As 7C, they are also making their move, spotting the players fighting against each other. This is the time where they are going to go for the kills. This is the time where they're going to get inside the circle. But look at Leon still peppering down those bullets onto his snipe, but it's his teammate who is going to take him down. But Zol, look at this lad already going on a domination spree, all by the lonesome Abeli and Zol doing the job for Team Zeus. And finally, I believe they can pull this one off.
They can pull this one. They are on an absolute rampage. Zeus seems unstoppable up till now. They're racking up those free kills for themselves. As Zeus, again, they do have a little bit of cover for themselves. This is where Skylight Gaming might put them in a lot of pressure. Abli doesn't want to give his kill away that easily, so he's just going to be playing inside the little ridge that he has. He's going to be playing with that dip. And Skylight Gaming, Zeus might just get sandwiched between the squad of DRS and Skylight Gaming. This is where they need to find themselves a comfortable spot. But Skylight Gaming as well, somewhere down the line, they're helping Zeus.
Indeed, and this is what we have been talking about. 3 teams alive now. Zol is taking those shots onto the players of Skylight Gaming. But right now, take a look at the circle. Oh my goodness, nobody being inside. And now they have to take a decision. They need to pick a fight, as AJ spotted way too much in the open, as Zol might just get the kill. No, does not happen, as Mafia Ninja making those moves, getting into cover, as we have the Mexican standoff right in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. Who is it gonna be? DRS starting the day big. Will they end big as well?
Only time would answer such questions. Zeus are challenging both the teams, even Skylight Gaming, including DRS as well. Zeus doesn't seem like they're scared of anyone. DRS have found themselves in quite a tricky spot. The rest of the players will need to make it inside the circle as well. Same goes with Skylight Gaming. And this is where Zeus might just chime in. This is where Zeus might shine. DRS out in the open. Xiao almost catching them off guard, but doesn't seem like those bullets are going to be dealing enough damage.
Now both these teams, they know whom to charge.
Oh!
Leon with a beautiful grenade does take down Abeliamo, but the trade-offs are definitely going to be there as DRS will be successfully, wiping down one of those players over there at Skylight Gaming. I mean, what is going on? It's absolute mayhem as Chari, he is angry. He wants revenge as he will find himself shrouded inside the smoke, but do DRS have that necessary information as John has opted for that healing battle? Abeliamo, oh my goodness, he has been knocked out. How long is Zeus gonna survive? But Chari being the lonesome survivor from Skylight Gaming, is he gonna come down from the backlines? That's gonna be interesting as he takes down Marvin Ninja, goes for the second kill, but does not happen as DRS will be putting the final nail in the coffin and will also be ending things on a bigger note this time. Well, what a team. Getting 2 chicken dinners in Erangel, starting the day with one, ending the day with another. That's how well prepared they are for the finals. And wow, what a match.
Starting the day off with a blast and ending it with a banger. This is what we like to see from a team like DRS. And again, Zeus this time weren't really able to find the chicken dinner. But as you like to say, they might just pull off a BTR.
They certainly can. So close yet so far. But that's enough from our side as we will be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the analyst that is going to break the fights down.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 3. We are in the finals. The final 4-day affair has started, but now that has been converted into a 3-day affair because day number 1 is coming to an end. With that, of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm your host, Bloro. Let's move on to Varun as well as Ocean to ask them, lads, what do you think about this game as well as the consistency being brought in from these teams?
When we talk about what goes around comes around is for the Erangel and DRS as well, because the chicken dinners, they are on a roll.
They took it personally.
Yeah. Well, 3 kills, 3 assists. You want to hear some math fact?
No.
All right.
No.
Well, if you that's 9 to 7, but if you go right 7 to 9, then it's like 3's. That's 9 cube and 3. So.
Okay. All right. All right. But then again, you talk about the stats. Every single time, those stats are working in favor of these players, and you bring in that sort of a play coming in from Z3us Esports. Even though they were only a 2-man squad by the end of the game, they still held their ground for quite some time.
The circle, though.
Yeah, we were having this conversation like. I went back to get some water. I come back. I'm like, all right, what is happening? Ocean brings me up to speed. He's like, all right, Z3us Esports just 2 players. So I think they're pretty much done. And I was like, it's Z3us Esports, and it's 2 players.
Yep.
That's still too much.
That seriously is.
That's still too much. But DRS. I mean, it sounds like DRS has cracked the code against Zeus for sure.
Exactly, and I mean, the way the first day has gone for this team, if they keep this forward, if they have decent performances just from now onwards,
they're winning it.
They are winning the tournament.
They're winning it.
It's going to be really hard to shut them down.
Boy, oh boy, this is the top-notch plays coming in from these lads. Let's have a look at the top players coming in from the game.
Well, Zeol is out there, Ice is out there, Leon, and obviously Memo. If you talk about Zeus, Skylight, and 7C right now. 3 kills, 3 kills, 3 kills, 3 kills from all of them, if you want to talk about it. And if we move forward with everything. Again, no one from DRS was here.
Yeah.
No one from again that happened in the early stages as well as we in the first game we talked about it, right? The similar. And if we talk about the ending moment, well, because everyone thought of it that the players are going to be on the other side of the smoke, not in the smoke.
If you think about it, he was on the other side. He was right on the edge towards the end.
Living on the edge.
Living on the edge.
He was
Yeah.
living on the edge.
Well, let's with that move on with the stats and have a look at the match summary where we shall see the utilities being utilized. Of course, this was on Erangel, so all of that will go up, and along with that, talk about the highest kills.
Well,
it is going to be the real soldiers.
That's where Nima is from DRS, but Memo, 29 utilities used. Wow.
That is impressive from the lad, and that is something that is really nice to see. I mean, using the utilities perfectly, we did see the team have a decent performance again in this game. But, I mean, along with DRS, 7C also has been a team throughout the day that have been really consistent.
Yes.
And I think there's going to be only a few names in the top 3 as far as the overall standings are concerned that we can comfortably say, alright, these are the teams that will be able to catch up to the leaders at this point.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, it all still comes down to this time in Erangel, we mostly saw the northern circles that kind of just, you know, played really good the first game and the second game. So now it just comes down to, because there was an Erangel in between, and the circle was obviously just a bit
in between as
well.
well.
in between. So if we talk about the northern circles, that focuses more on the teams like the ones that were there. We talk about Stalwart and all. They did try good, but from military base, so it kind of becomes a challenge.
It certainly does, but moving that challenge onwards towards the storyline that's been created thus far, it is the match ranking coming right up, where we know the real soldiers were able to walk away with 8 kills, 23 points to this team, but move the conversation towards the other teams. Well, every single team, thankfully, are for this page walking away with kills.
Exactly, and there's one thing that I want to talk about. I mean, most of the teams over here are the teams that had a comfortable time in the northern circles, right? But there's one team in particular sitting on that 8th position, R3D Esports, that I expect to do really well whenever there is a northern circle, because of where they drop exactly. Stalberg, Kamishki, split drops that they have, those should work out in their favor. But R3D picking up the aggression slowly and steadily, I believe if we give them enough time, they are going to get a hang of things.
Talk about picking up aggression, right? F4, they did go into a few fights. They did get indulged into a few fights, and they are slowly and steadily, you know, coming up. Slow and steady does win the race right now, but I mean, you'll have to have a head start tomorrow. Probably just, you know, 1 or 2 games, just get yourself into that zone.
F4 engaged in a fight with R3D out of all people, and it did not work out for either of them.
Absolutely, but bring that conversation towards the zone itself, where once again we see StalwartFlex coming in from south, a late rotation from this team.
I mean, talk about PNQ, right? You remember the first game that was also onto the sides of Severny, so that time also PNQ was really happy when the circle was onto them. Right now as well, like they kind of knew, like, you know, how to play this, but once the other team started getting out there, things went in their own ups and downs.
Well, things are definitely going to get chaotic. PN Crew, again, in the similar situation, as you said, again, on the same position as last time. But people do tend to get used to those positions, and they won't make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, that is right. But, you know, along this, you see Carnage, like, having a really good area for themselves. Skylight Gaming had to just, you know, get in from the back end sides because they had to get inside the circle. Carnage was really close to the circle, so all they had to do was defend. But once the next circle happens, you see Carnage is nowhere to be seen, and Skylight Gaming is out there. So it just comes down to how good of a ground can you hold for yourself.
And talk about holding ground and rotations, right? In the zone analysis, we did see R3D also coming in from that wide rotation. And anyway, they were forced to go towards Stalber so that they could move west from there, which was an easy and open path. But had they just landed there from the get-go, I mean, things would have looked a lot better. Hopefully, because we do see metas of circle sort of stick around for a longer time, and since northern metas, I believe, is the thing right now, the team should be able to adapt pretty soon.
Well, most certainly, but you talk about drop locations, you bring in those rotations, you bring in the early skirmishes. It was Zeus and Deadeyes Guys that did look pretty comfortable in that fight, but it was, of course, favored down towards one team that pushed on along and got those points in their favor. Well, let's combine all those efforts through the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Well, I mean, the initial fights that just, you know, got R3D some points for themselves as well. But this is where we thought, like, you know, they'll be looking forward. But using a Mosin just out here, and Godless, whenever he becomes sniper, he tries to get, you know, pull off something out of the incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it is incredible performances that the lad is known for, and he's definitely living up to the hype. But R3D, again, taking this fight against High Voltage, and this one was the one that did not really work out for them. High Voltage is wiping them off the floor, and then moving on towards StalwartFlex.
Yeah, and Stalwart as well, they just tried to have a good hold of the fight, but this was a grenade that just, took down entry. But after that, it will just, see through the area. Zeus's, their players were taken down, but then there was a grenade that everyone thought was from the one side or the other. We'll be seeing it in the final moments. There was Leon that took one play down, and Sandesh was looking really good with the fights of his own as well. Prabeen did go down, he get a revive, but this is where Heaven just, takes down Carnage's players again. And after that, moving down, Carnage was taken down. The team was finished out there. The Molotov was done, but it was just a bit onto the backside. Look at this. Galzen did go down with a grenade, but the damage was done by Leon.
Look at this.
Yeah.
The smoke dissipates, and it was the latest smoke that was there on his right-hand side. But yes, the players did not expect him to be there. Thankfully, no kill was confirmed.
Exactly, but move that conversation towards the kind of damage that was dished out throughout this game. You are looking at Zeus dominating with those 9 kills working in their favor. But there are still a few of those teams that were not able to walk away with kills.
Zeus is coming back onto the damage markers for themselves.
Yep.
That's for sure. R3D has had a really good damage for themselves, as we could just, see just out there. But if you look at Skylight as compared to the previous game, because previous game you remember Skylight 0 kills, 0 damage points. But now they did good. 2040 is their damage number with 7 kills. And R3D we did talk about it, but now FO 381 damage, 2 kills. That means they went into a fight smartly. Had it been after a few placement points, it would have been even better.
And also talk about smart fights. DRS, 1126 damage, 8 kills confirmed. Efficiency definitely being showcased by the team.
A1 Esports, 2-2-2.
Yep.
Balance. I just wanted to say that.
That's A1 Esports for you.
I just wanted to say that.
It's
perfectly balanced.
But in that conversation, you should also probably mention high voltage, right?
Yeah.
Because this time around, the fights that they took were certainly worked in their favor. They were able to bring those knocks as well as kills. So that, of course, they walked away with points, and that is going to be moving them up the ladder when it comes to the overall ranking.
Yeah.
But as we're talking about overall ranking, let's move on with the storyboard and showcase what are we looking at when it comes to the first, second, and third.
Oh, this is a surprise. I was expecting DRS Gaming to be the one on the top position, but no, it's Z3us Esports.
I mean, if you know how consistent they have been without even getting a chicken dinner, that has been a really good thing. 39 kills, 33 placement points. Zeus, talk about this. 29 placement and 33 kill points. DRS 38 and 28. So Zeus is also in top 3. Again, it's really close because last time, if you remember, 7C, well, they are out here. But DRS, Zeus, Carnage, T2K, these were the teams in the league stages as well. These are the teams here. P and Cruz out there. Seal, well, if they get more than one chicken dinner, we might just call it. And A1, we need a chicken
Here's
from
the thing. Up until Carnage Esports, 7C, DRS, Zeus and Carnage. It's a close competition for the first position. And then Train to Kill, P and Crew, Seal Esports, A1, and depending on where the team is on the 9th and the 10th position, there's going to be a close competition to see if the teams can put themselves up in the leaderboard to contest for the crown.
I mean, R3D,
Skylight,
it's
StalwartFlex.
Yeah, it's still a really close competition. Talk about this. DE, I expect this team to make a really good comeback from by these players because we know how good they are in these kind of competitions. High voltage, well, I would love to see them come back again. And talk about F4, not the day. We would love to see them just, moving up again tomorrow. But talk about Venom Legends as well. There's always that one day that Venom Legends does amazing.
And it's never the first day.
It's never the first day.
But another cool point for them is, of course, going to be the way they work on from that first day onwards, right?
Yeah.
They bring in those slowly and steadily. It gets heated up, and then the fights start turning in their favor, and they walk away with points, they walk away with kills, thus bringing us to the kill leaders for the day. So let's have a look at the kill leaders, and they will, of course, be showcased in terms of, well, Z3us Esports, well, they are right there with IC.
All of them.
Everyone wants a chunk of the $1,000 for themselves because the MVP, right, it just goes to... So, we'll still have to see, right? But 11, 11, 11, 11, that's what it is.
Yeah. Do you want to count the number of ones that are there? There's 8 of them.
No, if you're talking about the damage, it's 2195,
No,
there's one
just
more.
the
If
kills.
1936, there's one more. So, Edgar 2244, I love that number.
But moving away
okay.
from those numbers and talking about moments themselves, I do want to mention Uzum's flying wonderful performance in the map of course, Miramar.
There was
just...
Hey, the 11s don't stop at the top.
Alright, well, there's another thing. You saw the damage 2530, 2 plus 3 is 5, and well, 2064, 2 plus 4 is 6. I was just,
Are you gonna start singing a song? Are you gonna break out in a dance? Just
average survival time of Cordless is 2002.
all right.
And Zaki is 2112.
Well, it certainly seems like somebody on the desk is certainly feeling the excitement based on those numbers, and you guys certainly know who I'm talking about. But boy, oh boy, when it comes to those numbers, there's no other merchant but him to mention, because that stance certainly does take it all away. But talking about the numbers now, right? Bringing those numbers to where it counts. It is the MVP that we're talking about, because again, you're going to be walking away with $1,000. So the MVP stance is very, very crucial for these teams, and it is Zeus for now. God is coming in with 10
So
kills.
here's the thing, right? Having more kills does not necessarily put you up in a good standing to be the MVP.
Yeah.
It's a combination of survival time, damage, and kills, where kills have the least priority.
Yeah.
So it's 40% damage, 40% average survival time, and 20% kills.
Exactly.
This comes down to this. I mean, just look at first and second's damage difference,
And
but
the
the
survival
survival
time
time gets,
difference,
compensated, and the kills, because that has 20% weighted, so it just goes down really, really close to each other. And this, these rankings just include these 6 matches that just happened today. So obviously, the numbers, it's one thing, right? Damage is gonna increase for sure, kills are gonna increase, but survival time, you have to keep that higher. If one game goes down, your survival time decreases as compared to the competition.
You know what though? The person that we're missing from this list, it is a team that has not been able to perform thus far. It is High Voltage Assassin.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
True.
I'm pretty sure he's gonna come in anytime soon. We still have 3 more days to go.
Absolutely.
That's true, but if he has to come back, you know the amount of survival time that he has lost today will have to just,
He's gonna have to make up for it.
Yeah.
Big time. And those numbers are going to be favouring him as he's able to slowly and steadily get himself warmed up to the lobby. And hopefully that will be what we shall hope and keep our fingers crossed for. But move that conversation towards the day summary, where indeed, when you combine all these stats, what are we to see?
Oh, nice.
Well.
More numbers.
Hey.
Well, if we talk about this, right, 7C and Zeus, so it sounds like it was their day, because 7C obviously had really consistent performance, and they are topping the chart right now. DRS is the one that has had most chicken dinners right now, obviously that's true. But talk about Zeus, talking about the knockouts, that means they were in a lot of fights for sure.
I mean, that is a team that we know have been in a lot of fights, but converting those fights into those kills, I mean, 7C definitely had a go day, having the most kills in a single day, 39 being the exact number. And also, I mean, with the help of those kills and those placement points combined, taking the first position on the overall standings. So now all this team has to do is be consistent tomorrow as well. If they can do this 2 days in a row, well, they're going to be unbeatable. What we were saying for DRS applies to 7C, but Z3us Esports, as I said, right now the leaderboard is in 4 tiers. There's the top 4, there's the next 7 teams, and then the bottom 5.
Boy, oh boy, I mean, you guys start talking about numbers, it goes absolutely bonkers right here. But indeed, those numbers certainly do make a huge difference when it comes to the storyboard, because eventually you're looking at the, well, of course, the winners, no question about it, the champions for PMPL South Asia, but alongside which, we are also going to be looking at those top 9 positions.
Oh, yeah.
Those top 9 positions are the ones that are going to be moving on towards the championship. Now, that again, we'll talk about as we move on along with these finals. But today, day number 1 of the finals does certainly come to an end. I've been your host, Blora, joined in, of course, with Ocean Sharma and Isupa joining, saying sayonara, take care, bye-bye.